Arc 5, Chapter 66, The Stage of Liliana Masquerade. Liliana, Gar.
What a disaster. This fire is way too hot. Way too hot. 7 times hotter than normal fire. Being burnt by this will mean dying with 7 times the agony.
The white wall of flame erected before my eyes. Since it was a flame that would not burn if touched, but seemingly only miraculously give heat waves, in truth being able to withstand the pain would mean that it was not impossible to breach. Thus, in order to keep the truth hidden from everyone who were too scared to rush forth, with desperation I pretended to be someone who suffered from having been suffered a fire blast, which meant I conveyed everyone surrounding the waterway of the dangers of the flame. Well, even with everyone's mental state being a tad risky, it seemed that instinct had left them with the notion that the flames were dangerous. So my desperate act was perhaps not of much use, but even so not performing it was something I couldn't justify. Liliana, although it was easy for Priscilla Summer to say to sing and dance to snatch the people's spirits back. In all honesty, taking snatching spirits back as a mood to sing with, would entirely serve as an obstacle, and from its basis goes against the principle of song. As a result of frantic singing, to say that something airy was left within the hearts of those who listened was a natural intent of the heavens. And to feel something in that intent of the heavens, and giving a tip because of that would be such a gentle world. To begin with the attitude of wanting to earn a tip, in that case such a desire would make its way into the song.
But a song with such a desire contained within was not what I wanted. And so couldn't this plan be said to be a losing battle from the very start? Liliana, recalling back, although this life was short-lived, but days filled with tumultuousness had been experienced.
Father Summer and Mother Summer, although there had been resentment when being casted off into the cruel world at 13 after declaring independence, but now remaining is only gratefulness that I was born so cute. Although I have all along been quite the unfilial daughter, the gratitude and wrath I felt toward the two of you, respectful, was something integral to my every way. Goo.
Hot Hothot, a never-ending summer. While speaking of gratitude toward parents and various other whims, I felt as if those on the opposite the wall of flame were about to approach, and once more put on an act of overheating.
Really hoping you'll react appropriately, you bunch who can't read the atmosphere. But, no matter how realistic my performance was, it would fall through sooner or later. And then if it were exposed, there would be no way to continue suppressing Priscilla Summer's extreme endurance tactics.
And there we go, it's done.
It's over. Sirius, oh my, do you have the leisure to see? That the child who you have expectations of, is wearing an expression as if there is no path forward. I can with clarity feel the sorrow and exhaustion plaguing that child's spirit. Aching back and forth, isn't it rather pitiful?
Priscilla, not in the slightest.
Without regard to the me who had begun to clutch my head and count down the seconds to the end, in the center of the courtyard surrounded by waterways that had been set alight, and exchange of dialogue between Priscilla Summer and that freak Sirius was in progress. That said, the dialogue was entirely composed of Priscilla Summer mercilessly striking Sirius's steady tone with a deaf ear. And setting aside Sirius's manner of speech for now, that figure that rotated chains with both arms could not be called steady in the slightest. Air being slashed, atmosphere being sliced, the path of metal chains being swung through the air meandered freely. Tumbling, prancing, front back left right it struck toward Priscilla Summer as if a metal snake. The extending and retracting chain made an ear-piercing level of sound, continuous to the point that it seemed to me Priscilla Summer had been enclosed in a cage of iron.
To the point of becoming a prison.
The stone steps that took direct hits from the chain exploded mercilessly, caved in, the pairing speaking volumes of that power. If direct contact with the skin were made, the result would be unsightliness caused as if by a snake's fangs and tongue. If the recipient were someone like Priscilla Summer whose skin was white and delicate, to call the torment the most extreme would not be enough. But, Priscilla Summer in fact ferociously attacked that metal chain. Priscilla, tumultuous and yet tasteless noise, heedlessly exerting every which way without the slightest trace of release, a base weapon from which even a hint of elegance cannot be felt, superficial and yet unseemly idle talk. How truly fortunate that such a number of measures to diminish mine anger were prepared that mercy may be shown. Toward this profanity, there in fact remains only admiration. Liliana, Priscilla Summer is awesome. Priscilla Summer yet wore an expression which spoke of listlessness, waving the yang blade to welcome the chain that forced its way close from every direction.
Forget front up down side, how could a blow from somewhere unseen like the back possibly be intercepted?
In addition, perhaps this power was unique to the yang blade, but whenever the yang blade deflected the chain, the point of contact would be scorched white, with firepower that seemed not negligible, and yet the chain would burn and become gradually shorter and shorter.
If this were repeated, the chain would certainly lose its volume. Liliana, hair. Priscilla Summer, please be rid of it.
Priscilla, regard thus, 'tis what is known as candid thoughts which forget to cover eyes. Although exposure of this level for a commoner is presumably difficult, it certainly inspires more pleasure than boring theory which ceaselessly contorts. Well, although merely one person in this world would be enough. Liliana, eh? Just now was a praise for me, a praise, right?
To consider that praise would be fine, right? I'm about to feel happy, you know. Amazing, truly amazing.
Yay.
Even if I were to be told that there hadn't been praise, I'd already felt happy, so it was too late.
Accepting my support, Priscilla Summer also accordingly raised her dignity.
She continued to advance, ceaselessly burning the chain away.
The imposing atmosphere seemed to overwhelm even the Sin Archbishop freak, and was now entirely just waiting.
Was a yam on the oven?
Liliana, no, wait a second, Priscilla can't solve this so effortlessly. If it's done like this, we'll also be off to effortlessly.
Priscilla, that's indeed the case. Too fun a time was being had. How dangerous.
If just now I hadn't stopped her, that person would have been off so effortlessly. The overwhelmed Sirius took this chance of Priscilla Summer stopping to leap far backward. Perhaps it was better to say, although Priscilla Summer's non-compliant attitude was rather difficult, but the opponent who could match her was fortunately none other than a Sin Archbishop. Perhaps it should be asked whether or not humans could move in such a way. Sirius, mouth clearly having been worked so hard, and yet a master so stubbornly refusing to open their heart is rare indeed.
For what reason is your soul so tightly closed?
After gaining some distance, Sirius flickered her gaze to her two arms as she spoke thus. That chain had already been shorn completely short, but as the freak spoke she rotated her wrists to restore its length. It seemed that many chains were wound firmly on her arms, whether or not they were cutting off circulation was unknown. Sirius, all hearts regardless of whose have a space. To live means to have feelings, yet no matter the color of the feeling that peeks out from there, it's something every person has. Even to say a feeling you've staunchly bore all along, as long as it's revealed it can be understood. Priscilla. Sirius, you too have a soul that can anguish, feelings that disorient, although unwaveringly keeping weaknesses hidden from others is a condition to living strongly. But that is not merely a destination to reach on one's lonesome.
What one person can achieve on their lonesome has a limit.
After becoming one with other people, there are occurrences that can be discovered for the first time. In order to allow other people to see that place, mutual understanding and shared feelings are necessary.
Sirius swayed her body, saying thus to the silent Priscilla Summer. That voice was as if wanting bleed into the soul. That attitude was dear as if flesh and bone. That manner was tender as if dissolving the guards of others. The content of those words was as if enticing others.
Clearly as if a sweet poison melting with languor, yet even my extremities felt numb. Sirius, could you allow me to help you reach understanding with others?
Truly your love is so deep, and loving of the world. Looking forward to being able to be loved. I can understand this. And hope that those other than me can come to understand.
In order to keep you from spending a lonely night on your lonesome. Priscilla, truly ashamed to rely only on delusion and conjecture and prattle on without rest.
If no doubts are held toward your own words, you are precisely what is known as a lunatic.
Sirius, oh my, thank you very much.
That is a title commensurate with my husband's.
A criminal who cannot comprehend in the slightest how outstanding that person is, toward that person spits wild words of admiration, envy, jealousy.
Priscilla, not worth a mention. What belongs to mine self belongs to mine self. The narrative-like manner of your soliloquy are the wild words. For people like you, even the surface of mine enigma cannot be skimmed.
Priscilla Summer with self-assurance rejected that sweet enticing proposal with clarity.
However, in terms of self-assurance Sirius did not lose. The freak's head tilted as if having expected Priscilla Summer's rejection.
Sirius, to say that even the surface cannot be skimmed, this is the epitome of stubbornness.
Isn't it? In that case, how does such insignificance sound? Iris and the King of Thorns.
Priscilla. Sirius, or perhaps, the Rose Knight of Tyros?
Maglitzer's guillotine. I didn't understand the significance of Sirius's words.
Saying with the intent behind the freak saying such words.
However, it prompted an immediate effect.
Priscilla, better off dead. As I thought I'd heard a low murmur, Priscilla Summer's figure vanished from sight. As I expressed my confusion, the distance that had once existed between Priscilla Summer and Sirius became zero. Priscilla Summer swung the yang blade from above, arc mercilessly tracing towards Sirius's neck. In an instant the world slowed to an extent that yielded incredulousness, and even I was able to see the path that Priscilla Summer's blade followed.
Just aiming it would be as if caressing Sirius's slender neck. If that were to happen, my neck, and the necks of everyone nearby would break in the same way.
Could it be that it was because I understood this that it seemed to happen so slowly? Say, if a life-threatening danger were to approach, humans would, with an intense focus, slow their perception of the world down. Although, even with that, when the celestial scales of my own life were being tilted by others, what could I and the many people around me do about it? The crimson radiance of the yang blade, just like that with imposing manner which sliced through the atmosphere. Liliana, eh? Due to being unable to understand the sight before me, I couldn't help but let out the voice of a dazed fool. The neck of I who had made that noise was still firmly anchored upon this small body.
That was a matter of course. My neck had not been severed. Whether my own, or Sirius's.
In substitution, Priscilla Summer's body, which should have leapt at Sirius, was flung backward forcefully.
Enduring Sirius's metal chains from the front, whose attack had served as a welcome, in a dangerous manner was flung backward. Liliana, Priscilla Summer? I let out a cry toward that figure which had obviously not leapt of its own will.
If Priscilla Summer were to be killed, the situation would become an irreparable wreck. I could scarcely even think of such a notion, crying out solely because a sense of disaster dawned. And yet, Priscilla Summer from midair suddenly spun back, halting the impact by stabbing the yang blade into the cobblestones.
Priscilla, cease the racket, the true damage is yet to come. Replying thus to my wail, with a resounding step Priscilla Summer landed. However, immediately following that Priscilla Summer's necklace began to change.
It had originally been a necklace with 3 jewels of green, but one of the jewels had disintegrated into ash. Almost as if taking Priscilla Summer's stead in the attack from just before.
Priscilla, the repayment of my necklace has a rather high cost, you know. Sirius, so that's how it is. Is it that once you suffer transfer onto what is valuable to you?
That is truly a manner befitting of pride. No, couldn't possibly be. Priscilla, a deliberately demeaning speculation, is malicious to the extreme. A crime of ludicrosity reaching this extent cannot be redeemed with even 10,000 deaths. The manner of your death is best fitting as a scorching heat that burns and burns yet never dies out.
Towards Sirius, whose manner of accordance had not wavered in the slightest, Priscilla Summer's rage shone.
Rather than to say that the yang blade in her hand had increased its radiance, perhaps it should be said that the heat was increasing. Priscilla Summer's regal attire, even to me, appeared as if it swayed under the sweltering sunny day. Though gazing at it, there truly was no way to think that Priscilla Summer could stand at a disadvantage.
But there was also that incomprehensible happening from just now. Sirius with her inexplicable words appeared as if meant to taunt Priscilla Summer.
Although Priscilla Summer had seemed to rush forward as if falling for that provocation, since that movement had been so predictable it had been welcomed from the front, was not the case. Rather, this was the opinion of an outsider like me. In my regard, Priscilla Summer's movements had appeared fast to the point of disappearing from sight, but perhaps to Sirius this was not the case. Although this possibility could not be denied, but that shouldn't have been. Because when the yang blade had struck out, Priscilla Summer's movements had stopped, appearing as if suspended, although such words did exist to convey the general idea, but this was on a different level of meaning from that. More precisely, it was as if it had been completely frozen. Freezing in such an unnatural position, I did not assume to be Priscilla Summer's desire, nor that humans could consciously do as such.
In that case, that stopping should have been connected to some kind of incomprehensible ability, but what could it have been? Sirius, please do not rage like that. Although you appear as if constantly raising your temper over something, but such a thing yields exhaustion, and will only parch the soul? Something like wrath is the tomb of the feeling that should be most shunned in this world. If that's the case, constantly welling in the heart should be feelings of ecstasy and joy.
Liliana, see, clearly holding such a philosophy, everyone outside doesn't look very happy, do they? Sirius, Huh? Just now, could it be a voice had been audible? The freak Sirius looked directly at me, eyes that were visible from a gap in the bandages coiling tightly around my body. Aye, what a disaster to have done to myself. Sirius, indeed, within the hearts of everyone who is outside, unease and lament reigns. Although this too is something tragic, this is merely the result of human hearts overflowing with tenderness and compassion.
Liliana, what are you saying?
Sirius, once within my sphere of influence, people become capable of opening their hearts to one another and resonating. And so, feelings that cannot be condensed into words can come to light. To be human is to be able to empathize, a precious existence from which feelings can come to be. If tender love is felt for the hearts of others, when sorrow is witnessed, in one's own heart sorrow will also bloom. And sorrow will also sprout in the hearts of those who witness that sorrow.
As the cycle repeats, the drops of sorrow will become a pond, become a lake, become a river. This person began to speak of such heavy things. This was to say, the more people gathered to be by this person's side would yield increasingly disastrous results, such a thing which could rile up and spread suffering to everyone in the city. And it didn't stop at creating unrest. This person referred to it as a connection of the heart.
Priscilla, if this seems a tragedy, by all means take the lead in saving everyone. Choosing not to do so and only sighing, is but an irritating noise for the commoners, you know.
Sirius, I can understand those words. I'm merely a victim of a one-sided attack on my helplessness.
However, I possess a means to save all those enveloped by sorrow. Sirius clapped her palms together with a demeanor of going as far as to declare what a wonderful idea. Although it was doubtful that the freak's notion of a good idea could make the situation take a turn for the better, but neither I nor Priscilla Summer spoke up. Although I didn't know about Priscilla Summer, rage boiled in my heart.
A feeling that could not be described with words surging within my chest was igniting.
Sirius, a means to offer salvation to all those enveloped in sorrow. Is to use delight, use joy to sweep away that sorrow.
Which is to say that the I who is to be a conduit for such salvation must find happiness.
Sirius, my.
Within this city is the husband whom I've been separated with for quite some time.
To confirm that love with my husband, with that person, to have it returned.
A happily married couple is the emblem of happiness.
If my heart is filled to the brim with such joy, all those who cry out in lament will be saved.
By mutually enjoying happiness, the hearts of everyone will be saved.
Sirius spoke her discourse. Priscilla Summer wore a completely disinterested expression, and I who flickered glances at her was thinking of a great number of things. I could understand that this was the one time when I could not escape reality by wearing a pretense of a disconnect in understanding.
Or rather it could be said, I understood.
Thoroughly and completely understood, the fact that this freak Sirius Romane Conti was our enemy.
I raised my head, gazed across the surrounding waterways engulfed in flame.
On the other side of the white-tinged wall of flame were the figures of people who stood in place without a means to cross the waterway.
They had all fallen under a charm of feelings, lost their awareness of self. I could hear the sound of their corpse-like voices.
Thanks to my peculiar ears, which as a bard, only sound and hearing were my specialties, to me those voices seemed to echo without cease. So terrifying, so sorrowful, save me, how painful, why, don't. Resentment swept up as if in a vortex, wails drawn out as if for eternity. I could hear those kinds of voices.
Was this to be the result of that so-called empathy then? Was this to be the result of that so-called becoming one, then? That so-called unity, was it something like this? Liliana, have to, free. To become one, and to have everything of everything become identical couldn't be the same.
Men, women, adults, children, infants, elderly, humans, beastkin alike, were clearly all different. To condense all that together, whisk into disarray, and call it like this everyone will understand each other and become one, such words, was certainly no joke.
No joke at all.
Priscilla, no need for you to be happy.
Shut that pettily clever mouth of yours while you can, and die on your lonesome.
Sirius, don't.
Don't insist on using the loneliness of disconnect to comfort yourself.
If you are one who cannot recognize the form of happiness, taking a look at my happiness and giving it a chance isn't so bad, is it? Or perhaps if you understand the joy of connecting with the one in your heart, then you'll come to understand the joy of being a bride, isn't that so? Priscilla, unfortunately, mine self has already walked the aisle 7 times. And each was nowhere approaching something like happiness. Apply not your paltry standards to mine self, 'tis nauseating.
Sirius, 7 times. He.
Priscilla Summer treated Sirius's words as a jest, and brought the yang blade down from above. However, Sirius also commenced her own ferocious attack with chains of steel. Sparks ignited and scattered, the severed chain flew away, and the figures of the two were pushed away from the center of the courtyard by the clash.
Cleft in two, the chain. Tinged with white, the inextinguishable flame.
In a state of being unable to give voice, the people who wailed in agony.
Within me, slowly it came together. Could it be accomplished? If the theorized situation was indeed reality, was correct, in that case, it shouldn't be unachievable.
Sirius, even though I've clearly expended so much time on this for only the sake of that reaching the heart of that one person.
You had 7 chances, and wasted all of them.
Priscilla, don't pin the blame for your own lack of allure on myself. In this situation, even that pitiful man who has been imprinted on by you, would refuse to meet you. Sirius, I am intimately connected with that person, and thus are deeply in love.
This was fury that inspired a jolt of terror.
Immediately after, bisecting the courtyard was a snake of flame which burned red. In the instant that Priscilla Summer blocked chains striking from Sirius's arms, the flames followed the chains to race up Sirius's arms, and the surging flame swallowed Priscilla Summer's body. The snake of flame reared open its maw, consuming Priscilla Summer's slim body head first. Without a means to counter that fiery tactic, Priscilla Summer was swallowed, and tossed outside of the courtyard now seeped with flame.
Just as she was about to plummet, she suddenly breathtakingly stabilized herself with her sword.
And yet, after being submerged in such flames, Priscilla Summer's body remained, completely unhurt.
But with a sound, the necklace's jewel once again shattered.
The 2 clasps of the necklace came undone simultaneously, landing on the ground with a resounding noise. Sirius, I share a deep love with that person. That just and sincere person just can't help that he hasn't yet finished what he began. To misconstrue that person's sincerity as pure love is just too obscene. Ah.
How irritating.
Priscilla Summer had once again survived at the cost of the necklace, but her demeanor toward facing Sirius had changed completely. The freak opened her mouth as if baring fangs, spitting ugly words as she violently expressed her temper. Her arms had swept up a vortex of red flame.
Sirius, why is it that you so inconsiderately shake my heart to this degree?
These violent shakes of the heart, another way of naming wrath, is passion. The trembles will give way to heat, scorching those who are sinners. Is this what you want for yourself as well, you pretentious lonely wench? Ah! Priscilla, with that mouth, with those eyes, such fabrication. The seething wrath was igniting herself, a vortex of flame building overhead the Sirius who was slowly raising her arms. What had struck just now emanated from her arms, a pair of slim twin snakes. And as those arms crossed, the forms merged into one powerful snake. The arms struck vertically downward, and the enormous snake of flame rushed at Priscilla Summer. Rather than evade it, Priscilla Summer took a stance of meeting the attack. The yang blade flew from down to up, tip lodging in the head of that giant snake. With a sound that was not one of chain meeting sword, the snake missed its target by a wide arc. However, Priscilla Summer was sent flying by the impact and could not make a follow-up. After Sirius had summoned the snake in a fit of agitation, the flow of offense and defense had swerved sharply. Priscilla Summer had been forced on the defensive, and the metal chain and flame chased her retreating figure.
Why was that?
Although it was clear at a glance that Sirius's abilities couldn't be underestimated, but analyzing the fight would not point to Priscilla Summer being at a disadvantage. She had said that the yang blade consumed mana quickly, but was it that which was pressing her so? Or could it be, that perhaps, merely as a speculation,
it wasn't that Priscilla Summer couldn't attack? Liliana, is it me? A quick end, not just for me but for everyone in the vicinity as well.
In order to avoid such a result, was this a battle for buying time? Wait, no, hang on, how could it be that the arrogant Priscilla Summer who thought the highest of only herself would do something like that?
You are to prepare your song.
Should a shadow fall across the yang sword, mine self will no matter what sever that abomination's head.
Before that happens, then. At that time, something had shook in my brain.
Right before the battlefield had truly opened, Priscilla Summer had told me,
before the yang blade met its limit, I was to prepare a song.
And she had added that if that time were to approach, Sirius's head would be mercilessly severed and everyone else along with her.
But that was to say, before that time had arrived, to just wait for it, indicated that there was more to it than was initially suspected. In that case, Priscilla Summer was waiting. Waiting for me to ready a song.
At the very least, to take responsibility for the time before those words.
Liliana, goo, goo. How bothersome. That person, so damn bothersome. If there are feelings, just confess to the feelings already.
That person, absolutely has feelings for me.
No, because I had been told I was liked, it had definitely been said before. Ah, what a pain, screw this was terrifying, was there no other way? Liliana, Priscilla Summer. If the situation was as I suspected, then to be fighting at a bothersome disadvantage, she must have understood what I was thinking right now. I pointed toward the stone tower that had been ignited by Sirius's flames.
Priscilla Summer turned her head at the sound of my voice, looked toward where I was pointing. Ho! She wore that terrifying expression with terrifying gaze, but with such a terrifying mien it inspired a feeling of reliability. She laughed. Too wicked, an expression which left it difficult to figure out just who the Archbishop was here. Sirius, stop looking away. Priscilla, with the likes of you as an opponent, looking away is no distraction. Do not lecture myself's actions. Priscilla Summer leapt back, while at the same time parrying an approaching chain with her sword. Her body gathering momentum, with speed that seemed faster than one motion would allow, she landed by the burning tower. Priscilla Summer gazed up at the burning tower as she directed the tip of the yang blade at its base.
Priscilla, such an unsightly flame.
Truly beautiful lights are dazzling like this.
Differences in aesthetic between the lights of flame and such were incomprehensible to an outsider like me.
Although incomprehensible, even an outsider's I could clearly make out, a decidedly different sort of flame now surrounded the control tower. The white-tinged flames that swayed there were of the same type that surrounded the waterways.
Even though the snakes originating from Sirius's chains also burned crimson and scorched with a bright staggering heat, the flames emitted from the yang blade held a sort of sanctity that gave the impression of being untouchable.
Priscilla, the stage is prepared. Ensure that you perform your utmost.
Liliana, right. Understood.
After smothering the burning control tower with another layer of flame, Priscilla Summer spoke one sentence. I replied with fervent confidence, rushing over to the control tower. With an air of being set off by anything that happened, Sirius, who flickered her gaze toward this scene, extended both her hands in our direction. Sirius, the hell are you doing to the flame that I lit as an emblem of my love for that person? Liliana, something like setting an entire building on fire to flirt. I think it's best you don't say such outlandish, ridiculous things.
I said it. Wahaya.
Rushing toward my back as I spoke while running, I felt that Sirius Freak's chain descending in one smooth motion. Burning chains.
A heat wave.
In the instant of being attacked, I'd known from before the flame had been ignited that my head could be sent flying, but heedless of what was behind me I ran.
And the reason is?
Priscilla, whatever that one will come up with, this is a situation where mineself will not hold back until the very end. Liliana, I. As if taking the place of my fleeing self, Priscilla Summer landed where the chain would strike. The yang blade sliced downward as if licking, deflecting the entire tongue of flame. Hearing the intermittent sounds of Priscilla Summer and that freak clashing anew, I finally reached my destination of the burning tower of stone.
Liliana, ha. Although the distance covered hadn't been too long, drawing breath grew laborious, and my body felt fatigued.
In all honesty, right now nothing would feel better than a drink of ice water before collapsing on a bed.
Although this was something not meant for a traveling bard, but after spending so long in greenhouse-like surroundings, anything but a soft bed wouldn't work. Liliana, really? Isn't this all Kiritaka-san and everyone else's fault?
Allowing me to reside in this city, offering me warm hospitality besides. Whether the White Dragon Scales, or the citizens of the city, all expressed their love, and the likes of Kiritaka-san with such enthusiasm that even I was taken aback, it was all their fault.
The fault of remaining in this city, that my ability to stay on the path of a traveling bard had been dispelled. Well then, just a bit of extra effort here, recall the ruthless determination of your waist and legs from before. Liliana, hi, zai.
Epiphany realized, teeth clenched, I held my steady Lulaya in my arms, and rushed toward the flaming tower. So hot, so damn hot. Anticipation of the scorching pain sent a sharp jolt through me. However, although clearly enduring an overwhelming heat wave, between skin and hair and Lulaya, none of them had been burnt by the scorching flame. Although the heat of the flame could be clearly felt, nothing had caught fire. As with the flames over the waterways, there was painful heat but no burning. And thus I recognized this flame as the Yang Blade's fake.
However, it was different. Different indeed.
The Yang Blade wielded by Priscilla Summer had indeed burnt through the metal chains.
A sword clearly using the same flames, but burning only select things.
Priscilla Summer's flame could choose what to burn.
Which meant that it could also choose what not to burn. Liliana, ooh. Well then.
The white flame enveloping this control tower would definitely not burn me. Even though it was so hot as to be disintegrating, so agonizing as to seem fatal, a pain that made whoever experienced it want to collapse and roll on the ground, it would not burn, it would not injure, it would not be deadly. Eyeballs melting, tongue withering, hair alight, skin festering, Lulaya scorched, bones cracking, flesh burnt, consciousness eroding to nothing, was all an illusion. Not hot, so hot, so hot, so hot, not hot, so hot, craving death, not wanting to die, so hot, not hot, hot ho thought even though it was so hot. Sprinting up the stairs of the control tower, first floor, second floor, just how many floors were there?
Where was the roof?
The fire crept outward and extended its reach, looking left and right yielded only the sight of white fire. Soho, how could such agony be? So hot, heat beyond heat, I wanted to wail about the intensity of the heat, wanted to shriek until my throat split right this instant.
Absolutely not. If this agony were given voice to, it would desecrate my throat in one cry. This throat could absolutely not be spent. These fingers as well. Wanting to scratch, want to express the suffering no matter how. But no, absolutely not. If these fingers were to be spent,
they could not strum a melody. Whether eyes, or skin, or hair, if they melted, it couldn't be helped.
But not this throat, not these fingers, and these ears as well, were not allowed, because they were all indispensable for what would come next.
Forcefully ascending the steps, slamming open the incredibly heavy door with a kick, appearing now was the night sky, the wind howling in frenzy, heat continuing to flow from beneath my feet, but there were no more walls, and sprinting to the highest point to glance down. The wind rose and fell, and below were a red figure and white figure waving dangerous objects, white flames surrounded by a wailing crowd. Although I was so hot, I felt as if I would die at any instant. Right now, the heat had not completely fled, the soles of my feet were still burning, and the white flames swaying in the wind were still slowly intensifying. Sorrow suddenly rose in my heart, and tears threatened to flow. Liliana, eep, all right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime stage. Reaching the place I had dashed for even through heat and agony that inspired a craving for death, from here everything was visible, sound could be heard from everywhere. Even feeling drained to a deathly point, before I died there was still something left to do, and so.
Liliana, come, gather around, everyone far away make sure you listen. Everyone close by make sure you watch the dance.
For everyone even farther away I'll be even louder, so just listen. Liliana Masquerade is here to sing, dance, perform for you.
So listen well.
Sky transcending the light of dawn. Just gather all those scorching feelings, and spit them all out at once. Arc 5, Chapter 67, Liliana Masquerade. It turned out that Liliana did not remember the words she had wanted to sing. Liliana's bloodline, from the time of her mother's mother, and even mothers beyond that, was a bloodline which had all along not settled in one place and instead traveled the earth.
The lifeless profession of a bard would of course inspire irritation.
Not remaining in any one place, but along with the winds, along with the heart's whims, continuously traveling with only 2 feet. Amongst the bards, it seemed that many of them would gather together, band together for performances. However, Liliana was not particularly fond of this nature of banding together. Although not disliking of being with others, their interests were different.
There was a palpable difference in sense of music.
Just like her line of mothers, Liliana trod alone onto a journey. However, even amongst this group of bards with such variance in personality, this independence could not be denied to have appeared rather early with her.
She had been 13 when she had left her parents' nest. Hey, little brat. How could you have such an idea? Wouldn't your parents agreeing with you be enough?
Although not over a trivial matter, but fleeing without question as a result of the argument was she. Starting from her 10s, Liliana had always wanted to live independently. Those were the too heedless opinions of a daughter too deeply submerged in chasing dreams, and her parents and especially mother forcibly kept her. At around the age of 10, the feelings of the young Liliana were already a tad more mature than those of other girls of her age. That was more or less the result of her father's performances, her mother's poems, and the intimate influence of her relatives. To the young Liliana, the characters appearing in the music her mother sang were dashing. Following how their adventures, struggles, battles, romances, intrigues interacted with her, Liliana was forever unable to bear that her feet could not make their way forward. The people that had been come to known through her own songs, could clearly so freely choose their way of living. To the 10-year-old Liliana, the heroes that had appeared in the songs were friends, walking the same path, seeing the same sights, underneath the same sky they raised their heads to see. She too wanted to savor the same taste. Clinging to such a feeling, in those 3 years, she could in fact bear it. Liliana burned up the single-minded passion and single-minded sense of companionship, and from her father stole the skill of performing with a lute lyre, from her mother stole the sound of that song and several famed songs. On the eve of turning 13, mother had personally given her the traditionally passed down lute lyre, and after the grandparent-child argument, she sprinted away from her parents' sides, journeying away from home alone. Ha 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 ha.
Wait and see, old lady. I'll be the ruler of bards.
Completely evading the pursuit of her parents, the her who had become alone made a vow to the night sky. Liliana Masquerade's grand adventure, would from now on begin. Since the age of 10, her parents had deplored Liliana's recklessness,
complaining that her skills had yet to mature, that she treated not learning melodies as a joke, occasionally refusing her food afterward.
"Hair. A little girl like you thinking she can live independently, is 10 years too early. An arrogant child like this, leave it to her to take care of the meat of the rabbits who've fallen into the trap. Oh my, you poor thing. How undercooked today's rabbit meat seems, but it's still being eaten?"
A child who doesn't listen to her parents really is pitiful. For better or for worse, parents with a nature of chasing their dreams.
For a pair such as them, how heartrending the departure of their only daughter must be.
Surely leading up to the departure, arguments would have been aplenty.
This lowers the consumption of meals.
3 meals a day from now. If Liliana's gone, we'll just have another child. Surely, there must have been arguments. Surely it was painful. Indeed. And a parental argument was the last gift she received from them. If Liliana's dreams were crushed, to return to her parents was not what she would do.
In order to cut off a way out for Liliana, they spoke such words.
To weaken at the thought of an escape route was human nature. As long as there existed a way out, the flames of determination could not burn until the very last. Especially for a traveling bard, who had no home of their own.
Family and hometown were typically notions that were merged into one.
Reliance on family was a subconsciously overwhelming tendency. The greatest obstacle standing in the way of independence was the act of cutting it off.
Thanks to her youthful recklessness and her parents' shrewd manipulation, she had defeated such an obstacle.
Liliana, sipping muddied water, munching roots of grass, overwhelmed by starvation and weakness, thought of returning. It was as she thought of this, that she noticed their consideration.
If her resolve had shattered then, perhaps she would have cast down her lyre.
She thanked her parents. To part had been the best way. Years later, having encountered them in another town, they had yet to settle their differences. On top of that, held in her parents' arms was an unfamiliar infant.
Liliana had initially assumed it to be her younger sister, but rather than speak to her parents, she merely stuck out her chest, straightened her back and returned the way she had come. Years later, if she had achievements more worthy of pride, perhaps a reunion with her parents could even be one of smiles and happy talks.
However, the her of today was sorely lacking. So for not it should be left at that.
Of course, after this meeting today perhaps she would never encounter her parents again. And there was an even higher chance that she would never be able to introduce herself as an elder sister to the little sister whose name she had yet to learn. However, this was what Liliana had chosen, a way of life which relied on song. In coming days, when Liliana had become a world-renowned bard, doubtlessly her parents would irresponsibly comment to everyone who would listen.
The first to fall victim would no doubt be her little sister.
And thus, to gain another petty ambition was completely natural. What a heart-pounding vision of a future.
Which shouldn't have been too much to ask for. When Liliana was 17, she found her resolve anew.
Liliana, who was now 22, had lived independently for 9 years. It was a given that it was an atypical life, riddled with tribulation. Most notably was at the age of 13, right after she'd begun her journey, when her declaration of intent to be the master of bards had been trampled upon the following day.
If she hadn't been picked up by passerby merchants, and as a maiden hadn't needed to negotiate, surely she would actually have pitifully died alone. It had been a group of merchants, traveling across the lands to make their living.
Liliana had been picked up and taken care of, acting as a serving girl. It was a way of travel much safer, much more comfortable, than a true journey alone, as long as there would be meals and a bed. Reaching cities, Liliana would also take up the lyre, singing at the side of the road for coin.
Having left her parents, the first instance of having her performance recognized was unforgettable.
The merchants took care of her for around a year, but when their spokesperson settled in a town, acquiring his own store, the group disbanded. Amongst the scattered merchants, several groups invited Liliana to come along, but solemnly she declined, continuing on alone. Letting go of a safer and more comfortable journey, renewing herself as a person. The lukewarm days of the beginning had ended, and Liliana Masquerade's tale began.
This was without question a tale of such vigor. Afterward, several years of toil were committed.
As part of a group of merchants, or a respected house of bards, and forget that she carried a sign with her, the ruthless world had no consideration for a little girl separated from her family of musicians.
It had been then that she fully understood the consideration had shown before she'd left.
This was when Liliana had realized there was another great truth of this world. It was that the world she lived in and the worlds the characters of her beloved stories lived in were absolutely different, and she was in no way one of their companions. A beginning was hardly anything so unique. As always, she munched on roots of grass, consumed red fruits that she could not find in the mountains, and on her lonesome suffered the agony of a stomach ache and fever, and on that night, she realized.
The heroes of the thrilling stories she knew shouldn't have been like this. Because those tales were done and over with.
The everydays where they spat fresh blood, spoke their aspirations, cried out their hopes, and swung their blades were of the distant past. Liliana tread through their footsteps, wove their tales for others to witness.
Only did merely that. Liliana loved them, but they had never loved Liliana.
Her own thoughts had been completely one-sided, and were in fact akin to something which had stumbled into an old dead and lost their way.
Then, just who was a bard?
To become the master of bards, saying so, Liliana had taken up the mantle of bard for many a year, before finally realizing how useless she was. For 3 days and 3 nights, Liliana's pains, fever, and vomiting continued without cease. As she lowered her head, Liliana wondered whether this was a cruel dream or reality. After the 4th day, Liliana awoke recovered, splashed her face in the stream, drank its water. The self reflected there wore a different mien than the self of before. Wind rustling the foliage, refreshing calls of insects and birds flowed across the stream.
And there she had felt the song, for the first time. Tears seeping out, Liliana couldn't help but leap into the stream.
The insects, birds, fish were all startled, their music flowing to the water's surface, where Liliana's head emerged, laughing heartily. She cried, laughed, cried out. Liliana descended the mountain, body caked in dried mud and dirtied water, and stood on the streets. Everyone found themselves disgusted by the young girl clutching an instrument, wearing a dirty dress. The store owner's expression revealed disgust, and passers-by on the street seemed uneasy as well. Merely standing like that for a few seconds would perhaps result in being knocked over by some thoughtless passerby. However, the Liliana standing upon the streets moved with agility. It wasn't that she was thinking she'd be knocked over if she didn't start soon.
In this moment, she desired only to sing as soon as she could. As the lyre was plucked, a handful of people noticed.
A dirty muddy girl, the aged and withered lyre in her hands, the hands that were touching the lyre had become breathtaking.
It was a question how many people had recognized it. If something were truly happening, surely the people who noticed would have left immediately.
Liliana's performance began, and in the instant that those graceful charming hands wove music, the footsteps of everyone on the streets paused, as did their breathing. In an instant, everyone realized there had been some sort of vital shift, awaiting a tremendous wave to sweep through their hearts. The source of the sound stood upon the street, a dirtied young girl, every gaze focused upon her. Liliana felt the weight of gazes upon her, and at the same time understood her elevated self.
The stage had been prepared, and she dashed on it in one breath.
As applause for her performance reached its zenith, Liliana's song began. Song flowed from her throat, to the extent of making everyone believe that the songs they had sung in the past was of the same substance. Their own knowledge, thoughts of famous melodies wavered back and forth, piercing. The pair who had lived for each other, friends who had thought themselves inseparable, with a clear heart watched them rise toward the sky. Song was a gift, and to the friends of the past whose tales she sang of, she was nothing at all. Liliana understood such that her own existence was one of a bard.
With this foundation of understanding, from hereafter she could continue to sing by herself.
Flaunt, that in this world such exemplary people existed. With such exemplary people, who she had once thought of as friends, flaunt that they had been amiable. Certainly there would come a day, when amazing people would be befriended, and to be friends with such amazing people, to proudly do something like this. Finishing her song, Liliana shed tears. The people struck speechless, shed tears just as she did, wiping their noses. Applause echoing like thunder across the street, Liliana Masquerade became a bard.
Since then, Liliana's acquaintanceship with music had persisted.
Atop the burning control lower, Liliana recalled the first time she'd sung, the first time she had sung along, the first time she had sung as a bard. A feeling similar to the one from then danced in her heart.
What she wanted to sing, wanted to express with words, wanted to voice, was too much. Equally so when in the midst of song. To the point that it could be called an obsession. Choosing to burn to the end, still burning even now without heat of circumstance.
Perhaps Liliana did not feel the scorching heat, but the consuming heat yet tormented her. Even now, consuming heat agonized her back, body that had scaled the control tower wreathed in flame, continually letting out cries of pain. A pain that drove her to her knees, ached until she wanted to cry out immediately.
However, something like wailing was just too unseemly. Before her eyes was an audience who wanted a song. This throat was not for crying.
The song that emerged was not one that had been passed down by her mother or family. A bard's obligation was an obligation to inherit stories, and perhaps for a bard this was a misstep, but this was the song that Liliana had received, as a gift when she had first come to understand the world.
When the next dawn arrived, the sky would be dyed red. Chasing off the night, was that morning sky that Liliana loved to see.
The break of day stained red and yellow, bringing a true morning to all.
A sky which surpassed dawn.
No matter what the night held, morning would always dawn. A blue sky transcending dawn, was the start of a new day. Right now, mayhem gradually permeated the city, and a great number of people had been overtaken by unease and sorrow, leaving them immobile. In the midst of a night where neither looking forward nor backward was an option, every single one of them was struggling, was the reality. But Liliana wanted to sing, even so.
Because she wanted to sing, she wanted to sing.
She herself would not survive the agony of holding back her song when she wanted to sing. And thus, right now was the perfect time to use song to convey what she wanted to.
Liliana loosened the trembling throat that had been carefully tightened and continued to sing.
Fingers moving across the lute lyre as if in dance, in truth, she sang simultaneously as she danced.
Atop the peak of the control tower, wanting everyone surrounding to be able to hear.
And yet how deplorable, that her voice had no way of reaching everyone's eardrums.
The problem was not merely one of volume. There was an issue of distance. The hearts of her audience were troubled.
No matter how hard Liliana tried, the existence of physical and mental barriers was an undeniable reality.
Liliana believed in the power of song.
However, only devotedly spreading melody could be considered to become a true song. Spread every which way, just how many people had been overcome by unease and sorrow?
Perhaps there were hundreds, even thousands.
Liliana had never had the experience of reaching such a wide audience without the aid of the magical device. Whether a means of diffusing sound, or a means of spreading such sound simultaneously, a normal person would not be able to find it. Liliana's battle was too hopeless, her aspiration too distant. The Liliana who had once been 10 years old, had been considered by her wicked parents to be too reckless. And right now, was it just as back then, still repeating the same things? The power of song was real, so was her transferring it the fake?
At such doubt, her throat faltered helplessly, at that moment. Liliana, lovely songstress. With that singing voice, I want to keep you by side forever. A silly man, with silly sophistry, lingered in Liliana's mind. An odd man. Doubtlessly strange. Perverted might be more accurate.
Upon hearing Liliana's song, those who had been touched by malice yet remained.
Liliana remained distant from it all.
Something untrue to song, an attempted wholeheartedness that could not be lent to others.
That was the dedication of a bard. I fell in love with your beauty. Please stay by my side. And so, he was the first to try to become close to her from his heart.
Awareness that Liliana was a bard was something that came after his declaration of love to her upon seeing her. When she had first performed in front of him, rather than her song, his eyes raked over her face, chest, feet, honestly rather uncomfortably.
However, that wasn't to say that he didn't find himself touched by Liliana's song.
And his feelings toward Liliana weren't covered with a layer of dishonesty, showing attraction to her appearing, and understanding of her song, knowing that as a person leaving was impossible.
The city of Pristella has 4 large gates. So, within the city are a number of shelters as an emergency measure.
This purpose of this magic device is so that citizens will be more aware of their safety on a day-to-day basis, and in the event of an emergency be prepared.
What's what for?
Let's try playing Liliana's song through that radio. Within this city are many people who have yet to understand your song. This is the perfect chance. Song amplified by the magical device was for Liliana a shortcut.
A song should indeed be sung before an audience. Liliana had grudgingly refused.
But he only laughed heedlessly.
I want to monopolize your figure.
However, your song absolutely cannot become something restrained.
Songstress to everyone else, Liliana to me. Is that something that can't be? The weirdo had in fact laughed with such wicked intent. If he wanted to convince her like this, she wanted to snort.
Liliana knew that many love stories of this world had been chronicled. In those love stories, their hearts swayed, became infatuated with love.
He knew her. Knew which words would be charming, which attitudes were exciting.
And thus, Liliana would not be fall lightly for such words.
Perhaps they weren't sweet, but they appreciated the voice of the songstress.
So exaggerated, that she couldn't straighten her chest, and say it suited her.
Because he had always been looking forward for Liliana to become the songstress. Because that person had turned her into the songstress of this city.
To communicate, reverberate, tremble, this longing. No matter how dark the night, so pitch black that seeing forward was impossible. Even then, morning would still arrive, as always.
More resolute than anyone, believing in it more than any way to sing for it.
Songstress of the Watergate city of Pristella, Liliana masquerade, from that sort of feeling, no pain could be gleaned. Everything of herself, all began from the wrists that strummed the lute lyre, feet that danced in synchronicity, throat that sang without rest, immersed only in this feeling.
Singing, 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 Liliana had not noticed.
The lament of those whose spirits had been controlled no longer echoed by her ears. On the opposite side of the flaming waterways, those who had been sighing in lament gazed upward toward the empty sky.
No, not empty. A sound was audible from the control tower wreathed in flame. A miniature figure from the peak continued to cry out from a great distance. Eyes that could not leave her.
Focus directed completely toward the ears, everyone held their breath to listen in rapt attention. A song that should not have been heard, was heard clearly by everyone.
This was no miracle, nor was it a simultaneous hallucination. Nor was it the Archbishop's power, indeed there was no shared emotion at all.
A gift Liliana had been granted by the heavens, the true blooming of the divine protection of telepathy. A divine protection that had until now been subconscious, only when it reached this moment could it exert the influence it was supposed to. Between her ability as a singer, and the realization of casting everything aside in this hopeless moment to help, she had become a tremendous force, flowing into the city.
Of course, Liliana was unaware of this. In addition, there was no one there to inform her of what the situation was.
Liliana only sang with all her heart and soul. Becoming a bard, putting her all into singing, turning everything over to this instant.
Echoing here was the voice of Pristella's songstress. Priscilla, as expected, the arrangement Mindself had prepared came to pass.
Within was a flaming crimson sword, and Priscilla who held that sun laughed out loud. The song had also reached Priscilla's ears. Liliana had taken center stage on the burning control, producing the most brilliant of songs. Although the flame was under the yang blade's control, the heat emitted by it was no fake.
The heat of the control was at a critical level, and the stone tower would feel scorching.
Even at this instant, certainly it was so hot that she would want to leap off. Even so, from this song that transmitted all of Liliana's feelings, cries or complaints of pain were practically undetectable. It wasn't that the feelings weren't there. Rather, undiluted pain had attained the purity of song.
What a foolish conclusion.
One which only a fool could reach, the height of a fool.
The zenith of a brilliant fool that could yield a result which transcended reason.
Priscilla, that one's idiocy is truly fascinating.
Foolish is as foolishness.
A fool does not deserve a life, but a fool has a unique joy. And even more, she has demonstrated a worth beyond joy.
Thus, she deserves mine reward.
Before allowing Priscilla to finish her soliloquy, from overhead and from the left burning chains pressed close, the snake's jaw bore a flame, moving directing to target Priscilla's steps. Before listening to Priscilla's narrative, the chain of burning on the head and left was approaching. The iron snake's chin has a flame, and it is in a straight line toward the Priscilla that stops.
The pinnacle of unsightliness, Priscilla snorted. Raising the yang blade, the crimson blade flashed from a slant.
From above, from the left, simultaneous orbiting of the approaching chains were forcibly severed.
The crisp sound seemed to ring twice simultaneously, and the freak growled wickedly at the sparks.
Sirius, both you and that girl are so damn annoying.
What's so different about me and her? The methods are different, but the core is the same. It just goes to show that it's reason.
Sirius shrieked loudly, drawing the burnt-off chains close.
Twisting her arms, angrily generating fire, the eyes of the freak whose black cloak swayed violently, pointed directly at Liliana dancing atop the burning control tower. Liliana's divine protection of telepathy was incredibly powerful, enough that it could affect the freak's perception. To the freak who was so perceptive to changes in the emotions of others, the effects of that song radiated without limit. The citizens had been freed from the wrath that had taken root inside their hearts. On the other side of the waterway, still burning with white flame, within the eyes of the people who stood there were no traces of frenzy. What filled their eyes was not fervor, but the gentle fall of tears. It was unclear from which emotion the tears stemmed, and the freak was incapable of taking up the formless feeling. Because rather than condensing into one feeling, it kept swaying. Sirius, that person, as long as that person is, it can be proven. Why are you appearing before me to intercept my path? Humans want to pursue, to become one indeed. The world continues on this way. And yet, Priscilla, as is the nature of song, the accompanying feelings vary. Classic songs are charming, and each description of lovely differs. Crying out about the noisy feelings, but such a shallow understanding of what is most vital. This is what is referred to as foolish. Sirius, that's enough already. Sirius widened her eyes at Priscilla's merciless speech, and with a howl, her arms folded. The colliding palms rattled the chains, and each arm violently unraveling the curled chains. Skin on arms peeling, flesh being scraped, acting as if she were in pain, Sirius spread her arms, forcefully swinging the split chains. The flame revolves around the orbit of the swinging chains, swelling to where the vortex reached the peak of its arc. The scorching flame became a round disk, burning in the wake of Sirius's heat. Priscilla, could it be that the bandages are for such wounds? The bandages were for burn wounds. If the reason was as what had just been witnessed, then truly it was mere foolishness. Faced with this greatest force, this greatest danger, Priscilla's did not waver. Two snakes of flame merged into their powerful flame. Priscilla gazed upon the vortex of flame with an expression of listlessness. Sirius, the trembling of feelings. Consuming emotions, this intensity, this wrath. Inspiring disgust, feelings of disgust, turned Sirius's flames into waves of heat. The flame spun as it approached. It had stopped being a metal chain. In the instant that the flame had blossomed, the role of the implements as chains had come to an end.
The chain that done its job vanished in a flash, and only fire flew at Priscilla. A mass of heat as if enveloping the entire world, practically a cloud fallen from the sky, attacks without pause. Utterly impossible to dodge, the only defense was to be swallowed thus.
As for the flame itself, there was only one option.
Priscilla, should mine decree be the decree of heaven, the light of the yang blade will follow as one.
Faced with the wave of flame pressing close, Priscilla lifted the yang blade.
Not as if feeling uncomfortable with the situation, merely raising the blade high. Sirius, disappear. Priscilla.
In the instant of the collision, Sirius spat venomous hatred at Priscilla. Priscilla did not regard her fury. The only sound that reached her was the song. The instant when heat wave should have consumed her body, the yang blade changed. Previously, on a sword where all the jewels shone had with light, the shine suddenly vanished.
Only crimson light and crimson blade remain in Priscilla's grip.
It was thus that the sword without its light met the flame. Without the radiance of the jewels, the sword became one of ordinary steel, and thus was unable to repel the approaching flame. If there had been an onlooker at the moment, perhaps they would have reported thus. But the result was the precise opposite. Priscilla, utterly pointless.
Priscilla, sweeping the yang blade to the side, murmured.
She should have been consumed by the flames and vanished, and yet, her existence had yet to vanish.
Not only that, her body bore no traces of the heat wave's after effects, beautiful and constituted as always.
Waves of fire renowned for their power, were swept away without trace.
Almost as if the only yang blade glinting with reclaimed light knew where the flames had gone.
Priscilla, Gripped tight on the yang blade, Priscilla's expression shifted.
Where once there had been a confident smile, now cheeks stiffened as she hastened her steps.
Right in her line of sight was Sirius, sprinting quickly. The freak's violent sprint pulled her far from Priscilla.
Clearly having run without checking the result of the flame. Meaning that from the very start Sirius's target hadn't been Priscilla. Sirius, stop with that piercing song. The wrath I share with that person, don't arbitrarily deny it.
Eyes bloodied.
Sirius rushed straight toward the control tower where Liliana sang. The white flame surrounding the control tower was a flame which would allow Liliana to be free.
When Sirius rushed in, she would surely be burnt by the fire. Something of this degree, even the freak would understand. Then, the target was
Priscilla, reprobate, forcing myself to. Propelled with momentum, Priscilla's form tore through the courtyard. Although Sirius was fast indeed, Priscilla was superior. Sirius's initial advantage gone to waste, Priscilla swung the yang blade at the freak.
Even if she had wanted to, the freak no longer had a means to defend. Without the chains on her arms, she had no way to meet Priscilla's sword.
Priscilla, stop, commoner. Sirius, so annoying, just stop already. Priscilla, dash. Before the yang sword could slash at Sirius, Priscilla's body had stilled in midair.
Her entire body frozen as if forcibly fixed in place, Priscilla's throat was caught by a sudden force.
Sirius lifted her legs, and from the hem of her pants, came the sound of the chain that was so familiar in this battle. Priscilla, tch. Rather than the arm, a strike from the chain wrapped around her legs had struck Priscilla and frozen her in her tracks. An attack after her entire body had been frozen in place, was impossible to defend against. Accompanying the ferocious attack from the chain several times faster than the one from the arm, Priscilla's dignified face burst from the front. The sound of steel on flesh rang out, and Priscilla's bound orange hair came loose, beautiful hair scattering.
Her face was left unmarred. However, her pride had been wounded.
Although the power of the chain had been reduced, Sirius had pulled further away. During this time, Sirius had approached the control tower, using movements outside natural boundaries to shift her strength and body weight to the chain, and then released strength from her entire body. The serpent of flame swept the control tower with a violent momentum, and the foundation of stone tower collapsed with a howl. Fragmenting, Collapsing, the stone tower's foundation was consumed by waves of fire, tilting from the impact of the huge flame.
Liliana was in that stone tower. In one motion, the stone tower tilted and collapsed.
Priscilla, with orange hair scattered across her shoulders, watched the tower collapse with widened eyes.
Sirius's silhouette was visible. But atop the tilting tower, Liliana's silhouette was absent. And yet, Liliana's song continued. Even if the ground collapsed, even if she had been caught up in the destruction, Liliana fulfilled her duties, continuing to offer the people's hearts comfort. Which means.
And so, Priscilla strode towards Sirius without hesitation.
If Liliana's voice were interrupted, sway over the people's hearts would return to Sirius.
Making a split-second decision, the yang blade shone, and Priscilla split the ground with one kick. Sirius, merciless egoist. Don't empathize using such arrogance. You who have no connections with people, are defective, mutual understanding, merging is the natural state of humans.
Sirius, who had destroyed the control tower, was caught in Priscilla's anger.
The chain jumped, rearing head knocked back. Rushing, the moving flames created a burst, reaching explosively for Priscilla's body and bounding her backward. A pause, and then continued steps.
Bathed in the heat, Priscilla's eyes were unwavering. The same could be said of Sirius's frenzy. The freak could no longer hear any other voice. It would end here. Of the two who mixed like fire and water, there could only be one.
The tilting control tower made a splitting noise, broken stones scattered, smoke curled and flames scattered, and the courtyard became a flaming hellscape. Those standing at the waterway where the tower had fallen, shrieked with tears in their eyes, as they fled.
But not tears of sorrow. For something else. For the sound of song. Sirius, love is as one. No. Tolerantly accepting love allows for differences. For everyone to the same person, feel the same way, share the same feelings, if what is nauseating and disgusting.
She bent down to sweep aside the chain, leaning to meet the rushing attack.
The distances shrank, and the sound striking chain rang. The sound of steel colliding with steel was swallowed by the roar of the collapsing control tower.
Priscilla's voice reached Sirius's ears. Priscilla, it's over. Sirius, did you think I wouldn't have known better? At the moment when Priscilla waved the yang blade, Sirius opened his coat. Around the freak's weiser were tightly bound chains like her hands and feet, and wrapped around her body by chains was
a young girl with curled blonde hair. What Priscilla did not know was that her name was Tina.
Since the beginning of this turmoil, she had been held hostage by Sirius. Although Subaru had mentioned her during the strategy about wrath, this matter had not been remembered by Priscilla. However, without hesitation Priscilla swung the yang blade at the hostage before her. The yang blade did not hesitate in momentum, and slanted toward Tina and toward Sirius's body. The sword's blade, renowned for its fearsome heat, soundlessly cut through the protective chains around her body, severed in half. Sirius, oh my oh my? Priscilla, mind yang blade can easily cleave through whatever it so chooses. The body of the bound girl was freed. The fallen girl lifted her face, which was stained with tears, meeting the touch of the sword that passed through her body. She could not help but collapse from surprise in the moment. But the result was, upon the body of the young girl, no cruel wound from a blade could be seen. Instead, Sirius was attacked and retreated. The freak looked down at her wound, and slowly shook her while looking back to Priscilla.
Sirius, this agony. You. Priscilla, what cause is there to speak of your pain? Mine self cares nothing about becoming as one. As long as you die alone, you will always carry your prattle. Priscilla waved the sword again. With the startling sound and momentum, Sirius's body convulsed on the cobblestones, spilled fresh blood, was swept toward the waterway, and fell in. The sound of the water rang, and Priscilla looked at the yang blade. Priscilla, is it finally over? It's too troublesome. After she spoke, the collapsing control tower fell apart completely. Most of it became rubble, and the rooftop where Liliana had been,
also felt the collapse, becoming rubble. From the collapsed control tower, of course, no song echoed.
Looking at the pile of rubble, a youthful voice called toward the squinting Priscilla.
"Tina." Her expression was still one of disbelief, and Priscilla lowered her head, only to see Tina's eyes tremble, as tears began to drip down.
Priscilla released a sigh.
The yang blade had already disappeared, as had white flame that lit the waterways, and many people were approaching. A few headed toward the collapsed rubble, searching for the buried songstress, Liliana. Priscilla, on a night such as this, are only a group of noisy commoners.
What should be a songstress's debut, has nothing but the vulgarity of commoners. How tiresome. At a glance was the same listlessness as always, but some emotion peeked through that listlessness.
Priscilla gazed at the sobbing Tina, then simultaneously at the waterway. Priscilla, but, not bad.
Half praises. Slowly flowing along with the water.
A sore body, brimming with vitality, how to put it, a body covered in wounds?
How can I say it, full of trauma?
In other words, it was a feeling of being unable to even move.
Oh,
Completely out of energy to make any sound, even fingertips were unable to budge. Luckily, the outfit of a bard exposed much, with very little fabric, so even falling into a wouldn't spell weightiness from absorbing water, increasing odds of survival. But for the me of right now who had no energy to swim, just floating along was barely managed. Well, just floating along like this, sooner or later would mean growing cold, wouldn't that be quite troublesome?
A voice from within cried out loudly. If I were to fall asleep like this, I'd die.
No, 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 no.
A burning tower, aflame. Entire body in a state of being baked. At first falling into the waterway had been pleasantly cool, but now it was growing cold. This is bad news.
Speaking of which, the attitude of not escaping, but staying in the collapsing tower to sing until it fell in the water was probably more disastrous.
Because it felt nice. To the point of thinking I'd lived for that moment. In fact, she had hoped for such a smooth development. It seemed that it was over, so as long as Priscilla Summer hadn't been killed, everything would probably go smoothly. That was nice.
Right, well then.
To be a bard. To be a bard, wishes that had to be attained, in a sense it could be said, that something that should have been realized had been.
Perhaps the goal of leaving classical songs in history had not been met, but, if everyone who had been there had been saved, to have been part of helping them, would be a nice thing to be brought up as a family dinner. To have left a favorable imprint in people's hearts, in this world, was something small that I had been looking forward to.
By the way, from just now a strange cry has been sounding, probably a signal that I'm still living in this world. There's a feeling that absolutely everything is about to feel exhausting.
A voice, that's the proof of life.
Faced with death, how am I managing to be so nonchalant?
Although, it feels like it's about time for it to end. Although very much had, overall it was a happy life. Well, thank you for so far, thank you so much.
Ow.
My head hurts.
What was that just now?
Liliana? Head feeling as if violently struck, as if having collided with a boat floating on the waterway or something. Yeah, that's probably what it was. And coming from that boat, was the familiar voice of a man.
Liliana. So glad to see you again. But why are you in the waterway? No, we'll pull back first. Wait for me. Even though it was horribly painful, I was so shocked I forgot to cry out.
Speaking of which, it seems Kiritaka-san picked me up. All right, almost. All right, caught. Kiritaka-san stretched his heads to the water, pulling my floating form up. In that moment, his hand touched my best. But, there's no strength to be mad with right now.
So it's fine. Being pulled onto the boat, I still couldn't move.
Kiritaka, your body's become so cold. Wait for me, Liliana.
I'll use a fire stone. And I'll wipe you off. The you who I cherish can't be soaked. With a towel, he wiped my hair and face. His movements were unexpectedly gentle, almost gentlemanly. Suddenly a sense of relief rushed up. I released a breath, suddenly sighing. Liliana, Kiritaka. What have you been up to?
Kiritaka, me. You mean me? Well, there was a lot, right, in order to retake the city. Pushing back that fringe he was proud of, perhaps his teeth were shining. Since I didn't have the strength to open my eyes, I couldn't see it, but it seemed to surface to my mind's eye. I couldn't help but laugh, which seemed to shock Kiritaka.
I want to hear all sorts of Kiritaka-san's problems, and I have a few things I want to say to you. Right now I'm really sleepy, but I want to tell you.
Liliana, I'm really sleepy. From now on, I'm going to sleep. Kiritaka, all right.
I'll take you somewhere safe, don't worry. Liliana, the sleeping me, if you don't do anything mean.
Then from now on, we'll talk afterward. Kiritaka, you?
No, then maybe I'll say it first. But opening eyes, would maybe. No, definitely some embarrassing words would be exchanged, that you be troublesome. To be your songstress is wonderful, preparing to say that much is fine.
Arc 5, Chapter 68, Name-Eating Gourmet.
The ruthless skirmish, which had broken out in the Watergate city of Priestella against the witch cult was, at last, approaching its finale.
In the east of the city, stood a single church covered in ice, where stabbing pillars of ice, tall enough to make one raise his eyes, had been erected. In the north of the city, the waterways flared up at once, and the incandescent stone monument roared up and crumbled down. In the west of the city, a part of the waterway got destroyed, and the water, flowing into the underground, resulted in flooding.
In the core of the city, the nucleus of the city's faculty, the city hall lost its foundation, and subsequently lost its shape.
The opening up of hostilities caused severe damage in various areas, and etched the menace of the existence known as the witch cult in the city. However, there were those who resisted and repelled away the malice, fighting a defensive battle with confined war potential, and tried to fulfill their purpose. And, amidst the fight for the Watergate city, if there was a battlefield to be named where things were not proceeding favorably, which one was it? That could perhaps be said for this battlefield. Yes.
Breaking out unanticipated and unforeseen, was the face-off and battle with the witch cult sin archbishop representing gluttony, Lay Baton Catos.
Lay, tilde. That, won't down tower n apostrophe 2 tilde.
What went wrong with you? What do you want to do? What are you going to do? What happened to you?
This place was commonly known as the Waterway Street, surrounded by slender and convoluted waterways. In the open plaza of the Waterway Street, was a single petite phantom laughing loudly and jumping about quickly and keenly.
Using his short limbs and waving about his long, dark brown hair was a young boy.
The boy, in his mid-teens, had put on only pieces of rags on his body, such that it would not be strange to confuse him with a vagrant child at sight. However, it could not be said that it was not difficult to dismiss his outward appearance as just a trait of his, but instead, that impression carried onto his true self as well. On top of that, the very existence of the loudly laughing boy was heterogeneous, distorted, and abominable.
At a single glance, the sense oppressive pressure his entire body exerting could be understood.
It was the fatal insanity calling upon parts of instinct which are chipped off and neglected in normal daily life by humans. By just that, everyone carefully observed the abnormality of his existence.
He was a blasphemer who trampled upon the human realm, human wishes, and the human society. He was a sin archbishop of the witch cult, the great evil who kicked the human heart and humanity itself. The opponent is just one child. Surround him and don't let him escape. Bring him down.
Yeah, it's just lone brat. Catch him and tear him apart. The commanding loud voice overlapped with the infuriating laughter of the youth. While glaring at the men approaching him, Lei Battenkatos of Gluttony stepped ahead and shortened the distance rather light-heartedly, instead of stepping down.
Lei, Su. Putting a halt to their words, the white-robed men leapt upon Battenkatos.
Each one of the white-robed men were mercenaries of the organization White Dragon Scales, which had been left by Kiritaka.
Holding short swords in their hands, they struck Gluttony with their blades from all directions.
Against the synchronous offensive, which had no disorder in its cooperation, Battenkatos. Lei, there are some frayed spots, that won't do. Sliding into the gap of the perfectly ordered attack, he evaded 4 of the swords with minimal movement. Positioning his body away and dodging the blades, he slashed one blade down using the dagger tied up to his right arm, and kicking one person's torso, he broke through the enclosure. In front of him was standing someone with a huge figure, with his arms crossed. $OOH. Such desperation, ha, yo-you.
He was Felt's attendant, Gaston.
Having robbed away one of the Sin Archbishop's daggers using his secret technique, he now, with his physique, dashed towards Battenkatos and tried to slam into him. Seeing him, Battenkatos rounded his eyes, and smiled shortly afterwards.
It was a smile befitting his age, however, the sharp canines in his mouth induced uneasiness and anxiety.
Lei, it seems you're doing well, uncle.
Not so bad.
Gaston, I've still not reached the age to he called an uncle. Bo why? Battenkatos jumped, and his right leg thrust into the side of Gaston's face, who had come plunging onto him. Receiving the blow on his cheeks, Gaston flinched, and gave a hateful look to Battenkatos.
Just like the blow of the dagger, this attack did not pierce through Gaston either.
Though the principle was ambiguous, Gaston's body had been completely killing off the impacts of the attacks. At the same pace, Gaston stretched his arms, grabbing the continuously moving Gluttony.
Lei, palm of the Fist King.
Keeping his legs raised, Battenkatos muttered something. His palm came in contact with Gaston's torso.
Compared to a kick, it had no might or velocity, it was a mere action of touching.
However, the moment he lightly pushed in his arm, his body curled and broke down. Gaston, gooey. Kneeling down, Gaston vomited out gastrointestinal fluids. Walking by the side of the body who had broken down in front of him, Battenkatos, who had broken through the enclosure, turned back and tilted his neck.
That's all you've got?
Is what his gesture suggested, and the White Dragon Scales could not hide their severe expression seeing their pride get damaged.
White Dragon Scales, you monster.
The word that had leaked out of someone's mouth was the clear proof of Battenkatos's ability. The agonizing voice may have had dim jealousy mixed into it, or it was simply misheard. We have much lower chances of being able to strike a decisive blow than what I had earlier conjectured. Observing the battlefield, which could not be called a competition even when painted under favorable light, Otto licked his dry lips and desperately rotated his head. In the face-off with Gluttony, their war potential, which was directly conflicting with the enemy, was in no way dependable. Of course, it was true that all of them were risking their lives, but it was also a fact that it was still lacking. Otto, I do not trust my luck enough to be expecting such good fortune to shower upon me.
The life of Otto Suin went hand in hand with hardship and unfairness.
Otto believed that nothing known as good fortune existed, and the result could be derived only through one's own hard work, preparation and actions. For him, good fortune would be having a nuisance divine protection and being born into an understanding home, and having his life saved by Subaru, who had killed a Sin Archbishop. As he believed he already ran out of it, he did not get unnecessarily negative regarding his bad luck. That water dragon brought by Ni-chan can't be used anymore, right? Standing beside Otto, who was sunk in his own thoughts, called out Felt, who was also watching the same situation. What her crimson eyes were glaring at, was at the other side of the sword fighting Gluttony and the others lying abandoned on the stone pavement, with its long neck twitching, was the form of a dying water dragon. The pitiable water dragons, who had been summoned by Otto but thrashed away by Battenkatos, unfortunately, were unlikely to return to the front lines. Otto, sadly, I don't think they can be pushed any further.
These were all of the water dragons I had spoken to before coming here.
I could speak to other water dragons and have them do the same thing, but would you like to use them and escape?
Felt, that joke hurt.
Just that delusional diva escaping is fine, and our trump card isn't just one, it's in 2 parts.
The second one island, well, I'm preparing it.
Saying that, Felt glanced at the long and slender package her petite body had grasped. Wrapped in a white cloth, her trump card seemed to be the magic weapon her attendant had brought. She had stated that even Reinhardt could not evade it, but a burdensome mechanism was required for its usage, and until that was fulfilled, it could not be put to use. Felt, on top of that delusional diva sighed, Ni-chan, or I can't escape even if tried to.
Because it seems that bastard is targeting us.
Otto, if I may be honest, that's the thing I want to be excused from the most. Otto dejectedly lowered his shoulders at the words of Felt, who inhaled with her nose. But he was unable to deny her words, because he was able to sense the strength of the warm looks being given to them, even amidst the fierce battling. Batankato's leaked out warm sighs, with moist eyes and blushing cheeks, and frequently turned towards Otto, though it was a gaze with the color suggesting a desire to harvest, but the true meaning behind it was only the lurking appetite of a hungry, ferocious beast. As per the taste of the beast of prey, drops of blood had realized into top-class flesh, was all there was to it. Though it was not honoring in the least, 3 people here had realized in the aesthetic appreciating eyes of Batankato's. Otto and Felt, along with a man with an unkempt beard, who was leading the white dragon's scales. Giving orders to his men, he repeatedly clashed with Batankato's and quickly returned back to his position here. The man, with a serious face, jumped out of battle and gave thought to the fight's circumstance, all while taking swift steps around. White dragon scales, it's Dynas. It's thanks to him our young master's escape was successful. Otto, being successful in that is Felt Summer's group's achievement. On top of that, having Kiritaka-san escape was also to aid us for our victory.
With this,
if Kiritaka, who had escaped from this place, was to move according to Otto's instructions, a different possibility would rise. Unfortunately, though it was something more like a prayer and had no proof, but in any case, it should not go unfavorably.
Having more ways to win, to reach victory, can never be something negative. Once any of those ways are put to use, what is left is to simply wait for how it turns out.
Seeing Otto, quiet and shaking his head, the man Dynas made an astonished expression, but then changed it.
It was the color of being convinced.
Dynas, I see, it seems like it's just as how I had heard. As expected of the internal affairs official of Emilia Summer's place, who had sent one of the witch cult's higher-ups to its death.
It seems I can expect you to have your own dish for this Sin Archbishop to taste as well.
Otto, thank you for such an inflated evaluation. I'm sorry, by the way everyone, do you happen to know what kind of work the internal affairs official is supposed to do?
I believe it is somewhat different from what I am doing.
Dynas, such politeness too, huh? Also, our internal affairs officials are going around visiting shelters and taking care of the victims.
Isn't that kind of work internal affairs officials are supposed to do?
The damage he had done to the image of internal affairs officials was immense.
In the past 1 year, he had decided to give up on the post of internal affairs official, but he never came to terms with the changes that will result due to that. Whose fault was it?
Was it perhaps because such situations, like natural disasters, kept repeating? It was Subaru's fault.
Once everything was back to normal, he would do it right away. That's what he had decided. Otto, well then. Let's put things of post-battle for later, and focus on the current situation.
Ahead of Otto's sight, Batankato's repeatedly intermingled with the white dragon's scales and Gaston, and making clear his extraordinary combat strength, he swept his feet. However, what was utmost perplexing was him not even trying to swing his right arm's dagger. Lay, even though such nice adults are all ganging up, you see ain't even catch a single brat? That won't do, that wouldn't do, will that do, can that do, that could never do. Unraveling his fangs, Batankato's dodged the men with just the handling of his feet. His free-paced movements, with strikingly swaying movements of the upper body, and the swords eventually cut through the sky.
The movements of his upper and lower body were totally different, as if two separate systems entirely.
As that eccentricity reflected in Otto's eyes, Dynas unintentionally gulped down his threat. Otto, Dynas-san? Dynas, no. Sorry.
His movements are just a bit.
OH? Felt, don't you get scared with such a huge figure. With his mouth shut, Dynas tried to deny the thoughts that were coming up in his mind.
Standing behind him, Felt gave a kick to his back.
Dynas turned back, and Felt, who puffed up and reddened her cheeks, raised up her eyes at him. Felt, once you put your hands in pocket, all that's left to do is to choose what to take and what to leave.
If you'll be chased after either way, then it's better to just use whatever you got. You get it?
Dynas, why are you using the point of view of a thief? Otto tilted his head at Felt's advice, while Dynas, who was right next to him, shook his head. He initiated his words by saying I guess so, and looked back at Felt. Dynas, it's just how Miss said.
You just have to say whatever comes up in your mind, and find a lead out of it. For the moment, what I feel is just that all this is just odd but.
Miss, which is how Dynas referred to Felt as, it seemed as if he had not noticed her being a royal candidate. But, though he judged the mistake here, Otto decided not to mention it. Subsequently, he carefully listened to Dynas' words. Dynas, that's an archbishop. He may just look like a brat, but his fighting is good, his movements are good, he has too much expertise, frankly.
Leaving it to just our physical abilities
would, again, still not be the correct answer.
Felt?
Isn't that like being born with good fighting skills?
Like how Reinhardt was?
Otto, I would like to simply give up if he is comparable to Reinhardt-san. Felt's knight, the kingdom's strongest sword, Reinhardt. Currently, he had accompanied Subaru and was supposed to have been clashing against greed, but his power was something Otto, who was only on the level of being capable of self-defense, had only felt upon his skin. Just being beside him could make one feel a sense of absolute safety, and amazement at the same time.
Kingdom's strongest was no understatement. In fact, it would not be wrong to call him the world's strongest.
On the other hand, a strong sense of revulsion and an unnerving feeling boiled up by simply coming in contact with Baton Kato's.
It was unlike from what could be sensed by Reinhardt.
Of course, his unnatural fighting strength was unquestionably undeniable. Dynas, it's not like that either.
I've lived enough, and faced enough battles to say. That brat's fighting technique can't be explained by just talent.
His movements are that of someone who stacked them up for years and years. At Dynas' words, Otto and Felt glanced at Baton Kato's once again.
At just that moment, Baton Kato's had received a short sword's attack with his arm. Gripping the wrist of the one holding the sword, Baton Kato's gyrated his body, and turning him upside down, he threw his body to the ground.
Furthermore, as the men commenced their pursuit, Gluttony's feet glided on the cobblestone drawing a circle, and freely using his limbs, he destroyed their balance and made them fall. Unquestionably, that fluent and elegant movement had the power to draw a line between being refreshing and the violent ambience Baton Kato's wore. His undeniable art of having a system of a variety of martial arts had been cultivated into himself. The young boy, who looked 14, had perfected such techniques which would take years and years to master. Dynas, I suppose, someone called a martial arts genius may be able to do this, but
I don't want to think that such a brat was blessed with that talent.
Baton Kato's mastery was such that Dynas had to say that much. At that moment, Otto realized what the jealousy and the leaked words of one of the white-robed men, who were fighting Gluttony, meant. They, who were fighting the battle, had realized this truth before Otto and the rest.
That is why they were.
Otto, dagger handling, unarmed fighting skills, perfect martial arts techniques? Saying that, Otto resumed to doubt the reason behind it once again. Is that even possible?
Was the only thought that came up in his mind. He had heard of people being sent to Colosseum at a very young age, and the ones who become swordsmen are taught and trained fighting techniques in the southern empire of Wallachia.
If Baton Kato's was to be in such an environment, it may not have had been impossible for him to acquire such skills at this age, but those skills and fighting techniques would again be different. The only way for him to learn and cultivate those would be to train under an equally and appropriately apt trainer.
Otherwise, Otto, to steal it away. No, to eat it like food?
Otto had already heard Subaru mention that gluttony was an existence who ate the name and memories of its opponents. The truth is, Otto had the knowledge of the form of two young girls who had been eaten, and had gone into a state of not being present in anyone's memories.
Hard to believe, but he surely did not eat something which was visible to the eyes. However, till now, what happens to that which gets eaten, was a thought that did not dawn upon him.
Possibly, gluttony had been storing the eaten memories of his opponents and using them. The techniques of a martial artist who had trained for over 10 years, or the fighting skills of a warrior well acquainted with the battlefield, or even emulating the attack of a young girl, who had been by Subaru's side and supporting him. Otto, he's using magic. Felt, Gaston.
Lay, El Huma.
As the shocking attack commenced, Otto's shout and Batankato's chant echoed at the same time. A sound resonated in the area as the air crystallized, and the icicle subsequently produced, swiftly moving, aimed for the startled white dragon's scales. However, against the rain of ice, Gaston stood firm, with his arms spread. The giant, with his normal defense, smashed all of the ice that came in contact with him with his body. Against the destruction, the white dragon's scales dove behind his back, in order to reduce the impairment being inflicted upon them.
However, they were still unable to prevent the damage.
Lei Oniai-san's judgment was good.
It seems it couldn't become any more of a surprise attack than what we had thought.
Watching the torment, Batankato's, who was behind the magic, raised the edge of his mouth. Gaston, who had acted as a firm wall, sighed out a hoarse exhale, and the 6 of the white dragon's scales behind his back lay injured. With one bleeding heavily, and 2 crouching, who had been wounded on their legs.
The other 3 could not be described as uninjured either, their war potential had been halved, and on top of that.
Lei, you saying this means, could it be that our trick became clear?
Otto, well, I wonder.
Lei Oniai-san, we won't be fooled.
Before suffering in pain, can't you stop acting like a merchant?
Responding to Otto, and threatening to make him suffer, Batankato's form disappeared the next instant.
No, he dashed with his swift natural movements, fast enough to make one think he had disappeared.
His petite frame glided by Gaston, onto the side of the immobile white dragon's scales. In the blink of an eye, the mobile 3 flew away from the spot, but the wounded 3 were unable to flee. Lei, Asta.
Look, Felt.
Hicks. Leaking out a whisper, Batankato softly caressed the shoulders of the 3. In front of everyone observing with widened eyes, wondering what he was doing, the bodies of 3 jumped, once they had been touched by Batankato's. And, Batankato's turned back, and raised his left hand.
Lei, lick.
And, he licked his empty left palm.
At his action, Otto was immediately swallowed by discomfort. What had happened? Something had unquestionably happened.
However, he was unaware of what had happened, and that was not all he was unaware of. Otto, the ones who are lying at his feet.
Who are they?
What Otto's fingers were pointing at, were the feet of Batankato's, who had his lengthy tongue stretched out. At the feet of the malice which had taken the form of the young boy, lay the figures of 3 people. Though they were lying there, their identities were unknown. Possibly, based on their clothing, they could be members of the White Dragon's scales, but when did they appear, and when did they get defeated? Lei, sad, how sad, so sad, quite sad, pretty sad, because it is sad.
Even if our reunion turns only unilateral, we can't help Booty want satisfaction.
Otto, Dinas-san. Those 3 are?
Dinas, I don't know. I haven't even seen them before. But even if it was told that the ones wearing the same clothes were unknown allies, it was still not convincing.
Even so, neither did Dinas' voice have any deceit, nor did it have any composure. Charging ahead as if flying, he raised the short swords in both of his hands and slashed into Batankato's. Lei, stop it, Dinas.
It's an old relationship.
Hometown's purification is one step ahead, so crossing swords with comrades like this is foolish. Dinas.
You, from where did you, about that?
Carelessly trampling upon Dinas' circumstances, Batenkatos raised the edge of his right dagger. Lightening the blow of the two short swords with his dagger, Gluttony struck Dinas' chest with his knees, and at the same pace, he leapt backwards due to the resultant force. Dinas coughed as he gripped to his chest, but managed to retrieve the collapsed three strangers. Seeing Dinas in that shape, Batenkatos let out a sigh. Lay, don't stubbornly stick to the vessels. What is important is the heart and the inside, no?
What lets a person be like that person isn't the outside, but the inside.
We know about your hard work, Dinas. It wasn't your fault you couldn't protect Milian and Meili.
Your luck was bad.
Dinas, shutup.
What do you know about me? Stop saying things per your own wishes.
You rotten demon. Raising an enraged voice, and forgetting the damage's pain, Dinas charged at the enemy again. He angled his two short swords and aimed for Batenkatos' face, but making a face as if he was acquainted with the attack, Batenkatos dodged it with ease. At the same pace, Batenkatos stretched his hand for Dinas' back. Lay, what? Gaston, how long will you go ignoring us?
Felt, is what we're saying, you idiot.
Gaston aimed directly for Batenkatos' slim waist from behind. Batenkatos' elbow thrashed into his nose, but Gaston did not fall back because of the hit's impact. Furthermore, while Gaston stalled Batenkatos, Felt jumped in. She crashed her long and slim package, which she had gripped in her hands, into the susceptible back of his head. Lay, idiot, how hurtful. Perhaps we actually know much more than you do, you know? Felt, arg. But, Batenkatos bent forward at Felt's attack, and then subsequently received it with his right arm's dagger by raising it. The vigorous strike gave rise to a crushing sound, however, its aim mostly missed, and Felt's stance came to be unguarded. Seeing Felt and Dinas could leave together, his hands could also reach Gaston, so Batenkatos' devilish hand, at the same pace, touched the three. Otto, I will not let you, though. Just when he was about to reach, the cast red-hot magic stone reached Batenkatos' feet. The moment he saw that, Batenkatos' movement stopped, and Felt and Dinas withdrew with urgency. Felt, don't let go, Gaston. Lay, don't forget this, you demon girl. Gaston, standing firm, was unable to escape from Batenkatos and was caught up in the magic stone's range. As the magic stone's glowing intensified, and the next instant, it gave rise to an explosion powerful enough to tear off the stone pavement. Red and white light illuminated, and Felt rolled away from the explosion to the other side. Otto somehow grabbed her, and then glanced at the explosion's span. These magic stones are what Otto constantly carried just in case. Ever since the fight with Garfield in the sanctuary, he determined it would be better do so for his own safety. It may be a means painful on his wallet, but its strength was nothing to laugh at. Otto, is your companion all right? Felt, don't underestimate my giant.
He's my armor. He won't be hurt by a meager and soft attack. But
just when she said that much, a giant figure emerged out of the smoke.
It was Gaston. With his body having taken a sooty color, he smacked his body, making a desperate face.
Gaston, tilde.
Hot. Hot. Hot hot.
I'll die. Otto, even if you may be able to take explosions, I guess you can't stop your body from warming or cooling. Felt sighed, seeing the form of her attendant agonizing in high fever. Though he had bathed in the might of the fire magic stone from close proximity, Gaston's life did not appear to be in a serious condition. Confirming that much, Otto turned his eyes back towards to smoke. The black fumes were rising at a reasonably good scale, so there was no way Batenkatos, who was at its heart, had managed to defend himself. On the other side of the black smoke was Dinas, knelt down, but he seemed to be safe. And
Lay, Bennett.
Calcifs. August. Otto.
A whisper was heard, and all eyes turned away from the hypocenter. There were visible the forms of three collapsed white clothes, and Battenkato's in perfectly good health.
The youth, once again, raised his left hand's palm saying lick, and inched it closer to his mouth and licked it.
What followed was beyond understanding.
Once again, 3 more unidentified white-robed people appeared. The way he had escaped from the hypocenter, and the unanticipated appearance of 3 more victims, all of it was beyond comprehension.
Felt, shit. What's with them? From where?
No, when? Standing beside Otto, Felt violently scratched her beautiful blonde hair. She also, once again, was beginning to lose understanding what was the meaning of what she was seeing.
What must be considered urgent, even that was something Felt, right now, did not know. However, Otto understood. This mysterious state.
Otto, this is what it means when the name is eaten. Disappearing from everyone's memory, and bowed only within Subaru and no one else, was a young girl named Rem.
That very same phenomenon was transpiring in front of his eyes right now.
Possibly, the collapsed men, who are supposedly members of White Dragon's scales, had gotten their names eaten by Battenkatos. The result of that was the disappearance of the memories of them being present from the minds of Otto and the others.
That was why it appeared as if they had appeared suddenly, and they did not know who they were either. Fright rose within him.
Once again, he comprehended the viciousness of the monster in front of his eyes. If he straddled into the hands of Gluttony lay Battenkatos, in the worst-case scenario, if Otto and the others were to face complete annihilation here, all traces of this battle, along with the existing evidences, will all disappear. Of course, all memories of the resistance put up by them, and the fact that they were here itself as well. The possibility of oneself disappearing, and the disappearance of all people who would look back upon oneself, in other words, isn't it the greatest fear in this world, far greater than any other fears?
Otto turned pallid. Even though they had not reached the same conclusion, Felt and Dinah's face complexions were equally bad. He realized how ignorant they had been, and how recklessly they were acting. It made him believe that the real choice here was to escape caring for themselves or not.
Felt, damn it, he pisses me off. Should we try the same way, one more time? Otto sighed weakly, while Felt leaked out those words.
Without thinking, Otto turned his eyes towards her face.
Felt's complexion was that of utter stupefaction, in front of the aberrant situation.
However, she was not lamenting. As if continuing to strengthen her heart, until she is completely driven into a corner. Feeling moisture upon his entire body, Otto slapped his cheek.
Just what was he doing by becoming such a weakling?
Even if he went bankrupt, he wouldn't name it as defeat until he is kicked out of the job. This was the crucial moment, when his future would be determined. There is still hope.
Seeing the form of 2, Dinas and Gaston also stood up, making expressions of readiness and determination. And seeing the 4 stand up with the fighting spirit of steel, Battenkatos made a satisfied expression. Lay, how nice, so nice, very nice, possibly it is nice, isn't it nice, perhaps it is nice, because it is probably nice. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue.
You all are worthy of our dinner table. Even if it's only among the starters, we'll elevate you to first class, Gaston.
Moreover, we'll perfectly savor Felt and Dinas. Clasping his hands, Battenkatos awarded the 3 with an unpleasant evaluation. Afterwards, Battenkatos, with the same look in his eyes, glared towards Otto. Inclining his neck, the blasphemer commenced to give his comments on Otto with the same flow, and contrary to expectations, he made a dissatisfied expression. Lay, seems intelligent, bad at giving up, seemingly mellow Oni-san.
But even then, Otto, what are you? No.
Saying that much, Otto understood the reason for Battenkatos' dissatisfaction. As if admiring, Battenkatos had tenderly voiced the names of Felt and the others. His unique trait of eating names, and the content of his speech made him realize it. Battenkatos could not eat the name of an opponent whose name he did not know. Henceforth, Gluttony could not eat the name of Otto, whose name had not been mentioned here even once.
His dissatisfaction was due to that.
Otto, I have a request for all 3 of you.
Please, Absolutely do not call my name.
If his name is not mentioned, then at the very least, Baton Kato's goal will not be achieved.
Or, in fact, the number of casualties at the hands of Baton Kato's till now may have had been his way to try and know his name.
Him allowing Otto and the others such free discussion, may have had been him waiting for them to call each other's names, and henceforth prepare for his meal. Felt, my bad, Ni-chan. Hearing Otto's remarks once he had reasoned, said Felt with a somewhat apologetic tone. She made an awkward expression, something which had not been witnessed by anyone in the situation yet. Felt, I don't know Ni-chan's name in the first place. Dinas, sorry, not on first list official Dono.
Your position aside, your name has slipped from my mind.
Otto, yes, indeed.
It's not as if I'm particularly close to everyone, and neither am I major personality. God, damn it.
Of course, Gaston too, made an expression suggesting his own ignorance, and shrugged his shoulders. With relief made of both happiness and sadness, at the very least, his fright of his name being revealed to Baton Kato's had been diminished immensely, with this.
That alone was unmistakable.
Lay, Dinas aside, aren't you two just covering for Oni-san?
If that isn't so then we LL. It seems asking it out would become quite a bother.
Otto, giving up for today and falling back, is also something you can do, you know.
Come sometime in the future, one day again. I suppose so.
By that time, we can also prepare to give you a warm welcome in Reinhardt-san's presence. Lay, to turn away in front of a feast, don't make us do something so outrageous.
Until our belly is satisfied, we will not go back. That'd make Louis angry. Of course, Baton Kato's could not be convinced. The battle could not be terminated.
Felt, Gaston, absolutely don't let go next time, Gaston, just because I don't get hurt, using me how you like. Felt, I'll go with you next time, for sure. Gaston, who tried to state his discontentment for the order, widened his eyes hearing Felt's words. He then proceeded to laugh rudely, and roughly rubbed Felt's head and disheveled her hair. Gaston, stop joking around. If that geezer got to know that I made Master push herself, who knows what he'll do to me.
Felt, don't touch my head. The only one who can do that is Grandpa Rom.
Gaston, that's why I'm doing it. Felt snorted her nose, with her hair disheveled, and standing next to her was Gaston. Next to him was Dinas wielding his two short swords, and Otto counted the number of magic stones in his sleeves.
3 on his left sleeve, 2 on his right. They must be used carefully.
Otto, he touches with his left hand, and then eats is what I think. If you get touched, please think that it's all over. Gaston, that's way too difficult even by just the sound of it, no? Dinas, even one slash at any of his vitals with a sword should be enough.
If we can do that, then it's no big deal. Felt, when you say it like that, I agree.
With Felt's statement conveying that she was convinced, their preparations were complete. Courteously, watching their preparations end was Baton Kato's. Seeing his politeness, Otto narrowed his eyes, and the blasphemer subsequently laughed. Lay, isn't it common mannerism to await the finishing of setting up of the table? Roy of bizarre eating aside, we are gourmet.
We are particular about tea meals.
Saying that, Baton Kato's respectfully gestured and bowed. That gesture, which seemed to put on airs, also seemed frightfully familiar.
Lay, well the N, once again. Which cult sin Archbishop, Lay Baton Kato's of representing gluttony?
Lay, isn't it common mannerism, to return your own name when you are given the same? Felt, after everything we've discussed, he'd be an idiot to return his name to you, you bastard. Among warriors, it is a commonly obeyed custom, to return your own name when someone gives you their own name. However, Baton Kato's may have had possibly utilized this method, until now, gotten out the names of countless people, and proceeded to subsequently eat them.
They had no reason to abide by that custom right now. With that being rejected, Gluttony laughed. Lay, that's that.
Well the N, let's eat. Signaling his meal, the petite frame leapt ahead, as if flying, and shortened the distance in between.
This movement had not been seen before, it was like a strong gale flowing by.
Batenkatos, who had vanquished the offensive and defensive being put up against him till now by mere handling of his feet and dodging, now actually demonstrated his ability to hunt down his opponents. Otto, a non-combatant, was unable to follow his movement and respond accordingly.
The other three, however, were different.
Felt, don't think you can win in a race against me.
Against Batenkatos, who was racing like wind, only Felt was able to catch up comfortably. The moment she had lightly kicked the cobblestone and leapt ahead, she showed mobility, as if she was being carried by the wind at once.
Surprised by at least that movement, Batenkatos' first slash swept through the air. Lei, Su. At that point, Gaston and Dinas commenced their attack at the same time. Dinas' two single-edged katanas, and the short sword which Gaston held, both of them clutched onto their respective weapons. Against the attack of the two, the vulnerable Batenkatos opened his legs wide and dropped his stance.
With his arms on the ground, Batenkatos' body whirled with his legs stretched.
The spinning kick swept the legs of the two men, and destroyed Dinas' balance.
And there,
Otto, UAA tilde. Dinas, YH. Raising his voice, the fourth player, Otto grabbed him. By coming there, Otto set himself up perfectly for close combat, and without anticipating this turn of events, Batenkatos raised an astonished call, and successfully managed to wrestle with Otto's body.
Bind him at this same pace. The very next moment, he thought that forceful pain assailed upon Otto's guts.
Batenkatos' left fist pierced in, and sent Otto's body rolling. Otto, Gui HK, Go HK. Lei, at the right place, with the menu for your strong flavors and blandness available, the appropriate place for that, we must absolutely find out about it, Oni-san.
Later, we'll properly partner you.
When Batenkatos blurted that out, the two, whose stances had collapsed, moved. Dinas carried the tumbling Otto in his arms, and the one protecting the two was Gaston. Batenkatos tilted his neck at that battle formation, and looked down upon what had come upon his tattered clothes. At the point where he had wrestled with Otto, two magic stones were dangling.
Lei, well we LL. His movements for absconding were slow.
The very next moment of Batenkatos noticing the magic stones, the two magic stones exploded immensely. It was the collegiality of a fire magic stone and a water magic stone. The red and yellow light, and the blue and white light proliferated, and Batenkatos' body was enveloped in the light and a shockwave was released. Lei, HK.
Receiving the light from a close distance, Otto also was subjected to harm.
Though Gaston, who was acting as a wall, shielded the majority of it, its impact could still be felt upon Otto's skin.
His skin scorched to the point of freezing, and chilled to the point of burning.
Once the shockwave came to a halt, the second hypocenter was a truly terrible sight to witness.
The cobblestone had been torn off, the soil underneath was wide open, and scorched fragments of stone had been scattered across.
Lei, RH, that's so cruel.
Our only good dress got spoilt.
And, once again, Batenkatos had placed himself at a point away from the hypocenter.
However, it seems this time, at least, he was not undamaged.
The youth's long hair had suffered the attack heaped upon themselves as an aftermath of the blast, and he had a somewhat sullen voice.
It seems the youth had unmistakably gotten caught up in the hypocenter.
He lost the rag that covered his entire body till now, and the skin beneath was now unconcealed. Otto, Uck. Blurting that out thoughtlessly and reflexively, was Otto. Gaston and Dinas were also speechless, grimacing while witnessing the same. The newly exposed skin of the young boy was covered with wounds and scars. Scars of a whip, scars of hot iron, scars carved by an edged tool, scars inflicted by a rough surface, scars of the skin being gouged out, scars of a beast's fangs, scars of repeated hits that had turned the skin bluish-black, scars of an innumerable amount. The youth who wore rags, now wearing only a waistcloth, turned around with his wounded body, and seeing Otto and the others grimace at him, he made a displeased face. Lei, forcibly taking away a child's clothes, and then reacting like that is quite hurtful. Adults like all this, don't they? Otto, I don't know about the adults you are close to, but normally they do not.
Lay, Tilda. So, you'll be all compassionate again.
Changing your heart and attitude like this, it's because of things like that we can't trust you, Pull. Spreading his arms as if showing his body covered with wounds, Batenkatos yelled that. Otto made a wry face at his words, and Dinas made a disgusted expression. Only the two of Felt and Gaston had no alteration in their expressions.
They gazed at the frowning Otto, and sighed.
Felt, hey, don't go about thinking strange things. Those things can be anywhere, they're just not on mine or your body, but can be anywhere.
Gripping to the package in her hands, confessed Felt. Her eyes did not have even a fraction of compassion.
Of course, Otto knew that their opponent was undeserving of that, but it's not as if he was a sin archbishop and insane by birth. At least, that was the impression Batenkato's body gave. Just boring imagination will be fruitless, in fact.
You'll end up regretting it, I suppose.
Out of nowhere, echoed the voice who had not been in the open plaza. Everyone, including Batenkatos, raised their heads at the sudden happening. Everyone's line of sight turned towards the waterway surrounding this large plaza, and lightly fluttering about midair was a lone young girl, who then descended and stood, in a frilled, spread-out dress, with beautiful, round eyes and coiled, cream hair. Her clearly stinging attitude had become normal now, as she observed the situation with her large, circular eyes. And once her eyes met with Otto's, she sighed, suggesting she did not have a choice. Subaru alone is sufficient for perverted games and sweetness, I suppose. The only one Betty will help is also just Subaru.
This time is a special exception, at maximum, in fact.
Otto, yes, my apologies, for making trouble for you like this.
But, thank you so much.
At the young girl's harsh-sounding response, Otto, however, tasted a sense of relief, so much so that he wanted to lie down in exhaustion.
The very existence of the girl was one of Otto's ways to win.
Well then, let's clean up this fuss, and ask Subaru for a hug, I suppose. Saying this with a listless face, raising her hand, was the young girl.
No, the spirit.
That too, a great spirit among spirits, Natsuki Subaru's contract spirit. Beatrice finally entered the battle as backup.
Arc 5, Chapter 69, A Repulsive Dinner Banquet.
Their eyes on the young girl who snorted her nose, as her dress hem danced in the breeze. The girl Beatrice looked around with her eyes, observing the situation. In this large plaza of the waterway street, present was the heavily scarred gluttony lay Batenkatos, and Otto and the rest, opposing him. Looking at Otto and Felt and the others, Beatrice blatantly let out a tired sigh. Beatrice, those are rather pitifully poor faces, I suppose. Everyone was too worn out to argue back Beatrice's comments, who let out a sigh. However, Beatrice partaking in the fight would surely be a turning point in this progressively worsening battle.
Naturally, feelings of relief were given rise to within Otto's chest.
Otto, BHK. As soon as he was about to call her name, Otto shut his mouth. Batenkatos was an existence who ate names.
He had just used a ploy of having Felt and the others not call his name by requesting them. There is no way he could go against that himself.
Batenkatos' attitude for Otto, who was hiding the name.
He was clearly irritated by him being an obstruction in his meal.
In other words, Batenkatos, in order to eat his opponent's name, must know their name.
Henceforth, he could not be allowed to perceive Beatrice's name. He positioned his hand, and suppressed his words.
However, Otto's such forethought ended being futile.
For some reason.
Lay, Beatrice Summer?
What are you doing outdoors?
Because that was what Batenkatos articulated, leaning his neck forward and eyes fixed on Beatrice.
Continuing to observe Beatrice, Gluttony continued his mysterious words.
Lay, even after disliking going outside so much. Aside from the times of meals, or when you were accompanied by the great spirit Summer. So there were so many exceptions? Batenkatos continued his words, against the quiet Beatrice. Those seemed like words suggesting closeness, which would be inaccurate to say, but they were unquestionably words of a person having a sense of distance and relationship in the past. Otto, that means he's your acquaintance from the past. Beatrice saw HK.
The relationship of the past, between Battenkatos and Beatrice.
Losing understanding before being able to call her name, Otto's throat choked midway.
This time he unconsciously glanced at Beatrice's face.
Biting her lips, and fury swirling in her large, round eyes, was Beatrice. It had been rare for this spirit girl to show rage. In front of the astonished Otto, Beatrice inhaled very deeply, and scowled at Battenkatos.
Beatrice, your trick has been understood, in fact. So that's how it is, I suppose. Muttered Beatrice, in a deep and heavy voice.
Her voice was not conveying hostility, but instead it was one suppressing her own emotions. Hiding her rage from showing on her face, Beatrice locked her gaze into the interior of Battenkato's corrupted and muddy eyes, and distorted her lips due to the revulsion resulting from what she had laid her eyes upon. And Beatrice, how many people will you stockpile within yourself until you grow sick of it, in fact? Lay, who know WS? But, the quantity we eat is still better than compared to Roy. Roy is bizarre eating, so he eats anything, but since we select carefully, the quantities are different. Sue. We consider the quality of the lives we eat, and that's what conflicts us with Roy. Eating names and memories, stating it to be his meal was Battenkato's.
Naming himself gourmet, and calling someone close to him bizarre eating had a peculiar aesthetic sense, both of which were things Otto could never comprehend.
And, what Otto could not come to understand, was also Beatrice's attitude at that moment. The young girl's revulsion did not seem to result from simply evaluating the confronting Battenkatos.
It seemed to stem from a negative conception, of a different root.
Perhaps that linked to Battenkatos treating Beatrice like an existence he already knew and, thinking that far, Otto noticed the possible reason behind why Battenkatos unilaterally knew Beatrice.
Otto, it can't be.
Battenkato's combat power lay in a territory which could be entered by only those who have trained tough and long. Otto had made a hypothesis based on Dinah's factual remarks. Otto, I had anticipated the experiences of the body of an opponent whose name and memory had been eaten to be taken over. Your unarmed martial arts and dagger skills, attaining such an extreme level of prowess in them at your age would be difficult.
If that's how it is, then even the skills of an eaten opponent would serve as food for him.
If that is how it is, then it became conceivable how Battenkatos had managed to learn abilities rivaling that of a master martial artist in a great number of spheres.
If that hypothesis was correct, not just correct, but held further meaning to it.
Otto, however, if what is taken over is not just experiences of the body,
it meant that it was something which was even further vicious, different from the threat of fighting strength. After all, Battenkatos had said that he was looking for the one whose speech echoed across the city.
That person, who was weak and fragile, unable to help anything unless someone stood by his side and supported him.
You could sense that and sympathize with that by being with the character of Natsuki Subaru for a long time.
That youth had that mysterious part for him, which made those around him think this.
However, those thoughts were of that of someone who had dealt affectionately with him.
The fact that he was aware of Subaru's brittle strength and weak courage, was the proof of him having been close to him. And if that proof was something which had been stolen by gluttony at this time, then only one possible candidate, a single young girl, came to mind. Otto, HK. Finally, Otto arrived at the same revulsion which Beatrice was feeling. Subjected to the changed color in Otto's eyes glaring directly at him, Battenkatos smiled, and unveiled his fangs. Lay, the head maid of the household of Margrave Roswell L. Mathers.
Wait, that's wrong.
Oscillating his neck while pronouncing that, Battenkatos widened his arms.
On his scarred body, he caressed a single white scar lovingly.
That scar, suspended on his shoulder, looked like it had received a sharp iron picket, and was painful to even look at. Lay, now just a lone loved person. Oneself's beloved person, who will be a hero someday, Natsuki Subaru's supporter, Rem.
Was it?
Let us meet him, Thati beloved hero Summer. Our hero must have had come to cast his judgment upon us, till all the while why here.
Stretching out his tongue, licking that wound, Baton Kato's guffawed. Without thinking, Otto's blood rose up to his head. As he gnashed his teeth, as they made a crackling sound, he was filled with rage enough that he wanted to punch him.
Gluttony's attitude, tone, smile, everything was ridiculing the feelings of that lone young girl, without knowing how much that young girl must have had pleaded for returning safely. Now she was only being trampled upon by mockery and scorn.
That is what set ablaze within Otto's heart. This gluttony was an opponent who could never be forgiven.
Otto, Beatrice-san? Beatrice stepped lightly and stood in front of Otto, who was counting the number of magic stones left in his sleeves with his finger. Otto was unable to understand why she had shifted towards him. And Beatrice, get your ideas corrected, I suppose.
Good job calling Betty here, in fact. Beatrice, he is.
Only he is someone Subaru must not meet, I suppose. If Subaru meets him, he will be hurt.
Certainly, to the point that wound will never heal. That's why.
Otto, let's stop him here, by just ourselves.
Pronouncing the end of Beatrice's words, Otto declared. Though Beatrice did not turn back, her stance made it clear that she agreed. She was Subaru's partner, who committed himself to oneself and others.
Otto painfully understood how unpleasant it would be for him if the viciousness in front of his eyes was to get close to him. Felt, wait, I'm telling you to wait. And, the one calling out to the two with a revitalized desire for taking their opponent down was not Baton Kato's.
It was Felt, who had been quietly listening to the dialogue till now beside Otto.
She gripped her package, and pointed it towards Beatrice. Felt, I heard you talk like some big shot, but what can this little girl do in the first place?
Though I've heard you were a companion of that Ni-chan.
Otto, I see. First, explaining that would be a bit tricky. Felt suggested her own doubts, to which Otto was unable to give a proper explanation. She possibly already knew about Beatrice being a spirit and being contracted with Subaru, since that was common knowledge. It was also true that Beatrice's battle strength was uncertain in Subaru's absence. Beatrice, a pipsqueak should not call others little girls. In fact, if you have the free time to worry about Betty's ability, you should better use it for worrying about that futureless deficient body, I suppose.
Felt, quite a harsh brat you are, hey.
Let me tell you, I've been eating and sleeping properly now, so both my back and my chest are growing.
You should be the one worrying over your future.
Beatrice, unfortunately, Betty's mind is set firm to this design.
So. Humph.
A conversation befitting the situation started, but Beatrice put a halt to it by pausing her words. What her eyes had caught onto was the slender package in Felt's hands. Felt's trump card was a magic tool, but Beatrice made a surprised expression upon laying her eyes on it. Beatrice, no way, is that meteor, I suppose? Felt, meteor? Beatrice, mother. A revered magician a long time ago used it to pester the dragon, in fact. Its whereabouts were supposed to be unknown, but this is fate, I suppose. Felt found Beatrice's explanation, who had corrected a crucial part of it, debatable, but from Otto's point of view, stating that the mother Beatrice had mentioned and corrected later on, was a witch who had disappeared from legends would make for a truly outrageous claim. He still held his own doubts he wanted to ask about, but if the witch had truly used it to pester the dragon, the reliability of its potential was high. Otto, I had heard of its convolution in usage, but what can we expect in terms of its strength? Beatrice, it is a staff which boasts having an anecdote of having made the dragon halfway cry. In fact, it's guaranteed, I suppose.
Her claim was still difficult to believe. However, she had conveyed the authenticity of the weapon.
Though Otto had been swayed by Beatrice's words, Felt was yet unconvinced. Felt, I'll teach you about what the hell you're blabbering about later.
Rather than that, this little. Beatrice, your conscience cannot rise above that level, in fact.
But, Your concern is futile, I suppose.
After all. Felt, Beatrice, the attack has already been set up. In front of Felt, who tilted her neck, Beatrice sketched an enchanting smile upon her face. Her softly upraised right hand pointed towards Batancato's, and the throats of everyone were subsequently frozen. Violet crystals crystallized, and surrounded Batancato's environs.
Beatrice Summer is so merciless. Beatrice, just holding back and mercy are things which do not exist anywhere in this world for you, I suppose. El Minyar. A rare offensive magic even within yin magic, was the reason behind him showing his fangs.
The moment Batancato's let out his complaint, the violet crystals did a boisterous dance, and aimed and rushed at his petite body.
The tough and pointed attack struck the thin body standing upright. The crystals shattered, the stone pavement fissured, and smoke was given rise to. This disastrous scene in this huge open plaza had proved her might.
Beatrice, well, what do you think, I suppose?
Showing her magical power, Beatrice turned to Felt with a victorious expression. Though it was an immature gesture for a 400-year-old great spirit, but Felt was too speechless to point anything like that out. Felt, well, not so bad, I guess.
However, despite her speechlessness, Felt refused to admit her loss and mistakes.
Gaston, why your voice, is trembling, Miss Felt?
Felt, that goes for you too. Stop saying idiotic nonsense, and keep looking ahead.
Yelled Felt at Gaston, whose voice was trembling, in order to hide the trembling of her own voice.
But, not all what she said was deceptive.
After all, the figure of the defenseless Batancatos, who should have had received Beatrice's magical attack and had been caught up in its subsequent explosion, was not present where it should have been. Dinas, he's coming. Dinas shouted, and everyone raised their eyes and looked in the direction he had his eyes fixed upon. There present was the form of Gluttony, with all four of his limbs on the ground, moving like a spider. Gluttony smiled, displayed his fangs, as blood streamed down from his eyes. Tilda. As expected of Beatrice Summer ! How nice, so nice, quite nice, perhaps it is nice, certainly it is nice, isn't it nice, surely it is nice, as it is surely nice Sue. Shaking his head about, disheveling his hair, Batancatos leapt from the ground and pounced, charging ahead once again. Beatrice, 5 shots, left. In response to his charge, Otto heard Beatrice mutter something unsettling whilst licking her lips. The moment El Minyar was used, and the attack commenced upon Batancatos, Beatrice felt a large magic stone shatter in her pocket. The number of magic stones now left with her was 6 in terms of Beatrice's usage, only 5 could be deployed in the battle. In this battle in the city, the preliminary encounter with the Sin Archbishops of Wrath and Greed and the subsequent incidental fight against them in the square, as a result of that battle, Beatrice had spent her mana for healing Subaru and the people of the city, to the point that it disrupted her physical capabilities. The spirit Beatrice is an artificial spirit created by the witch Echidna. Her strength is far greater than those of normal spirits, but in return for that she has some troublesome downsides. Her being mobile right now is the result of a card being played which normally cannot be put to use. As of this situation, Beatrice held 7 magic stones. A large magic stone is one with mana having been stockpiled within it over several years. Among them, 1 had already been shattered, and only 6 of them were left now. They had been given to Beatrice, who had plunged into a deep slumber, by Kiritaka, who was aware of the progressions in this large plaza, and his actions were for the purpose of providing aid to them. Kiritaka, please, I request you from the bottom of my heart, Great Spirit Summer. Please lend me your strength, and use it to fight for protecting this city. In this city, there are those whom I love. All messed up and almost crying, but detachedly pleading to her was Kiritaka. Beatrice responded with no choice to Kiritaka, who had used an immeasurably priceless magic stone with no second thoughts in order to awaken from her slumber. If she were to say the truth, Beatrice wanted to hurriedly reach where Subaru was. The city's situation had revolved, and Subaru, too, was under threat. If herself not by his side, Subaru is a hopelessly worrying guy, after all. That's why, now that herself was awake, she shall dedicate herself to Subaru.
Beatrice, stupid, I suppose. No, stupid, in fact.
Beatrice gave up on that desire of hers, once she felt the guilt after realizing her indulgence under the name of concern. If Subaru had chosen to fight, that too without the presence of herself, then that means he has a way to fight without her. Subaru does not overestimate himself.
Rather, he tends to underestimate himself too much.
He would not recklessly get into a confrontation with an opponent he could not win against, and if he could win against the opponent using Beatrice, he would somehow or other wake her up. That's why in this battle, Subaru did not need herself, who had been left alone. That is why, once Subaru has returned after the battle, she must also have a victorious record under her belt so that she can match up to him. For Beatrice, who now stood as backup, Kiritaka had offered up 7 large magic stones. Unable to use the mana from her surroundings, Beatrice now was utilizing the mana of the magic stones like an inefficient conductor as a last resort.
In her dress pocket, the 7 magic stones were capable of miracles, but their potential was now being wasted on usage of mere magic.
You would normally believe that their strength could be used to invoke not 10, but even 1,000 magic moves. However, though there are no limitations to the extent of the magic, but no matter how low scale the magic was, the magic stone will shatter at a single invocation. As one of the 6 needed to be reserved, only 5 could be utilized. In other words, she must wrap it up in 5 moves. Beatrice, the reunion Bobby will have to wait, I suppose.
Instead of that, you will be seeing hell, in fact.
One of the large magic stones Kiritaka gave to Beatrice was originally intended to be occupied by Puck. That was the original purpose of their trip, but now, that being shattered for the purpose of battle is nothing but ironic. We're tired of seeing hell, Sue. After all, the ones that got eaten by us, Evrai one of them tasted tea in the end. Shouting that, Batenkatos leapt towards them. His movement was casual, but his cutting gaze was utmost cautious regarding Beatrice. He was unaware of the fact that Beatrice would run out of gas after 5 moves, that she would run out of mana. In order to give him that impression, she had commenced an attack of a powerful range in exchange of 1 magic stone. That strategy was the best faculty available, and it had passed its exam. Beatrice raised up her left hand, and pointed its palm towards the midair Batenkatos. Beatrice, Alminyar. Sue.
Beatrice, just kidding, in fact.
At that moment, expecting the extremely high-level magic, Batenkatos toughened up his body.
In front of him, Beatrice stuck out her tongue, and flew backwards.
At that point, Gaston and Dinas plunged onto the curled-up Batenkatos. Gaston, UOOOH. Dinas, eat this too. The shouting 2 men launched their counter-attack upon Batenkatos, with 2 blades and a fist. The weighty and sharp hit struck Gluttony, but Batenkatos dodged it with preeminent body handling, and in reverse, turned his own dagger towards the dominated 2. The edge of the oscillating steel took a path which aimed straight for Dinas' neck. Gaston, it's dangerous. Gway. Dinas, sorry. Gaston obstructed into the dagger's path, shielding Dinas and taking the strike himself. A wooden report echoed and the dagger's power was weakened, but Gaston, while drawing back, coughed violently, and red blood seeped out of those lips. It was the limit of his mana-utilizing battle ability, otherwise called flow method. Bearing his tough body, Gaston's way of fighting against blades and blows was his skill known as flow method, an alternate method of the utilization of mana, which is otherwise used for magic. It is a skill involving far less talent than compared to magic-only training, and the amount of training mattered, and the user was required to shed blood for its usage. Beatrice, but, it seems he pushed himself far too much, in fact. In Beatrice's eyes, Gaston's facets and talents were nothing beyond mediocrity. Him being able to, somehow or the other, take the Sin Archbishop's spears with his partial flow method, could only be because Batenkatos had been going very easy on Gaston. Take this Sue. Gaston, Arg. Kneeling down, he kicked right into Gaston's jaw in the upward direction.
Bleeding from his nose, and collapsing down, immobile, the giant was now unable to battle. With this, their war potential had been reduced by one more.
Lei, you really worked hard, Gaston.
Pretty bravely you fought.
You worked, but you led. We evaluate such a guy to be worthy Sue. Felt, you bastard. Seeing the form of Batancato's mocking Gaston, Felt's blood rose up to her head, and she aimed the meteor she held in her hands straight for his head.
If it was put to use the way it should rightfully be, its might was surely that one would expect of a witch.
But, if it were to be used as a mere slapstick, it could not possibly utilize its complete potential. Lei, Geez Felt-chan, you're doing it Sue.
Felt, shut up. Get away, you shit.
While scuffling to handle the cane, Felt continued to use her physical abilities to try and land a sharp blow upon Batancato's. Batancato's dodged all of it, with just the elegant handling of his feet, as if doing a magnificent dance. The meteor did indeed come in contact with Gluttony's hair, but it was not sufficient enough to cause any damage to him.
There was an overwhelming gap of skill between them.
He was completely treating her as a plaything. Beatrice, you.
Get away now, I suppose. Our merchant has already recovered the big guy. In fact.
Felt, do you think I came here just to mislead? The difference in their physical capabilities was evident, and it was certain that she would lose if she was counterattacked. While Felt attacked Batancato's, Otto hurriedly drew the fainted Gaston out of the theater. Dionysus too, confirmed the texture of his two katanas, was searching for a gap to break into Felt and Batancato's fight, but there was no certain opportunity.
Even if an alteration arises, Batancato's fills in that gap completely.
The approach of watching vigilantly for an opportunity and awaiting an alteration, signaled the reality to them that Gluttony, who was outnumbered and should have been at a disadvantage, was the one ruling this place. Lei, what is it? What is this? What could it be? Why could it be? What could it perhaps be Sue? Even after jumping in for helping, will Felt-chan abandon this so pathetically? Felt, so noisy.
You too, you bastard, just stay put and get hit. Lei, is that so? But we're getting bored no W.
Felt, KYAA? As Felt yelled while swinging the meteor, at that moment, Batancato stepped ahead. The distance between the two of them became zero, and Gluttony's palm caressed Felt's felt chest. At that moment, the shock impacted the young girl's body and threw her backwards gently, and giving rise to a high-pitched shriek, Felt rolled down the stone pavement.
The attack had strength enough to simply throw her body backwards, but that was not the problem here.
Otto, oh no.
She has been directly touched.
Otto raised his voice, seeing the coughing Felt, who had received the impact on her chest. Seeing the agony on his face, Beatrice understood the reason for his concern. Gluttony's meal had been prepared. Lei, Felt-chan. Let's eat. Following the unknown principle, Batancato's left hand, which had touched Felt, he licked its palm with his elongated tongue. As if there was something vital, like the young girl named Felt, present on it, placed it on his tongue as if loving it, caressed its rough texture, tasted each and every part of it as if harvesting it, and dropped it down to his breadbasket and mercilessly digested it. At the moment that was completed, Gluttony's meal came to an end, and the name settled within the blasphemer. And all traces of the young girl named Felt disappeared from the world.
Lei, Goetilda. Sue. Felt, What is it, you bastard? Just how rude can this guy get?
Felt, shaking her head, was looking at Batancato's, knelt down and vomiting. Of course, her existence had not disappeared, she only tilted her neck in rage.
That was the moment when Gluttony's meal had failed unsightly. Arc 5, Chapter 70, Eclipsing. Who should have had abraded away Felt's name and commenced with his meal, vomited.
Moaning in agony, spitting out his gastric juices, Gluttony's attitude held no dishonesty.
So, Though he did not put something with a real form in his mouth, he still squeezed his stomach when vomiting. It was a mysterious spectacle, which gave rise to that impression, which had no absurdity in itself. Felt, shit, that hurt. Playing around with me.
Caressing her scoured chest, Felt stood up in a grazed shape. The ones she could see from the corner of her eyes, Beatrice and the others, too, had not forgotten about Felt.
Gluttony's meal had failed.
Lay, Gar HK, Gayoff HK, Ogre Isu. Dinas, don't know the reason for it but
it's a nice chance.
Dinas waged a raid against Batankatos, whose consciousness was completely outside of the battlefield, as he spilled out gastric juices from the edge of his mouth.
2 swords swiped across, and mercilessly plunged into Batankatos. Towards the defenseless neck, the silver blade of the katana proceeded.
Lay, GH, Raising the voice of a beast, Batankatos sidestepped the blade. His dodge was slightly late and some of his hair was subjected to the slash, but it wasn't enough to pierce his skin. Rotating his petite body at an extremely fast speed, Gluttony escaped the attack span with nightmarish behavior. Beatrice, merchant. Otto, no. Responding to Beatrice's call, Otto swung his right arm. The 2 magic stones cast from his sleeves came in contact with Batankatos, who had escaped the former attack. At that moment, light burst through, and the current of magical energy it wielded blew off that body. However, Batankatos responded to it with miraculous nerve reflex.
Lay, Matilda.
As the rising light amassed Batankatos within itself and its destructive might, at that moment, Batankatos cast magic, encasing the magical explosion within ice. The explosion, resulting from the magic stones, lost its area to proceed, and ended up becoming a mere stack of shattered ice, falling down to the ground, giving rise to a noise.
It was an extremely high-class skill of obstructing colorless magical waves rapidly.
Perhaps even this would be the ability of someone who was among those whose names have been eaten by Batankatos till now. The mere thought of that someone, who must have had learnt that ability, was now amassed within his stomach without remaining in anyone's memory was nauseating.
However, this was not the time for such feelings. What was crucial here was
Lay, Wa H Su. Dangerous.
But we pulled through Su.
Kicking the ice that had trapped the magic stones, and dropping them straight into the waterway was the laughing Batankatos. He swayed around his stomach, as if adjusting the contents inside, and wiping his mouth with his hands, angled his neck forward. What those corrupted eyes were observing was Felt, who was swinging around her hands and legs to confirm the extent of her injuries.
Noticing Batankatos look at her, Felt snorted her nose. Felt, what? Just like you, I'm also feeling angry, you bastard.
Lay, nothing like anger at all, Sue, instead it's impressive. We're sorry to have thought of you not being so capable of intelligence, by just looks.
Felt, what are you say?
Lay, we never thought that you'd have the cleverness to use only an alias against us.
We got completely deceived. We had intended to avoid devouring greedily until the name got disclosed, but to TNK, this unexpected twist would be harvested.
Alias, hearing Batankatos say that, Felt went silent. The reaction of Felt, furrowing her eyebrows, was one which suggested how much had she not expected to hear what she had heard.
It could be understood at a glance that she had no idea what Batankatos' words meant.
Whereas Beatrice, after hearing this conversation, understood the reason behind the earlier failure of Batankatos' meal. Batankatos held the authority of being able to eat the name of a person, whose name he already knew or had gained its knowledge. By touching them, however, it needs to be the person's real name. Alias, or nicknames, they do not suffice for its usage.
As just Felt's name did not fulfill the conditions for the meal, Batankatos, who had tasted it, suffered. With that being said,
Lay, the Oni-san over there and Felt-chan.
There are 2 whose names are unknown, and both were determined to be eaten. How troublesome.
Otto, whose name was purely unknown, and Felt, who seemed to be utilizing an alias. Dinas, whose name had immediately come to light, and Beatrice, who was known through Rem's memories no longer had any impediments, is what the conduct of gluttony suggested, which was infuriating, but, naming himself gourmet and being fixated over eating names, had its own disadvantageous gaps.
Felt, hey. I've had enough of listening to you, now shut up and listen. The hell are you saying?
Beatrice, who was in her own thoughts, and Battenkatos, who was continuing his torment. While Otto and Dinas were observing the situation, raising a loud and rough voice was Felt. She had been irritated by the repeated conclusions passed regarding her, and aimed for Battenkatos with the meteor, trying to strike him. Felt, an alias or whatever, don't kid with me. I've already lived, for 15 years, with the name Felt given to me by Grandpa Rom.
Saying that's a lie is no joke.
Lay, the type who is unaware of their own alias who H. That means the parents that raised you up did a pretty good job, isn't it, Sue?
For us, it's a boundless nuisance, but
in other words, a name before that one had been properly given to you. Felt, the name given by those shit parents who abandoned me in the back alley? Then I must be a burden or a wasteful meal or garbage.
With that being said, do you still want to stick out your tongue and eat and see it?
Lay, don't contradict Gourmet's consciousness by calling it guesswork or something. That's it. Showing his protruding teeth, Battenkatos raised his hand towards Felt, who expressed an enraged smile. Lay, after eating the rest beside you, we'll take careful custody of you. And, how about we go to meet the one who gave you a fake name, Grandpa Rom? Grandpa Rom might know your true name.
We are good at making people spell out what they know. Leave it to us.
Otto, taking your time out for even that. Do you not have the choice to give up? Otto thoughtlessly pronounced, at Gluttony, who spoke of an offensive schedule. Hearing that, Battenkatos put his hands on his mouth, and wringed his throat, as if enjoying. Lay, if the number of lives in the world is finite, then the number of worthy gourmet delicacies is also finite. Then, we won't miss any chance of meeting these limited gourmet delicacies, Sue. Gluttonous drinking Sue. Gluttony Sue. Licking it, chewing it, slurping it, we will lick and taste until the sauce on the plate lasts. Oops, of course Onii-san is no exception either, so why don't you just relax? Battenkato's glare made it clear that he had no intention of missing the four present. Gluttony's fixation over meals was out of understanding for Beatrice and the others, who had been evaluated worthy of gourmet.
However, his look for vindictive impediments had no meaning more to it.
And that blasphemer's desire for eating continued to increase, and it brought Felt's peak to itself.
Felt, is that so?
I'll have to do something here, otherwise you'll take me to Grandpa Rom, huh?
Saying that in a quiet voice, Felt swung her feet.
The shoes that she was wearing came off completely, and Felt was just like the other party now. Stepping ahead on the cobblestone with both her feet barefoot, she left the meteor lying horizontally and drew out her dagger. Lay?
That doesn't make sense, Felt-chan.
Isn't that the trump card? Felt, instead of devices that I'm not used to, this is much easier to use.
There isn't that much difference, in the first place.
Instead of devices troublesome to use, it's better to use those which are easy to use, okay? Her bare feet curled as if gripping to the ground, and the next instant, Felt's body launched forward. She had gained such speed in the blink of an eye, like wind. At this, even Battenkatos widened his eyes, and forgetting the attitude of this just being another blade being held aloft, responded. He fought back by pulling out a physical ability of swinging the arms, handling his body, which had been submerged in memories.
Felt, Ra-tilde.
The barefooted Felt's speed was, surpassing any energetic dash by some agile young girl.
It was the support of a power beyond human intellect unmistakably, it was a divine protection.
She swung the dagger several times, but it was met by Battenkato's own dagger techniques. Of course, Battenkato's tactics in that technique were overwhelmingly superior, but what had prevented Felt from being overcome was only because Dinas was also backing her. Dinas, don't push yourself too hard, with that vital body. Felt, you too, uncle, just shut up, don't be tardy. Skillfully handling two swords, Dinas somehow filled the gap of Gluttony's counter-attack. Within that time frame, Felt quickly positioned herself into Gluttony's blind spot. Reports of steels clashing echoed, as the shadows of the three intermingled, as sparks danced across. An exchange where, again, the decisive blow could not be delivered. However, this time, the decisive blow had been formulated outside of the battlefield. Beatrice, the attack has passed. This will hit hard, I suppose. Otto, both of you, please get away. While being left out of the event, they had been composing an attack, taking all the time they required. The operation, which would normally be unnecessary, lengthened their work schedule because of its requirement of meticulous caution, thanks to the attachment of an extra filter.
The result of that labor was finally going to take form.
Hearing what Otto had shouted, Felt and Dinas got away from Batancato's position. Gluttony instantly reached for Felt, but even after touching her, he was not prepared to be able to eat Felt's name. Felt, let go.
Fiercely swinging her ankle, which had been gripped onto violently, and using a single foot, Felt flew backwards to a great distance.
Dinas too, as if rolling, left the place, leaving only Gluttony and Beatrice's line of sight. Aiming there, Beatrice invoked a magic which required the power of 1,000, and completed it while respecting the power of 1,000. Beatrice, this time it's not a joke, really. Ul Minya. Subsequent to the chant, a torrent of violet radiance glowed, and the light drew a circle with Batancato's at its core. Batancato's raised his face, to see what was coming up, but that reaction was late. Not preparing, but escaping regardless of its form was the correct answer. Lei, Su. In a single breath, the light converged, and shut Batancato's down by forming a ring around Batancato's torso and arms. The ring of light acted like a chain and continued to further lock Gluttony, whose movements of the upper body were in a bind. At the same pace, if the entire body got encased by ring of light, he would no longer be able to escape Ul Minya's might. The crystallizing violet light continued to tighten its grip on Batancato's upper body. At the same pace, the ring's control reached out to even his lower body, and Gluttony, who had been rendered immobile, collapsed on the spot. And the atmosphere made a noise, as if creaking, as humongous bluish-purple radiance emerged overhead of the collapsed blasphemer, with its sharp tips pointing towards Batancato's.
Ul Minya's might, to bind, and lash upon.
The attack Beatrice possessed slapped down in urgency, and the materialized destruction rained incessantly upon Batancato's.
Lei. A roar could be heard, but in front of the destructive violet light, it had been muted.
The overwhelming lights might tore away the cobblestone. The wind produced by the blast engulfed the plaza in light and smoke, with the skirt of Beatrice's dress waving immensely.
Felt, did it do it? Otto, did it manage to do it?
Dinas, did it really do it? In the face of the explosion, the three, lying down, raised their voices at the same time. Batancato's, at the very core of the hypocenter, had no ways of evasion. If he had truly taken the attack right now, then his body's traces will all disappear, not even leaving behind a fragment of his bones. Beatrice, it isn't over yet, I suppose. With a loud voice, Beatrice warned them to be cautious, and the color of the faces of the delighted three changed. Beatrice, noticing the fault that had occurred, before the other three, was nothing difficult to conceive.
She could sense it.
Beatrice, 4, left. The large magic stone, which had been stocked over a long period of time, was unable to withstand the current Ul Minya, and shattered right before Batancato's could be crushed. Although it had provided for the invocation, it had been incapable of its fullest utilization. The radiance had been unable to erode away Batancato's, and the body of Gluttony was. Lei, the one right now has probably made us a bit impatient, Sue.
Exclamation mark.
Piercing through the plume, Batancato's flew towards Beatrice from a low angle. It must be the result of him judging who should be taken care of the first, based on the might of the magic just now. Beatrice had exceptional ability as a magic user, but her physical abilities, just as how it appeared, they were nothing beyond those of a young girl.
She did not have the skills, only for fighting at a close range with Batancato's, whose abilities were those of geniuses.
Henceforth, against his charge, Beatrice instantly utilized her third magic stone. Beatrice, Murak.
Lay, another trick. Beatrice's chant barely preceded Batankato's hands, who were on the verge of reaching her.
His upraised fingers only had one intention, to not let Beatrice escape, now that all obstacles were clear.
However, it got missed yet again.
The instant he thought he had reached Beatrice's dress, Beatrice's body flew backwards, like a leaf floating in the breeze.
What Beatrice had chanted was Murak, a yin magic which obstructed with gravity. It was a magic which hindered with the power which attracts one's body to the ground, or one's own body weight. However, Beatrice utilized it to reduce her body weight to 0 at that instant. Thanks to that, she was able to levitate in the wind, and greatly avoid the fingers trying to touch her.
Lay, this, little. As per she had intended, Beatrice's body distanced from Batankato's and jumped to the edge of the large plaza instantly. Batankato's tried to follow her, but he then heard loud footsteps from the direction opposite to the one he was facing, and turned towards them immediately.
Swiping his dagger behind, he tried to slash down the inelegant intruders. However, that strike cut through the sky.
For some reason, there stood nobody who could have had made a sound of footsteps. Otto, Garfield or the Bowel Hunter, such people would totally get struck down. With the use of wind magic, Otto had sent footsteps flying in an attempt to make Batankato's turn around, and he subsequently cast even more magic stones. The exploding wave of heat produced by the magic stones was directed straight towards his exposed back, and unable to evade this time, Batankato's received an impact. Dynas, this time for sure, it's the end. Rolling down the plaza, with all of his limbs stretched straight, Batankato's collapsed. Swooping down upon that form, Dynas, who had prepared beforehand by tightening his grip onto his two katanas, intended to deliver the finishing blow.
In a scruffy shape, the collapsed youth whispered something.
Whether that was him pleading for his life, or words of regret, Dynas shall not hesitate.
For him, who had lived through the life of being a mercenary, the scramble for life is the result of fierce competition.
There, the problem of being an adult or a child was trifle, and emotions of mourn and repent were feelings one could afford only after surviving, that was all. Henceforth, it was clear. But, even though the movements of Dynas, who had that clear thought seated within him, held no hesitation, even still, he was unable to keep that mystery, which harbored in his chest, folded within it. Because what Batankato's had whispered just now, sounded like this. Lunar eclipse, and ?O?
The moment subsequent to that sound's echo reaching its righteous place, a voice, which had not been present in this interval, echoed.
The moment afterwards, the limbs of Dynas, who had been holding the two short swords aloft, spouted out blood all at once. On each of his limbs, a respective dagger was stabbing through extremely deeply, inflicting wounds, and the tendons had been accurately gauged. Namely, it meant that the functionality of his limbs had been lost completely, and he was unable to prevent his body from crumbling down and falling. Dynas, Falling onto the cobblestone from his face was Dynas, with his head being stomped upon from above with all of its strength. With his nose crushed by the cobblestone, the consciousness of Dynas, who had gulped down the blow, was blown off. Dynas was cut down and destroyed, and kicking his body, Batankato stood up, and slowly, turned towards Otto's position.
Otto,
It was not his first time, exchanging glances with those corrupted eyes.
However, in a single moment, Otto's spirit had been entwined and eaten up within those corrupted eyes.
Because the whirling insanity and resentment had considerable difference from those which were previously present, and was now even more dusky.
It was a single moment.
The distance between them was diminishing in the blink of an eye, and when he came to notice, scorching heat pierced through both of Otto's legs.
When he looked at it, at the frontage of both of his legs' thighs, were daggers, as if gouging out cruciform wounds.
Like peeling of the skin of a fruit, with his tongue sticking out, he exposed the skin underneath his trousers. The red cross-section and the pink sinews undersurface the skin, and the white nerves and bones creeping within, all of the green blood vessels, had all been exposed, unwounded, and Otto's throat became packed with out-of-place strong feelings.
He was dumbfounded. Till now he had never seen a technique so beautiful. The bleeding was minimal. No, there was no bleeding at all.
This truly transcendent handling of the blade's edge destroyed the human flesh with such aesthetical maneuver. Crouching down, Battenkatos kissed that wound. The rough sensation of that tongue underneath licked all of the vital parts of Otto's leg which lied inside of the skin. Sinews, bones, blood vessels, nerves, he shivered as he felt all of them get licked, and at the next moment, both, in terms of his sense of vision and his sense of touch, Otto felt a repugnance difficult to bear and violent pain boil up in his brain. Otto, Gaia Aahk.
No blood was being shed. It was incomprehensible. He could just feel the pain.
That too, instead of blood gushing out, the naked bones or nerves were being brushed by the moist wind, and the extreme pain because of it, it felt as if his muscles were being peeled off violently by needles. His vision flickered, and his brain burst open. The organ that was supposed to comprehend pain refused to comprehend it. The screaming throat trembled violently, as if vomiting blood, and with immobile limbs, he was unable to even agonize. And, while Otto screamed, Battenkatos, overlooking him, tilted his neck. With long, dark brown hair sliding down his shoulders, Gluttony sighed, as if tired. Lay, just when we thought it was rest after the meal, this circumstance. Even though gourmet and bizarre eating don't even matter. Really, nobody understands what eating is aside from us.
Bringing her close to the insane smile and attitude, which had been there till now, in a voice terribly far-sighted,
Battenkatos slowly rotated his neck, and behaved as if he was mocking himself. Just when that impression arose, he nimbly changed his expression. Lay, don't talk like Tharti. It certainly did get a bit problematic in playing around, but, even still, a treat of Louis taste has been found.
Showing his fangs, Battenkatos turned his neck around, and his line of sight was directed towards Beatrice.
At that gaze, and Otto's terrible spectacle, the two young girls thoughtlessly inhaled. But, seeing the reaction of the two, Battenkatos' expression, once again, changed into one that was empty and listless.
Lay, certainly it doesn't look bad, but
the vessel would be more guaranteeing than the insides, isn't it? On top of that, the Gospel's description hasn't been read either. Lay, Louis may not be able to see it, but the child inside us is informing us. The one over there, Beatrice Summer, is that, probably. If it's done, then both the mind and body will fill. Isn't she just the ideal opportunity, Sue? Turning towards the right and speaking, turning towards the left and speaking, Battenkatos exchanged words as if he was not talking within his self's own chest, but with someone as if he could clearly see outside.
It seemed as if he was conversing with someone else present within himself.
No, the truth is, that was possible. Within the name-eating blasphemer, lay Battenkatos, present were an innumerable amount of souls. Then, it may be possible for him to converse with them, or even properly discuss. If that was so, only then could his conversation with himself be somehow understood. Beatrice, can you move, I suppose, Pipsqueak?
Felt,
Right back at you, I hope you aren't scared, little girl. Calling each other out, Beatrice and Felt exchanged a few words. Glancing into the eyes of each other, they confirmed that the fighting spirit of neither of them had been shattered. Felt slightly snorted her nose, and then glanced towards the edge of the open plaza. Beatrice confirmed the presence there, and reckoned their intents. Beatrice, now on, they will be coming after Betty, I suppose.
They'll be confined, in fact.
Felt, you'll be stopping them?
If it's hurdling, then I'd be.
Beatrice, you cannot have an idiotic expectation like making him vomit twice, I suppose. On top of that, regardless of determination, it's something Betty cannot use.
You must do it. Upon Beatrice's proposal, Felt showed an expression drowned in thought.
But, the next moment, she raised her eyebrows and rotated her neck, swiping through her blonde hair. She let out a voice saying ah. And, she pointed her fist towards Beatrice. Felt, don't fall through, little girl. Beatrice, you too, I suppose, Pipsqueak. Nothing in particular was returned to the pointed fist, they only exchanged insults preceding the accepted decisive battle. While Beatrice and the others' conversation met its end, almost at the same time, Batankato's self-discussion came to an end. Beatrice did not have the confidence to collide head-on with the combat power that had slashed down and defeated Dinas and Otto. Lay, well, have your preparations been complete Beatrice Summertilda? Beatrice, if the answer is they haven't and you'll offer deferment for that, then that is the answer, in fact, but, if that isn't the case, then there's no point in that question, I suppose.
Lay, that's exactly how it is.
Well then, once again let's eat. From the other corner, with his eyes locked with Beatrice's, Batankato's flew straight towards Beatrice. His velocity was not of the level of the nightmarish threat that had been witnessed earlier.
Regardless, it was sufficiently threatening to Beatrice.
Her disadvantage at close combat remained unchanged. That's why, as an expert of yin magic, it was a convention to not clash head-on. Lay, Tappei, T.S. Right before Beatrice, the body of Batankato's, who had his hands on ground, rotated vertically.
The swinging launched heel drew close to right overhead of Beatrice, and the sharp strike pierced into the crown of her head. Beatrice, that won't happen, in fact.
Right beforehand, Beatrice's body, once again, tilted backwards thanks to the aerial force of the kick. It was the result of letting the effect of Murak, which had been invoked earlier, to continue. With her body angled backwards, Beatrice then jumped straight up at that point. Freed from the effect of gravity, freed from the effect of weight, the young girl softly levitated. Folding her dress skirt adroitly, Beatrice's body floated in the wind, moving about.
Lay, magnificently done.
However, the coping is sweet. Batankato's, with his tongue stretched out, reached the spot of landing, and without waiting for her descent, went towards the midair Beatrice and tried to catch her. With the vigor and accuracy of a bird of prey capturing its prey, those fingers reached for Beatrice. However, at the same time, it was also the proof of the opponent having ascent to midair, where there was no way to escape. Above the remaining count of exercising magic being possible, this was an illustrious focus for striking. Beatrice pointed her palm towards Batankato's, who was advancing from below, and invoked the magic she had been utmost accustomed to, throughout her life of 400 years, and this 1 year, namely. Beatrice, Shamuk. Magic stone shattered in her pocket, while following Beatrice's chant, black haze effused the leaping Batankato's met with it straight with his head, and got caged within a world of incomprehension. Lay, RRGH. The black haze reached through, and Batankato's body fell onto the cobblestone, defenseless. He was supposed to be in a state where he was incapable of doing anything till it shook off, but Shamuk's effect was not so lasting. The card left with Beatrice now with the remaining 1 magic stone that could be utilized. If she were to land a fatal blow, he would not be able to take it. That is why, this was the moment of choice for Beatrice. Lay, RH.
Aren't you doing it, Beatrice Summersu? As if you are fighting just like that person.
Did you receive influence or something? Shaking off Shamuk, Batankato's showed his fangs, turning his body.
Looking through the plaza, his eyes were directly upon Beatrice, as if fixed.
That is why, even after seeing his influence upon her tough fighting form, he did not realize how immense of a meaning it held. Beatrice, here, lavishly feast upon the last magic stone, in fact. Shaking free from her sentiment, Beatrice pointed her palm towards Otto, who was lying down, with his legs rolling up. Using the magical power of the final magic stone, a healing wave was directed towards the wounds of Otto's legs.
It was far from healing it completely, but still, it just had receded the hopeless pain.
The rolled down Otto, who was in tears, coughed violently mingled with sobs and groans. Lay, so useless, now, what will happen by reviving? Beatrice, this will happen, in fact. Beatrice yelled the consequence of her action at Batankato's, who was laughing, saying that she had wasted her card. The instant after he furrowed his eyebrows at her caustic words, at the rear of Batankato's legs, something snapped its teeth. As fangs thrust deep into his left leg, Batankato's stance crumbled, Instantly looking down at his leg, seeing that, Baton Kaitos widened his eyes. Lei, Ha-H? Surprised by the thing beyond understanding, what was present there was a water dragon bathing in blood. With its neck stretched out, the water dragon, having rushed madly across the cobblestone, crunched Baton Kaitos. The water dragon, which had once been cornered into being unable to battle, was persisting to its final willpower.
Of the 5 magic stones, this is how the third one had been utilized. The first one for the intense All-Minya, which was unable to be completed, the second one for an urgent evasion through the use of Murak, the third one used for the recovery of the dying water dragon before the invocation of Murak.
The fourth one for using Shamuk, and the fifth one for taking care of Otto's pain. That is how Beatrice's 5 cards, her 5 magic stones for attaining victory, had been utilized. Otto, H. Ithertsithats, Ithu-RTs. Crying such that his throat was seemingly going to explode, Otto, who had hid his call for the water dragon in his shriek, having fulfilled his role, now, finally, screamed for his own suffering. Otto is truly sharp in things like this. The moment after he had received Beatrice's treatment, he immediately understood what he was supposed to do under the current situation. Only he was capable of serving as the internal affairs official of the Emilia camp, who were often unwillingly dragged out to the battlefield.
Beatrice, well done, I suppose, this is your vocation, in fact.
Otto, I don't really understand, but I'm not happy to hear that. That was the response Otto gave, in tears, to Beatrice's unusual compliment. And then, before the eyes of the 2, Baton Kaitos, who had been crunched upon by the water dragon, tugged it to the ground and threw it down, and somehow unfastening its fangs, tried to stand up. However, their reactions were just before the trump card made it in time. Felt, preparations, all set. You worked hard, little girl. A voice elated with success echoed, and the rear of the meteor knocked the ground, generating a particularly loud noise. The staff, fabricated to deceive as if it was the back of a cesspool, its tip was pointed towards Baton Kaitos by Felt. In her hands, the meteor got tinged by faint light, and its after-effect blew off its package.
With the white package having come off, the slender white staff was revealed from within.
Its handle was long enough to qualify being the length of a spear, with no exquisite designs, or any eye-catching mechanisms. It could be said that its dedicated utility and structure was, truly reflecting its creator's spirit. The very spirit of the witch Echidna, who sought no further value of a device any more than what it was supposed to possess as that device. Beatrice, mother.
The truth is, Beatrice had never seen Echidna use the staff. Even still, she was aware of its purpose, and its might.
To pester the divine dragon Volcanica to think it was a weapon, capable of obstructing even the divine dragon.
With that being said, there are some conditions to its usage.
Either fulfilling those conditions could be difficult, or there could be problems with the user, so clearly showing all of its limitless specs was arduous. Felt, ALL right, the power which connected to even Reinhardt, have a taste and see tilde. With the condition fulfilled, if Felt still had stock of mana, the expected amount should be sufficient. Sucking out mana from the user, Meteor limitlessly continued to drain power, and the radiance lighting at its tip had its aim set upon Baton Kaitos.
Lei, Su.
Even Baton Kaitos was unable to prevent the might from coming down upon him. Judging that there was a possibility of it proving to be fatal, Baton Kaitos instantaneously attacked the snout of the water dragon, constraining his leg, and the moment its fangs loosened, he unbound his legs, and flew, while carrying the gash.
At that moment, the meteor twinkled conspicuously and potently.
Felt, go HK. Light distended at Meteor's tip, and the corona was fired towards Baton Kaitos. Baton Kaitos, who had escaped instantaneously from the restraint of the water dragon, somehow rolled away from its path with his injured leg. At the same pace, the light missed its aim, and collided with the water dragon at that instant, its trajectory warped. The light drew a complex trajectory, and approached Baton Kaitos. Lei, Wasu? With his self escaping from the chasing light bullet, Baton Kaitos raised his voice. At the same pace, with carriage and jumping of his sharp body, he got out of the trajectory of the light bullet, progressively getting closer.
However, it was futile. Even if Batankato's escaped away, rolled away, leapt away, the light bullet drew arcs, drew circles, inched closer, and aimed for a direct hit.
That was the greatest power of the magic weapon Meteor, created by Echidna.
Once it had set its aim, it functioned so that it kept track of it. The weapon created by Echidna to pester the divine dragon Volcanica.
If Echidna was truly serious regarding it, and wanted to engineer a device solely for the purpose of pestering, it is obvious she would not allow for any compromises in it. Henceforth, that magic tool was, incapable of missing its aim, did not let its aim escape, and became a weapon whose hit always landed. Lei, Nu, Su. Then, how about this? No matter how much he ran, the unbound light bullet continued its pursuit, and with some observations cooking up, Batankato's launched his counter-attack. An upsurge of magical power, and Batankato's environs froze. Various levitating icicles formed, with their pointed tips facing the light bullet, and the stormy barrage rained upon the corona. However, that opposition was a mistake. The moment the icicles came in contact with the corona, they got reduced to mana starting from their tips, and before they could land a hit, they interspersed into smaller fragments and got swallowed up by the light bullet. Furthermore, the light bullet absorbed all of the magical interceptors that drew close, and as that power enlarged its own scale, it continued to approach the enemy.
Lei, shit, no way. No way, Su.
Rolling, somehow getting out of its path, Batankato's let out the curse. However, the injury on his left leg was deep, and it did not allow for him to jump completely. Otherwise, if could be agile enough, it may be possible for him to direct the light bullet towards Beatrice and the rest, or have it aim at Felt herself, but he did not have that much energy left. The pursuing light bullet traced its path around the rolling Batankato's, and disabling the areas through which he could escape, it gradually enveloped the body of Gluttony and its destructive might. Lei, no way, by something that looks so stupid, we will. Lei, shut your mumbling.
Right away, solar eclipse should be started.
At the instant of the strike, Batankato's raised a wretched voice, which got painted away by, again, a terribly cold voice. And, the light exploded. The dazzling corona distended at the core of the open plaza, and gave rise to the largest crater till now.
The expanded light blotted the world in white, and the parts which got blotted vanished, as if losing color.
The open plaza had been hollowed out spherically, and the water flowing in the waterway streamed into it.
However,
few, geez.
Having an unskilled brother really causes troubles. Next to the destructive cataclysm, was a shadow peeping at the waterway.
Having lengthened brown hair, it was someone with a body covered in scars.
Needlessly to say, the physical traits were none other than those of the confronting Lei Batankato's.
How did he possibly manage to evade the attack of the light bullet? However, what was utmost astonishing in this place was not that. Beatrice, what does this mean, I suppose? Beatrice's words did not stem from the confound of the attack not striking. First of all, the attack failing to strike was not the problem. As the light bullet was supposed to strike Batankato's, and nothing or nobody aside from Batankato's. That is why, it was obvious that it would not strike the muscular and brawny giant man, who had his back turned towards them.
The problem was from just where had that man appeared from. Otto, is that
Gluttony? Said Otto, raising his agonized face and glancing at the same. Though she wanted to deny it, Beatrice, right now, did not have any words for that. At the gaze of the silent Beatrice and the others, the giant man abruptly turned back. The one there was the giant man, with a grim countenance, which resembled yet did not match well with Batankato's.
With an appearance that suggested he was close to his 40s, there were no parts of him that even slightly overlapped with that blasphemer.
In front of Beatrice, who narrowed her eyes, that giant man put his hand on his chin. There is no need to make such a puzzled face.
We just did this.
And, saying with feminine words, contradicting his appearance, the man relaxedly sliced away his long hair with his sword.
As the chopped-off strands of hair fell to the ground, Beatrice understood how the light bullet had been evaded. The meteor's tracking functioned till it has established contact with its target. That was its power. Even if it came in contact with a single portion of the body, its might would be sufficient to amass the whole body. That point had been used in inverse.
The man, perhaps Batankato's, had chopped off his hair, and made it seem to the light bullet that it had come in contact with the body. And, fleeing from the attack span with all of his strength, he had managed to evade the detriment. By nature, for determining the meteor's target, it was necessary to align it towards what would become the target and aim. Though it was best to connect to the target's odd or gate, but in this case, being utilized as an emergency measure, it got applied to Batankato's hair, that had fallen amidst the battle. Result of which, the light bullet strayed towards the decoy of the hair.
Thinking that much, Beatrice gnashed her teeth at how unfavorable the situation was.
She had not expected, at all, that the trump card, Meteor, would get dodged through such a way.
Her magic stones had been used up, the only one left with her now was the one she wanted to save for Puck.
Otto and the other men could no longer fight, and felt too, who had gotten the bulk of her mana drained out by the mana, had crumbled, breathing hoarsely. There was nothing left that she could do now, though that idea came up in her mind. Beatrice horizontally shook her head.
It would be better to die rather than accept defeat.
Just as Subaru found a way out of even the most hopeless of situations, herself must do the same. That is why, Beatrice raised her face, and set her eyes upon the man. Facing the gaze, Batankato's rounded his eyes.
He then put one hand on his hip, and covered his face with his other palm.
And? Nice, how nice, isn't it nice? Certainly it is nice, perhaps it is nice, possibly it nice, because it is probably nice.
We too, see the value of eating you.
Beatrice, HK. Before Beatrice could rebuke what babbling she had heard, Batankato's body started to change, his bones distorted, creating a particular sound, with blood gushing out that was painful to even look at. The body of the giant man wilted, shedding blood from the newly created wounds. Regaining the form of a young boy, was Batankato's, breathing hoarsely. Batankato's whole body was being wounded, however, he continued to express his insane smile. Gluttony, looking towards this side while wringing his lowered throat, spread his two arms, in seemingly happiness. Louis, our name is, which cult sin archbishop representing gluttony, Louis Arneb. Beatrice, Louis?
Lay Batankato's, that was supposed to be his name.
Without reading the intention behind suddenly giving a different name for himself, Beatrice furrowed her eyebrows. And, stitching that gap of confusion, Batankato's, with just his right leg, powerfully kicked the ground. Beatrice toughened up her body, observing what he was going to do, but Gluttony flew to the edge of the plaza, recovering the tattered cloth that had fallen there, and wore it, as if hiding his scarred skin.
Above that,
Louis, unfortunately, that's all for today. As both Lay and Roy are too exhausted. Any further will cause hindrances in giving birth.
Let's meet again, cute young miss.
Beatrice.
Do you think you will escape, I suppose?
Louis, please stop acting strong. Though Eclipse cannot be handled decently in this body, it can still at least completely annihilate. The reason that won't be done is because the dinner table isn't prepared. Batankato's shook his head and pointed his finger towards Beatrice, who tried to step ahead. A terribly feminine gesture. No, the truth is, the current Batankato's may possibly be a woman.
At that part, there was the essence of something difficult to understand.
Batankato's nodded at Beatrice, who stopped her feet with unpleasant feelings and wariness. Louis, both Lay of gourmet and Roy of bizarre eating know nothing.
After all, a meal is not what you ate. It's who you ate with. Louis, well then, next time, come to meet us along with a person dear to you. Beatrice, why?
Wait, just when she was about to call that out, Batankato's slid into the shadow of the open plaza and disappeared.
Going after him was something Beatrice could not do, in this situation full of the injured.
Following him, and diving into a situation where Gluttony was at a clear advantage would be reckless as well.
There no longer was anything that could be done, now that even the trump card meteor had failed. Beatrice, it's about doing it, in fact. Enduring her desire to speak out, Beatrice glanced around.
The pain had eroded away much of Otto's consciousness. The mercenaries and Felt's attendant had fainted, swooned. Felt was making a frustrated expression, but she was giving the impression that she could collapse at any moment. And Beatrice, too, was no exception. In accordance with Kiritaka's desperate appeal, its completion with no deaths, should only that be accepted as the result of Beatrice's participation in the battlefield, regardless. Beatrice, it seems Subaru cannot even be asked for a hug confidently, I suppose. In the prey that was allowed to escape in Les Batancatos, slept the soul of a young girl.
Ascertaining the surety in that, how could it be conveyed to Subaru?
With terribly heartbreaking sorrow, Beatrice turned and stepped towards Felt, calling out to her faintly. Ironically, the fight of this battlefield came to an end with the withdrawal of the Sin Archbishop.
Only a few battlefields now bequeathed in the Watergate city.
Arc 5, Chapter 71, Sword Demon vs. Former Sword Saint. Various battles across the span of the city were gradually meeting their end. The destruction caused in the parts which had been turned into battlefields was immense, and the city's faculty had been greatly impacted. This very fact, which conveyed the extent of the catastrophe that had occurred in this city of Prestella, could be said to be the result of the malice brought by the witch cult into the city. Within the situation of such destruction continuing to rise and be inflicted, there existed a single battlefield with a different hair color.
Rather, it may not even be appropriate to call it a battlefield. Only the solemn sound of swords clashing echoed, with each of the swiping swords aiming for the other's life. Present there was only the tactless wish of two swordsmen, with the tips of their swords pointing towards each other, shredding everything unneeded, with their, what could be at least said, true desire upon them. The sword's blade continued to gleam under the moonlight, and the swordsmen continued to exchange love over clashes of steel. Sharp reports, scattering sparks, the grey and red hair continued to dance under the rays of the moon. It was a sword's dance so magnificent and polished, it would eventually steal the glance of all audiences, or rob them of their hearts. It was such that even the sword god would ululate. The unimaginably lustrous movement of the longsword, as if blading through water, bouncing back, the twin swords swept through the breeze, striking each other as if lightning. As if dancing a performance of reciprocated fixation, the swords of the two continued to intertwine with each other. Wilhelm accepted the sword slash of the one in front of him, of Theresia, who was still as beautiful as when she had been young, from the front, bathed in the sword slash with the same vigor, and felt grief at the reaction he felt in his palm. Boiling up from the depths of his body, was the acclamation of the heart of his immature self, despite his age. He was getting excited. He was getting delighted. He was blooming. With honesty, must he affirm. The sword demon Wilhelm thought back to the days before, and yearned for the present where he could, once again, connect with his youthful wife. His heart had been scorched by that. His mind was now occupied by the thought, by how much he desired and how he would be willing to abandon everything, if only this exchange of swords, this tryst, just like this, never came to an end. Wilhelm, but such greed was blasphemy, it was unforgivable for him to even bear it. Blasphemy, to the untiring days the sword demon Wilhelm had dedicated to the sword. Blasphemy, to his oath of taking away the sword, from the sword Saint Theresia, once he put her to defeat. Blasphemy, to his feelings for utmost dedication to his master, as a swordsman. The love that lit up the chest of Wilhelm van Astria, following it detachedly, would be blasphemy to everything that was living in this world at this moment. Henceforth, he must not keep settling it for later. Regardless of how much these moments had proven to be a delightful paradise for the sword demon. Theresia. Wilhelm, he, tilde. A mute slash of the sword, like a storm, swept through, to which he responded with his own barrage of innumerable sword strikes. With long, deep red hair swaying, the movements of Theresia, who was clad in white clothes, had no faltering. Like a leaf that had fallen into a stream, the lethal sword was fired from the interior of her completely natural stance.
Up, down, left, right, her sword strikes had no particular angle. However, as the attacks overlapped, Wilhelm felt something be slightly off.
And the convincing sense of something being off was something he felt also in her responses.
Theresia van Astria's ability as a swordsman was exceptional.
That was something, in those days, which were the golden days of Wilhelm's physicality, he had rivaled once, which lay unquestionably in the territory of pure swordsmanship.
Right now, that skill continued to bode in Theresia's blade, as she stood in front of him, silent. The art of a sword saint, to mercilessly kill adversaries, that brought both relief and envy to guardians. However, her current self and her self of those days had a realm of decisive difference in between. Wilhelm, light. As the twin sword and long sword collided face to face and sparks scattered around, remarked the sword demon.
Locking swords, Wilhelm stared intensely into the blue eyes on the other side of the sword's blade.
Wilhelm, without even a need to compare, it's light, Theresia. Your sword, which dropped its heavy load, is it something so light?
Theresia.
A certain tone, those words mixed with disappointment, however, the eyebrows of her beautiful face did not even twitch. Theresia, with perfectly clear eyes, lacking all emotion, was returning a look to Wilhelm.
No refutation, no revolt, they did not even have enmity.
She used to be a woman who used to often smile, often get angry, often sulk.
She used to be a woman beautiful like the blade when she was silent, but the times of her being silent were almost none.
She used to be a woman like a spherical flower, blooming under the sun.
So, her state now, was nothing but tragic. Theresia. Present there was only the shell of his silent wife.
As he exchanged slashes of swords with the figure he had continued to love, Wilhelm's heart shattered into fragments. Springing as if having returned to the days of the past, waning as if understanding the days of the past could not be returned to, casting aside the days of the past as if having a dream like the bubble on the surface.
For 15 years, what kind of a life must Theresia have led? When he thought back to the time when he had lost her, and dedicated himself to vengeance, the incurable wound on Wilhelm's shoulder ascertained itself.
A wound inflicted by the divine protection of Death God never disappears. It was a divine protection aside from the divine protection of the sword saint bestowed upon Theresia by the sword god, in order to bring an end to those days of war. A single cut could produce a river of blood, just a few slashes could pile up a mountain of corpses. Henceforth, there lay no necessity of superficial cleverness and artfulness, for her, to cut off the thread of life. Indeed, the only way of defeating Theresia was through swordsmanship superior to that of hers. Wilhelm of the past had shred himself to his extreme limits, with such austerity that converted his own self into a sword, continued till the very end, had he really managed to accomplish that. There was no way of defeating Theresia, who, too, got her abilities boosted to their very limit through the divine protection of the sword saint, and now, having exchanged swords with her youthful self, Wilhelm understood.
The abilities with the sword were transcendent, and lay in the territory of dexterity.
However, there was one enormous shadow upon that swordsmanship.
Wilhelm, even if you felt troubled before holding the sword, you no longer felt troubled after holding it. You were a woman, who knew that even better than myself. Theresia. Wilhelm, do you remember the day we parted?
At the occasion of the great subjugation, you shook me up, as I stopped you, and inflicted an incurable wound upon this shoulder. The words of that time, I have not forgotten even a single one of them.
She did not answer. He did not demand it. This was just Wilhelm's ceremony, looking back at that day.
Along with the pain of this shoulder, the memory etched to it was also resuscitated. Whilst she commenced with the great subjugation, with the journey she could possibly never return from, Theresia had literally let go of herself from Wilhelm, and had said,
"When I return, that day, please let me hear the words I could not hear. Wilhelm, I have come here, to fulfill the promise of that day."
The twin sword roared, and Theresia's long sword strummed. The former sword saint swung the blade utilizing that recoil, but Wilhelm, without even looking at that counterattack, dodged by fully reading through its trajectory.
He knew it. Where the blade was going to come, enough that he loved it.
Wilhelm, Ru, O tilde.
The habits were the same. The techniques were the same.
Scorched onto his soul, within the austerity of his former self, when he shred himself, he had painted them in his mind, the sword techniques of the sword saint he was in pursuit of. Defeating her, swearing to take it away from her, reaching that region, he yearned for, and they got scorched onto his soul.
It was the same, along with her figure, which warmed his chest. Theresia. Even against Wilhelm's appeal, the crimson beautiful face did not flinch, even slightly.
As the sword aimed for its catch soundlessly, silently, emotionlessly, Wilhelm shot it down altogether.
He loved it so much, that he knew it even with his eyes closed. That is precisely why, now he chose to love it without closing his eyes.
Wilhelm, HK. Above, returned the slash, exchanged swipes, raised the blade, slashed the sword diagonally. Accepting the blade raining down upon him, and sinking the counter-attacking strike, dodging the swipe, then released, gyrating his body around the leaping point of the sword, both, who had slashed diagonally across each other's shoulders, then entwined their swords as the key performer, and shifted the counter-attack. Surpassing the blows with an elegant safeguard, impossibility arose in Theresia's swordsmanship. Theresia, who had accumulated the blows, retreated, and Wilhelm plunged into that gap without any hesitation.
For a single moment, emotion arose in Theresia's eyes, who was looking at the sword demon. No, it was his misapprehension. His effeminate heart had pulled out the memory of a situation of the past, exactly the same as this.
Within the sights of abundant citizens, Wilhelm had struck and defeated the lead actor of the ceremony, the sword saint, and robbed being a swordsman from the youth named Theresia.
The return of that situation, exactly the same as this one. Then, the conclusion too, would be, again.
Wilhelm, Theresia HK.
Wilhelm attacked the longsword, flying towards her bosom.
The sword demon hoisted up his twin sword against it, and unable to bear the load, there occurred a fissure in the blade. But, at the same time the longsword repelled it by turning right overhead, and half of Theresia's body largely opened up. Drawing a large semicircle, Wilhelm's twin sword made its return. Since the origin of this tryst until this point, Theresia, who was right in front of his eyes, produced the greatest gap yet.
With the muscles of his arms swelling up, he gripped the handle of the sword, to the point it was creaking,
and wielding the attack with all of his might. Now must he put an end to this inconceivable reunion.
He tried to put an end to it.
Wilhelm, HK.
Violent passion packed his throat, with countless facial expressions floating in his eyes.
Her face when crying, her face when angry, her face when sulking, her face when smiling, floating were the beloved expressions of the same woman. Shaking that off completely, Wilhelm shot down the blade.
The sword slice dashed, and straight from the head to the torso of the woman.
Before the slash struck, a person's shadow appeared at the corner of Wilhelm's eyes. At the utmost limit of concentration, it was a fluctuation in his consciousness originally impossible.
However, that was all there was to it. Without any kind of influence, it was nothing beyond he could simply ignore.
As a swordsman, risking his life, he must cross swords at the border of life and death. Outsiders could never create any room of doubt in that. Devoting his everything to the existence in front of his eyes, he fulfilled his purpose with a sword slash befitting of the sword demon.
That was supposed to be what he was going to do. That was supposed to be what he could do. If only the person's shadow reflected had not been that of a person of red.
Father?
There was distance in between.
The doubtful voice was not at a distance that its echo would reach Wilhelm.
Even still, he felt as if the voice was whispering right into his ear. Looking towards him, was a man with blue eyes and red hair. Heinkel Astria was observing the final moments of this battle.
Simply dazed, at the conclusion of the deadly swordsmanship of his father, Wilhelm, and his mother, Theresia, as they aimed for each other's life.
At that moment, the glint of his sword became dull.
Wilhelm, H.K.
He was supposed to have had fired a decisive strike.
Pouring himself into the trends of the fight, a sword strike that was supposed to bring an end to this long dream that glint dulled, giving birth to a scope for counter-attacking. Theresia bent her body immensely, and reversing her wrist, the returning long sword rejected away the twin sword.
The sound of the two blades colliding echoed, and she disarrayed down the strike that had promised to wound her, with her heart, technique, physique, and distanced his purpose further away from fulfillment, as sparks scattered around.
Wilhelm, K.H. H.K.
Why, did he notice?
Receiving the blow of the sword fluttering in the wind, sidestepping its weight, Wilhelm clashed head-on with his emerging doubts with all of his heart. If he had not noticed Heinkel's existence, or if he had ignored that existence, if he had concentrated on Theresia, he would not be in this unsightly shape he was in now. He had determined to dedicate his entire life, and take Theresia away from the sword god.
The result of that exaggerated decision, did it have to be this predicament?
Once again, started the chaining of the sound of a light sword strike. However, the blade that had formerly turned transparent after the exchange of blows, that sword's dance had already been lost.
Foreign impurities had intermingled.
Using all kinds of strengths of all possible limits, further enhancing the purity of the blade, had all been lost by the edge of the sword, which was supposed to have had swung only twice, by a single appearance on the other side.
What was left was a single strike by the aged sword demon at his beloved wife, in front of their son.
Without becoming a sword, without living as a sword demon, he was far too immature, far too deficient, as a father, as a husband, as a swordsman, as a man.
Eventually being rendered incapable of a single swing, he realized his immaturity.
He was unable to stop evil from mixing, with the essence of his swordsmanship that was pouring into the sword.
Henceforth, this result may have been inevitable.
Wilhelm, H.K. Shooting down the two blades, he, immediately afterwards, jolted the long sword.
Receiving the power of the sword strike with stupid earnesty, and the strengths were being compared in the gap created by Theresia stopping her legs the moment he overcame the resistance and stepped ahead, the slender body in front of his eyes rotated, creating a vacuum around.
A leg appeared before him, halfway, and a gap was born. Immediately afterwards, sense of demise approached him. He received the extremely powerful sword slash, whose coldness could not be questioned, by gyrating his sword towards the rear with not even a millisecond of delay.
Without being able to stop the shattering attack, his sword, that had accepted it, encroached deeply into his own shoulder. Stepping as if on a foot bellow, the body that had bent forward spouted blood. His bones creaked, his muscles palpitated, alighting in his brain. The right blade had accepted it. The left blade still remained.
With blood flowing out of the edge of his mouth, Wilhelm, with his right blade, as if carrying it on his shoulder, once again deflected Theresia's long sword upwards. Without any inaccuracies, Theresia's long sword was raised overhead.
At the same time, the sword fell out of Wilhelm's right hand. He did not mind it.
If his right hand was now free, he must dedicate all his strength into the remaining left blade and strike.
With his left blade, he smashed the blow into Theresia, behind.
His right drew a trajectory, and pierced upright into Theresia.
Sparks scattered. And a sound echoed, a high-pitched report.
The weight of the blade in his hand was halved, and Wilhelm, with his own errors, who had countlessly recognized his own weakness, once again noticed it. The moment he struck Theresia with the attack, Wilhelm chose to act unconsciously.
The blade gripped in his left, to strike it by rotating it towards the left or towards the left.
A slight, meager difference.
But at the same time, for those two, who had attained the extremity of swordsmanship, it was a lethal variation. If he chose velocity, left, or if he opted for strength, then right. After getting caught up in that choice, if he realized that he had erred in that action, things could still be helped. Wilhelm, deciding whether or not he should look at Theresia straight up, in that single instant,
lost his way. Accepting the sword demon's attack was a single swing released by Theiresia's grip. Catching hold of it while it was midair, Theresia cut into the trajectory of the attack.
The moment she accepted the sword, and engaged with it while standing still, she swung it down with immense force.
That cracked the belly of Wilhelm's sword, and rejected the steel without facing any resistance. The long sword fragmented his sword, and Wilhelm perceived the loss of his special weapon. Instantly gripping to the handle of the fractured sword, he prepared for the following attack, which was in his instinct as a swordsman. However, that preparedness would bear fruit, if only he differed in purity as a swordsman.
In that respect, herself, in front of his eyes, was the worst possible opponent. The sword demon who lost his sword, and the sword saint loved by the sword god. That difference was clear, there was no necessity for mentioning it.
In the juncture when he forgot to even blink his eyes, Wilhelm saw the long sword pierce through his right leg.
It was a sword so beautiful, he almost got charmed by it.
The blade penetrated into the joint of the aged swordsman's right leg, and the edge of the sword was contaminated by minimal blood. Without any unneeded destruction, right through the gap between muscle fibers and nerves, taking away only the functionality of the leg, it was the excellence of preeminent swordsmanship.
The lack of resistance was such that it seemed as if the blade was only swiping through water. With that performance being held upon his own right leg, Wilhelm's back shuddered. Was that feeling admiration, vexation, infatuation? The person concerned did not know which one complied. What he did know was only the truth of his defeat being thrust into his face.
Wilhelm, G.H., Uck. H.K.
As the blade hid in his right leg and slid through, the height of his knees was divided. Just as when the longsword had pierced in, as his flesh was drawn out soundlessly, Wilhelm groaned at the delayed pain and crumbled down. As blood flooded out of his leg's wound, his lower body was rendered powerless.
If the power of the divine protection of Death God was invoked, any type of healing magic may he used, but it will not heal. If the wielder of the divine protection was close, then the closer the distance, the more its effectivity increased. No matter how slight the wound, it became a curse that eroded away life, and coerced endless bloodshed upon the victim.
The wound on Wilhelm's right leg was not so slight to be called a shallow wound.
It was a gash that could be life-threatening if it was neglected, and the divine protection of Death God was obliged to, and refused all recovery. It seemed as if the deadline for his life had been set for a period excessively short.
Wilhelm, regrettable.
As his brain was being scorched by the pain, he leaked out his grief before his anguish. The sense of pain was stimulating a scream without any interruption, but Wilhelm revealed it on his face only by furrowing his eyebrows and nothing else.
He was not frivolously holding it back, or affixing it to his willpower.
The sharp stimulus upon his body, no matter what, did not let his heart shelter from the shade of darkness. While despair, despondency, and his own cowardliness and worthlessness was being scorched into his soul, how much meaning could physical pain hold for this aged swordsman?
Dropping the sword in his hand, Wilhelm put his hand on the mouth of the wound.
The bleeding was supposed to leak away his life, but the defeated had no intention of maintaining distance without any disgrace. However, according to etiquette, he must not meet his end by something like blood loss. He had fought as a swordsman, he had opposed as a swordsman, he had been defeated as a swordsman.
Then, the life of the defeated was to be taken away by the sword of the victor.
Wilhelm, Theresia, I am.
Theresia.
The female swordsman of crimson, with her long sword on being carried on her shoulder, was looking down towards Wilhelm.
In those eyes, truly, there was no deep emotion present.
Without remembering anything till the end, and continuing to not remember anything, she was the death god of the sword who was going to reap Wilhelm's life.
He looked up at the beautiful face, to the point he was fascinated by it. Theresia, silently, swung the sword in front of Wilhelm.
When that sword would come down, Wilhelm's life, too, would come to an end.
But
Wilhelm, all alone, never.
The moment the long sword descended, Wilhelm extended his right hand.
Over there, the fragment of the twin sword, the sword Theresia had cast aside, was lying there. Wilhelm picked it up with his fingers, and floundered, unable to accept the moment of his death, till the end of the end. His defeat, that remained.
That could not be helped. But her, now, he must not render Theresia, her, alone.
Unable to stop his wife, who was being made to swing the sword against her will, he could not allow her to advance towards Crush, whom he was greatly indebted towards, or Subaru and the rest. If his life, being burned, was insufficient, then he did not mind the destruction of his soul after death.
However, the brandish of that resolution was Theresia.
Wilhelm, Theresia? Keeping her sword held tight, Theresia leapt a great distance backwards. The blade he held in his right hand, she was a distance that its swipe would not reach her. At a position which Wilhelm, who had his leg injured, would not be able to reach, Theresia slightly inclined her neck. Emotionless eyes, seeing a terribly empty color in them, Wilhelm, for the first time, got frightened. That fear was a fear that arose in his instinct, in Wilhelm's instincts as a swordsman. There lay no necessity to go out of the way and deliver a finishing blow to a prey bearing fatal injuries. With the pride of a swordsman lost long ago, there was the judgment which could be passed only by a cool-headed death god. Wilhelm, wait. Wait, Theresia.
Wilhelm shouted, at the dread of being left behind. His leg didn't hurt. Forgetting the pain of his right leg, Wilhelm tried to pursue the distant Theresia.
However, the pain, or at the very least, the wound, was real.
Without any strength, he tumbled.
Potently striking his shoulder, the aged swordsman made an expression, conveying how unforgivable this was.
Swinging about her long, red hair, Theresia became further distant.
Ahead of the path of herself's footsteps, was Heinkel, standing upright. The longsword, with no decline in fighting spirit hitherto, established him as its next prey. Slashing the man whom she did not know was her husband, she will next slash the man whom she did not know was her son, for that. Wilhelm, stop, Theresia.
Do you think that is?
That is forgivable?
Fight with me. Look at me. At me.
Look at me, Theresia a tilde. With a voice, as if it was bleeding, Wilhelm called Theresia.
Innumerable times, countless times, that name which he had called in front of her, with the figure he had thought of innumerable times and with the figure that used to be exactly the same innumerable times, the anger instead of the muted love, the insanity instead of ardor, putting all of it into it. However, the woman did not look back.
Holding tightly the sword where abode the death god, the woman commenced heading towards Heinkel. Heinkel inhaled at that form stepping up, and was unable to unsheath the night sword he had with his hands, that should have been swung.
Heinkel, wait, I said wait. Why you? Theresia, he said, no way? It can't be possible. It can't be mother.
HK.
Theresia. Heinkel, no, even if it isn't mother. That's not it. Father had become like that, so. Shit. What is this?
Just what is this, what are you doing? Becoming imminent in front of his eyes, was Theresia of her young days.
That form, and the form of her as a mother within Heinkel, overlapped.
He shook his neck horizontally in repudiation, and desperately tried to deny the spectacle in front of his eyes, voicing words he was unable to put a halt to.
His knees sneered, his line of sight disarrayed, and his figure, while holding the sword, too, seemed frail.
Faced with the former sword saint, there was not even the slightest chance for him to hold it. At this rate, unquestionably, Heinkel will get slashed to his death by Theresia.
Only that was something which could not be allowed to happen. Wilhelm, Theresia.
Here.
I am still alive. If you want to kill, then kill me first. Heinkel, there's no way you can do it. Right this instant, flee.
Supporting himself with the sword, Wilhelm stood up feeling as if he was crunching stones. With no room for grasping his wound, his burden spanned, furthermore, his blood gushed out.
The cobblestone subsequently, after the overflow of fresh blood, turned into the color of red, and while pulling the thread of that blood, Wilhelm pursued Theresia's back. Distant. Too distant.
Slow.
Too slow. Once again, Wilhelm did not make it. Once again, Wilhelm could not reach it. Wilhelm, Hugh.
HK.
Theresia.
Theresia's long sword drew an arc, and the knight sword of Heinkel, who had tugged in his shoulders, accepted it, with not even the slightest stagnation, and Heinkel's knight sword left his hands too quickly, raising a shrill sound as it bounced on the cobblestone.
Heinkel, stop. Please stop, Mom.
HK. Rendered unarmed, the frightened Heinkel fell on his bottom at that spot.
Flailing around his limbs desperately, Heinkel tried to escape, as if crawling.
However, his moving fingers, his terrified heart, Theresia's emotionless eyes, tied his mind and body to fear, and he was rendered almost completely immobile at the spot. His throat was parched, he wiped off the heavy amounts of cold sweat he was perspiring. Heinkel made a pallid face.
There had possibly been some incontinence there as well.
However, having been robbed of the composure to be embarrassed at that, Heinkel stared at the tip of the long sword hoisted up. As if slicing the moon, the long sword extended straight towards the heavens. At the brink of his life, Wilhelm witnessed the sight of his wife slash their son to his death in front of his eyes.
He raised his voice. It did not reach. He stretched his hand. It did not reach. Wilhelm, Theresia.
No strength remained in the merely shouting voice of the sword demon, who had been unable to dedicate his everything into the sword. Heartlessly, the long sword was swung to cut off Heinkel's life.
That's as far as it goes. That voice suddenly, but distinctly, cut into the tension, which seemed to be stinging. With a dignified tone and not a single fragment of vacillation in it, it wielded no pardon. Those who heard it were struck with the sense of the presence of an overwhelming existence, and it was only natural to follow its intentions. Wilhelm, Heinkel, and even Theresia halted all movement. Ahead of the line of sight of the three, stood a single youth.
Blazing red hair, like fire, perfectly clear, glittering blue eyes which had captured the sky. Even while his white outfit had been contaminated by blood and mud, the figure, standing straight, had no need at all for words to decorate him aside from heroic. The youth, slowly, continued to advance towards the place. In that hand, was a scabbard with the engravings of deep wounds, and a knight's sword unsheathed from that scabbard. With the sword blade polished to the point of abnormality, he clutched to the dragon sword reed. The voice of the laughter of the sword god resonated raucously in the ears of the sword demon. Arc 5, Chapter 72, Sword Saint vs. Previous Generation Sword Saint. The dragon sword reed was a sword with numerous enigmas. It was certain that, for generations, it was a treasured sword that had given rise to sword saints one after another and had been passed down the generations of the Astria family, but from where that dragon sword had been granted to them was something that had not been passed down. A treasured sword with an obscure past, and on top of that, the shady history of being unable to be unsheathed by anyone except for the sword saint. Particularly speaking, even by the sword saint, it was capable of being unsheathed only in times necessary. It was a treasured sword that had descended down upon the divine dragon Volcanica, by the first-generation sword saint, Reed Astria. In the past, when dragons had advanced upon in immense numbers, slashing all of them down altogether, was this legendary sword. Otherwise, it could just be a dull sword, a magical sword which increased its strength by breathing into the enemy's blood. If we were to speak of its stories, all without any evidence, which seemed like mere fairy tales, there were countless. Regardless, nothing could be stated clearly, and neither was there any way to confirm anything. If there was to be a single thing that could be asserted, the dragon sword reed was a supreme sword that could defeat treasured swords, legendary swords, or magical swords of any disposition. It was the extremity of the realization of steel into the sword, there existed no steel surpassing it. Even for Wilhelm, who had been bestowed upon by the honor of a swordsman, with Van, seeing the uncontaminated white blade, this was only the third opportunity in his entire lifetime. Wilhelm, Reinhardt. With the jet-black scabbard which had engravings carved by the claws of the dragon in his left, gripping the dragon sword with his right hand, was he. His red hair swinging about in the wind, lording over the situation earnestly with his blue eyes, was the current sword Saint Reinhard van Astria. It could be no one else. Everyone was overwhelmed by the lone majestically standing figure, including Wilhelm. Inheriting Sword Saint, and becoming the sword of the kingdom as an imperial knight, was his grandson. This was actually the first time for Wilhelm to see his form to step into a battlefield. Losing Theresia in the Great Subjugation, Wilhelm left the Astria family. His dispute with his son and grandson from back then, even after 15 years, still stood, unburied.
Henceforth, for these past 15 years, Wilhelm had always been pursuing his wife, and had continued to turn his eyes away from his family. Therefore, whether it was the deterioration of his son, or the growth and accomplishments of his grandson, he had not been witness to anything. That is why, right now, he was overwhelmed by Reinhardt's figure.
The one standing there was the Sword Saint. An existence blessed with the love of the Sword God, having the ability to unsheathe the greatest sword, standing above the wishes of swordsmen of all dispositions that could only be the Sword Saint.
Seeing that figure, Wilhelm remembered. He had completely forgotten his pain. What he remembered was a different emotion.
The emotion Wilhelm felt when, a long, long time ago, he saw the swords dance of the Sword Saint, of Theresia. At that time, Wilhelm felt a distance he would never be able to cover.
A territory he would, by no means, be able to reach, and Wilhelm lamented the trifling nature of his sword talents. Even still, without crumbling, he swung the sword, he continued swinging it, and finally managed to grasp the edge of that territory with one hand. No distance is too distant, that is what he was supposed to have had proven. Such tapered, puny visibility, the qualities were different. The heights were different. The weights were different. The things were different. Anything and everything was different.
That was not an existence to debate over whether it could be reached, or it could not be reached.
Quite literally, it was an existence in a different dimension itself. Theresia, slowly, lowered the upraised longsword. The sword had been on the verge of slaying Heinkel, but stopped in the face of the newly appeared enemy.
The heartless, moving dead body of Theresia van Astria had already lost the pride of a swordsman, the style of a warrior, anything and everything. What she had right now were only the orders of the caster who was moving that dead body with some secret arts. The optimum judgment for using her was making her an existence that would be an obstacle. And if that order prioritized those who could prove to be a threat, her judgment was natural. Having been robbed away of the ability to continue the battle, awaiting only his demise through blood loss, was the aged swordsman.
Having lost all fighting spirit, unable to even flee, was the deputy commander in only the name.
Both of them, no longer registered as threats or anything such to Theresia. Therefore, turning her longsword, tilting her skills as the former Sword Saint, towards the current Sword Saint, was a judgment lacking any doubt. Wilhelm, wait.
Theresia. Look here, at me. Theresia a tilde.
Dragging his leg, pulling the thread of blood, cried out Wilhelm.
As if not having heard that cry, Theresia took no notice of him.
As if the exchange of sword slashes till now had all been a lie, she treated him as something that was not even present.
It was humiliating. However, it was even further saddening. However, he had no time to drown in grief. He would never forgive such stagnation of his current self. He must shout, now.
He must stop her, now.
Theresia.
Ignoring Wilhelm, who had tension in his heart, Theresia leapt at once and shortened the distance.
In front of the eyes of Reinhardt, who was in front of his eyes, Theresia cavorted, with her long, red hair.
The longsword sketched a semicircle, painting an artistic diagonal across Reinhardt. However, in the gap shorter than the blink of an eye, Reinhardt nullified the sword slash. Reinhardt, who was positioning himself backwards and sideways, was followed by the tip of the longsword, as if it was a living creature having a definite purpose. As it slashed the atmosphere of its trajectory to its death, even against the preceding slashes, Reinhardt's complexion did not show the slightest change. Covering halfway of distance, he had not even been grazed. Realizing how unfavorable her standing position was, Theresia silently flew towards the front. Confronting Reinhardt with half of the body exposed was nothing but suicidal. Turning back, Reinhardt looked straight at Theresia, whose longsword had set its aim at his eye.
Exactly behind Reinhardt was the figure of Heinkel.
As if shielding his father, Reinhardt confronted his grandmother. By just that, Wilhelm noticed how the offense and defense just now was for acquiring the standing position.
Heinkel, stop it. What is it, just what is it? What have I done?
Making a blue face, clutching his own hair, Heinkel did not notice.
It did not matter if his own son was standing in front of him before his eyes for protecting him. The preceding truths he had faced were already overflowing from his heart. He was not expected to have the ability to overcome the situation. That was how it was from the beginning. That is why, all he could do was to raise his voice.
Wilhelm, stop, Reinhardt.
Look at me. Theresia is in the middle of fighting with me. You are not permitted to cut into a battle between two swordsmen.
Reinhardt glanced sideways towards Wilhelm, who had cried out that they were still in the midst of battle. With his blue eyes, he looked at Wilhelm's right leg, whose bleeding yet continued.
Reinhardt, with that leg, you cannot continue to battle. Wilhelm, what do you mean if my leg can't move?
For grasping the sword, these hands are still alive. If my hands die, then my mouth.
If my mouth will be ineffective, then my soul. As long as I've not lost my life, I have not been defeated. Reinhardt, if you've not lost life,
then, what do you make of her, who is in front of your eyes? Wilhelm, HK.
At Reinhardt's question, Wilhelm's throat choked.
Theresia, expressionless, with emotionless eyes, with sheer silence, was looking at her opponents. Keeping her stance at the corner of his eyes, Reinhardt sought an answer from Wilhelm. Reinhardt, a mere dead body without any self-awareness moving in accordance with the wishes of the caster. I do not believe there is any meaning in fiddling around with the deceased, and involving the styles of a swordsman.
Wilhelm, styles of a swordsman you say?
HK.
Seeking to duel with a moving dead body was foolishness. Wilhelm was unable to refute Reinhardt's reasoning.
It was the truth that Theresia had already distanced away from Wilhelm, and the battle had come to an end.
No matter how much Wilhelm may cry out, the swordsman's wish shall not be granted.
On top of that, the current Wilhelm could not loudly proclaim himself to be a swordsman either. Standing with support of the sword, the present scenario for his desire where he excused steel for words within that Wilhelm van Astria, there was still the pride and dignity of the sword demon left.
There was nothing like that. He was empty. Reinhardt, the deceased do not move. The deceased have no future. I will not forgive that absurdity.
Stated Reinhardt in front of Wilhelm, who had lost his voice. His eyes had averted away from his grandfather, and now they closely observed only the dead body of his grandmother, standing in front of his eyes. In a gentle motion, the dragon sword reed was held to aim for her eyes. Oddly, that stance was identical to that of Theresia's, as she bore the long sword on her shoulders, as if a reflection in a mirror. The depressedly weeping sword blade of the dragon sword was visible as shimmering immensely.
That was the ovation of the sword.
At having attained a chance to be swung, it felt deep emotions, felicity, and at having to oppose the one who was its former bearer, the supreme blade wore weeping yet delight in its voice. Reinhardt.
Theresia.
Soundlessly, the blue eyes of the two swordsmen intertwined.
The sword saint, with the sword wielded, did not offer his name as he originally should have. It was natural.
As it sought an opponent with the value that they would pay back the pride of a swordsman, and the style of a warrior.
Against an opponent who was not like that, against an opponent who did not have the value to be equal, it was not going to be conducted.
The atmosphere froze, the world was crushed by the tension possessing color and weight. Feeling his entire body get heavier, dominated by sense of compactness, Wilhelm opened his mouth, unaware of the words he should pronounce. He was compelled by the sense of exasperation stemming from him feeling that he must say something. Ironically enough, that acted like a signal for the two swordsmen.
"Wilhelm, stop HK." His voice did not reach. Leaving behind his voice, the two swordsmen clashed.
Stepping ahead, swinging, Theiresia's longsword let out a roar and slashed through the atmosphere, and her greatest sword slash, at the perfect angle, assailed upon Reinhardt. In fact, this may have had been the slash with utmost refined beauty by Theresia, among all which Wilhelm had seen till now. Under normal circumstances, Wilhelm may have had been envious of the fact that the entirety of the sword abilities sleeping within Theresia, himself had not been the one to hail them out. However, at this instant, the emotions distending within Wilhelm's heart were different. And that something weighing in his chest explosively, had overflowed out by taking the form of certain words.
"Wilhelm, don't kill her."
The emotions he had contained, the passion he had suppressed, the things he had not wished for and the love he had admonished, rushed out as if breaking Wilhelm's barriers.
Theresia, of the days of youth.
The woman who had caressed Wilhelm's heart, who had made him take notice of the world beyond the sword, the only one in his lifetime, even when he had exchanged his everything, the woman who had thought it was still not quite enough, was there. The beloved woman, to whom he had not conveyed that he loved her, even once, was there. "Wilhelm, she is my, Theresia HK."
Not once had he said those words.
If he got perplexed, in a state where he almost lost his life, it would be inexcusable of him to prioritize his emotions. It was a deed that polluted the pride of a swordsman, the style of a warrior, the nobility of battle.
That was only the voice of a man. Of a man only desperate to not lose the woman he loved.
And that call of preparedness for death was, "Reinhardt, grandmother, has already been killed by me 15 years ago."
A voice, quietly clamorous. A faint voice, it was unknown whether it would even reach through or not. However, unquestionably, it was a response to Wilhelm's cry.
Theresia's sword slash directly sailed upon Reinhardt.
The dragon sword was yet to enter the trajectory of a swing. It struck. It severed. That was how it would look to anyone, and yet.
"Reinhardt, the one over here, is a mere fake."
Dragon sword Reed drew a locus.
A single swing, the dragon sword was soundlessly swung, and the white sword blade, as if in flow, settled within the scabbard. The guard of the sword came in contact with the scabbard, and only a faint metallic report was heard.
With just that, the battle came to an end. It was the end.
Arc 5, Chapter 73, Theresia van Astria. How surprised would you be if you got to know that it was actually love at first sight? Theresia van Astria was 12 years old when she received the divine protection of the Sword Saint. It was a sudden and unforeseen change that caused immense distress in her life.
During her normal everyday life, it abruptly swooped down upon her. Could it be that I got chosen? This was an honest emotion, the emotion she greeted the divine protection with.
And Theresia continued to keep this truth as a secret for some time. The Astria family's forte was the sword, and had given rise to the Sword Saints for generations and continued. Thanks to the achievements made hundreds of years ago by the first-generation Sword Saint, Reed Astria, the Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica recognized the sword of the Astria family as an indispensable existence and asset.
This tradition had been passed down for years, including in the times of Theresia. Henceforth, every person born into the Astria family, regardless of having the divine protection of the Sword Saint or not, was to dedicate themselves to the sword for their entire life.
This, of course, applied to her father, her two elder brothers and her lone younger brother, the youngest sibling, as well. Regardless of becoming a swordsman or attaining the divine protection, they were supposed to acquaint themselves with the sword the moment they achieved awareness of mind. If you were to ask how Theresia, who was born into the Astria family where this way of growing up was natural, was maturing, the answer would be she was spending her days completely parallel from the sword. Of course, if you were born into the Astria family, then, regardless of gender, you were supposed to take the sword in your hands.
There were days when Theresia and her brothers went through tough training.
There were such days indeed, but Theresia had absolutely no commendable aptitude for the sword. Rather than that, it would be further appropriate to say that she never had the orientation for facing the sword. Like many girls, Theresia held no interest in the sword.
It was not that she was bad at it. Unmotivated efforts, accompanied with a defiant attitude.
It was only natural that her parents would eventually come to notice that it was futile to make her keep swinging the sword if she continued to act like this. The divine protection of the sword saint was bestowed only upon those who had proven themselves worthy of receiving the love of the sword god. Generations were witness, only the members of the Astria family were capable of inheriting the divine protection of the sword saint. At the very least, that was what the common belief was, since no actual details regarding the inheritance of the divine protection were known. It was only when the swordsman faced the sword with absolute earnestness, that the protection recognized him and bestowed itself upon him. Seeing the possibility of her being the sword saint reduced down to negligible, Theresia's greed was ultimately fulfilled and she was granted the freedom she very much desired. Theresia detached herself from the sword practice, but she as well had her own sensible reasons behind it. Of course, both her disinterest in becoming the sword saint, and her lack of motivation in using the sword were factors in it, but her biggest reason behind it was completely unrelated to these.
Theresia was aware that she had been born with the divine protection of Death God. The wounds she would inflict onto others would ceaselessly bleed, incapable of healing.
When she realized that her forte lay in taking away the lives of others, what was born into the young Theresia was the fear of what could result from her very palms.
Something like sword training was perfect for intensifying her fear. Even if it were just practice or training, Theresia's divine protection, over which she had no control over, would not regard the situation. Even if the wound she may inflict were to be as meager as a scratch, the fact that it wouldn't heal made it no laughing matter.
Especially considering that a wound that may accidentally get inflicted during sword practice could prove to be deadly.
Henceforth, freed from the sword training, the secretive Theresia felt alleviated. Living without hurting those around you was actually something difficult to do if you were conscious regarding it.
If you were conscious about it, you would notice that unintentionally and accidentally hurting others could happen very easily. How could you determine whether the divine protection would activate or not, in case you end up getting a cut on the finger because of a piece of shattered dish? The young girl named Theresia unconsciously eluded from having relationships with people.
If she never made contact, if she never came close, she would not have to worry about hurting people.
Gaining a natural tendency to avoid all eye contact, she started spending more and more time with flowers. Gaining the freedom to discard the sword, she made a flower bed in the garden of her mansion for just herself, and growing seasonal flowers there, she began to love admiring them. Her brothers, who used to swing the sword in utter distress, and were repeatedly subject to difficult and painful training.
It is not as if she did not feel left out or sorry for them seeing their figures.
It was simply just that due to her inability to tell them about her divine protection, flowers were the only ones she could be with and confide in with complete confidence. I wonder if someday, even I would be able to live by someone's side. Her suffering, her doubts, the only ones she could confide such feelings of hers were just to her flowers, as their petals danced to the rhythm of the gentle breeze. This again, like that of many people, was the desire of the young girl named Theresia, to love and to be loved. Well aware of her possibility of hurting others, wondering whether she was deserving of being together with someone, all whilst not complying with the schemes of her brothers or her parents, Theresia's days of self-doubt continued. In the midst of such days, the love of the sword god was showered upon Theresia.
Could it be that I got chosen? Without warning, that cognizance came upon Theresia.
It dawned upon her more like a feeling of incongruity rather than consciousness like that of her divine protection of Death God.
It was natural.
To her, awareness of the divine protection she had been born with her was a matter of course, like eyes providing vision, and ears providing hearing. Something like suddenly gaining a new divine protection would feel something like wings had grown upon her back. She greeted it with a sense of incongruity, which did not exist previously, and the widening of her horizons in terms of her capabilities.
I will not take the sword in my hands.
So thought Theresia, feeling abhorrence and nausea for her new divine protection. She thought back to the times when she had been coerced to swing the sword. She had realized how pointless, meaningless, senseless and aimless her actions were back then. She was now instinctively able to understand how to swing the sword the best, the optimum, the ideal, the finest way. Herself, whose forte lay very much in killing people, now fully gained the proficiency in killing people. HK.
This was terror. This was despair. This was the day the world ended.
Kneeling down, she came to realize that she was a death god who had taken the form of a girl, and that her days of pretending to be a young girl had come to an end.
Theresia did not tell anyone about the divine protection she had received.
She intended to conceal her possession of the divine protection of Death God and the divine protection of the Sword Saint for all eternity, and hide it within her heart that she was a monster whose only purpose was to kill others.
Pointing out that she was unwell, she shut herself in her room in the mansion.
Forgetting to look after even her flower bed, Theresia hid within her shell. Doing nothing but sleeping, and hoping that one day she would wake up to find out that it was all just a youthful dream of hers, she enclosed herself in her shell.
But that was ultimately just the immaturity of a child, refusing to face what she did not want to face.
It became immediately clear that Theresia had inherited the divine protection of the Sword Saint.
Ni-san, the next Sword Saint is your daughter. This child.
The head house of the Astria family, Theresia's birthplace, and the base of the line of Sword Saints, stepping foot into mansion, revealing that the bedridden Theresia would be the next Sword Saint, was her uncle, the preceding Sword Saint. The divine protection of the Sword Saint was an exceptional divine protection, capable of being inherited only by members of the Astria family, with this trend continuing for generations. That divine protection is inherited by the next Sword Saint from the preceding Sword Saint without any prior notice. And once the inheritance is completed, the previous Sword Saint is freed from his responsibility, and loses the divine protection. Once the current Sword Saint loses the divine protection, it is natural that the identity of the next Sword Saint will be searched for thoroughly by the kingdom. And the previous Sword Saint can identify who the next Sword Saint is at a single glance.
Theresia's days of enclosure met their end.
Take the sword in your hands, Theresia. With her hair a complete mess, Theresia was dragged out into the garden.
Barefooted, in sleepwear, with her consciousness drifting between dreams and reality, she was still forcibly dragged outside by her uncle, and forced to hold the wooden sword.
With her fingers, that had gotten skinnier, she gestured her resistance along with shaking her head several times. However, the complaints of her opposed self went unheard. Her uncle forcefully handed her the wooden sword and made her face forward, once she had held it by its handle. In front of Theresia stood the eldest brother out of the 4 siblings. Her considerate and tender brother, who was polite and friendly with everyone, stood there with a confused expression. Unable to perceive what was happening in front of his eyes, his puzzlement could be understood at a glance.
There were many gaps. Thinking that to herself, Theresia was startled.
With that confoundment striking her heart directly, Theresia, speechless, simply kept her eyes open. Ignoring Theresia and her condition, her uncle called out to her eldest brother in a deep voice, "Hold the wooden sword, and attack Theresia from above," he said.
"Prove your abilities of swordsmanship by striking down and defeating your younger sister," he said. "There is no way I can do that," called out her eldest brother. Her brother was very kind.
He had trained strenuously with the sword, and held no doubts in the way of the Astria family, but he could be nothing but kind towards his younger sister, Theresia. She was afraid of hurting him, so she was never the one who initiated physical contact, but she loved hugging her brother and that huge body of his.
He was a kind elder brother. Then echoed the voice of her uncle, calling her brother a coward.
At the mocking of the preceding Sword Saint, her brother made an expression suggesting he had been hurt by his words. Theresia knew that her eldest brother, her elder brother, and her younger brother had continued to swing the sword because they admired him.
Receiving such harsh words from him, her eldest brother was immensely wounded.
Her 2 other brothers standing at the edge of the garden, who had also come outside by hearing all the commotion, also made similarly hurt faces.
Ultimately, her eldest brother, while maintaining his wounded expression, wielded dreadful readiness in his eyes. Straightening the wooden sword he held in his hands, and transferring all his energy into it, he set his eyes upon his target.
Seeing the shivering in his sword, and a certain sharpness in her eldest brother's eyes, Theresia came to realize.
Her elder brother, in order not hurt Theresia, will have the wooden sword he had clenched in his own hands knock hers down.
It was obvious from his stance, his look, his body language, and the way he was holding his sword.
At her brother's level of skill, it would certainly not be a difficult task to complete. It would be sufficient to prove his ability as a swordsman by just taking the sword away from Theresia.
At the stiffening of her uncle's cheeks, began the fight which neither side wanted to partake in.
Her eldest brother shouted energetically, and slashed the sharp wooden sword he held into Theresia.
Limiting the movements of the opponent and having control over their actions was another skill in swordsmanship. If the wooden sword wasn't even uplifted, it would undoubtedly be easy to simply knock it down.
The very foundation of this fight was erroneous.
Neither did Theresia have any reason to fight, nor did her brother have any reason to hurt Theresia.
With the interests of both the sides aligned, there should not be any rise of faults. There should not be, but that's it.
A wooden sword, that had been sent flying, landed on the ground at some distance, and its sound echoed. Along with hearing the startled voice of her uncle, what was visible was the figure of Theresia, with her wooden sword pointing outwards, and its edge touching the throat of her staggering brother, who let out a hoarse sigh. She remembered that she deflected away the attack of the wooden sword that came upon her upwards, and had taken away the wooden sword from her opponent. She then had the edge of her sword touch the neck of her opponent, proving that she could kill him at any instant by making the difference between their proficiency clear.
With stunned expressions, everyone looked on at the unbelievable sight. The next sword saint is Theresia. Indeed, unquestionably,
echoed the unrestrained voice of her uncle, saying that.
Theresia dropped the wooden sword she held, glanced at her hand, and then proceeded to pull off her red hair with the same hand. Pulling them off so violently that she would bleed, and raising a voice like that of a beast, she screamed.
Screaming, losing sanity, despairing, nearly bleeding, regretting.
Theresia became the sword saint.
The time that her brothers had devoted to the sword, Theresia's swordsmanship had mockingly trampled upon all of it. Against overwhelming prowess of the sword, things like time and effort dedicated held no meaning whatsoever. In the eyes of Theresia, who had become the sword saint, the flaws in her brother's sword handling were clear as crystal. She was now, in fact, surprised that despite spending so much time with them, she had not noticed those flaws earlier. But still, despite the clear difference in their strength and Theresia's, her brothers pitiably continued to train with sword. Neither her eldest brother, nor her elder brother, nor her younger brother possessed passion for anything other than the sword. Because they had been born into the Astria family, grown up in the house whose name was respected because of their swords, and had dedicated their life and fate to the sword, so even if their younger sister had robbed away their objective from her brothers, they still had no choice but to continuing.
Even if they know that they can never, ever, achieve it. Is quite stupid. That's the thought that comes up ultimately. They should just do whatever they wish to. They should just not care about the sword anymore.
If they can never condone Theresia, they should just live in their own worlds as per their own choice.
Theresia Summer, the preparations are complete. It's about time, we ought to head out now.
While she was looking outside the window of her room, at the garden where her brothers continued to train with the sword, a voice entered Theresia's ears. When she turned around, what she saw was an elegant-looking girl of the same age as hers, with a short haircut of her beautiful blonde hair. She was Carol Remendis, a member of the Remendis family, known for its superlative knights, and due to her recognized exceptional swordsmanship despite being of similar age as hers, she had been appointed as Theresia's attendant. Undeniably, her abilities as a swordsman were indeed exceptional.
Though she did not want to mention this to anyone, but her proficiency with the sword was comparable to that of her brothers.
With a completely solemn personality, with profuse swordsmanship, she could not help but feel uneasy, as another female of her age. Yes, let's go.
For today we have the schooling of the people of the castle, isn't it?
Yes. Everyone in the castle as well is looking forward to being educated by Theresia Summer.
Of course, I also wield the same feelings as them.
I think you are already sufficiently strong, Carol.
Not at all.
Someone like me cannot even reach the feet of Theresia Summer. As if downplaying herself, Carol gave her impression of her own abilities.
Theresia somewhat staggered at her evaluation.
After all, Theresia had never upheld the sword in front of Carol.
No, not just that.
The last time Theresia's hands had held a sword was when she had fought her eldest brother with a wooden sword. For 2 years after that, Theresia did not make even the slightest physical contact with the sword. However, she was still fulfilling her responsibilities as the Sword Saint.
The reality of her being the Sword Saint alone was a truth which could not be hidden.
She couldn't go as far as to cause inconvenience to the entire Astria family, so she was willing to perform just her duties diligently.
It can be understood easily what is worth seeing and what is not at a single glance.
Even if I have not gotten the opportunity of seeing it, if Theresia Summer takes the sword in her hands, she would surely become a force which cannot be oppressed by anyone.
She gave a wry smile at Carol's beliefs.
Along with her, Theresia went to teach on-duty soldiers.
Even in the name of teaching, she had not really accomplished any commendable feats in that.
She would just go around and have them wield their weapons and train, and point out flaws in their fighting as always, nothing unusual. The utmost terrifying aspect of the divine protection of the Sword Saint was perhaps how it heightened the battle instincts of the person to perfection.
It was not limited to just swords.
Whether it was spears or axes, if they were connected to battling, Theresia knew all of their leads and imperfections alike.
If the soldiers' mistakes were pointed out to them one by one, they would eventually correct themselves.
However, from Theresia's perspective, although the way of correcting those faults may be correct, it was never enough, and even if that slight change were to happen, the talented and the untalented would perceive it extremely differently.
Theresia tasted a feeling of guilt when she was thanked, when she was given respect.
Just as when she had despaired over inheriting the divine protection of the Sword Saint, she now despaired over the situation she had been placed in. Shutting herself in her room, enclosing herself in her shell, she always ended up hoping for the tides of her fate to change direction. This may have had been her punishment, for her selfish and arbitrary desires, for running away from the responsibilities she should have had shouldered. In the Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica, wide-reaching conflicts arose with the demi-human community. In a heartbeat, the pent-up complaints and discontentment of the demi-humans, which were scattered around parts of the kingdom, blew up and consumed the kingdom within its flames. The utmost intense and brutal civil war in the history of the kingdom, the demi-human war, had broken out. With its origin from the east of the kingdom, this civil war worsened per passing day.
It initially seemed like a small uprising of the demi-human community, which could be resolved easily without it spreading to the point of damage, and the kingdom despised the deepening of demi-human relationships behind closed doors.
On top of that, there seemed to exist people bridging the gap with demi-humans through individual relationships, and as the conflict spread person by person, the fire of the civil war widened its radius in an instant. As the fiery warfare progressively intensified and ceaselessly spread through the kingdom, and after an entire year of fruitless efforts of attempts for extinguishing the fire, the kingdom finally recognized publicly that this was a situation worse than anything the kingdom had faced before, informed the current Sword Saint Theresia van Astria. To expect appearing onto the battlefield, along with the knights and soldiers, who are currently scuffling to subdue the civil war. Recognizing the unprecedented situation as a threat throughout the kingdom, the senior aristocrats did not intend to keep the asset of the Sword Saint for last. Of course, Theresia also received the message regarding request of participation in the war.
Theresia despaired at the arrival of the inevitable future. This was unlike her days of selfishly refusing to take the sword.
What was expected of her now was not her knowledge as the Sword Saint, but true swordsmanship and strength as the Sword Saint.
She had no choice but to take the sword.
This was also the first time she had also been handed over the dragon sword reed, which only the sword saint may wield.
However, that sword can be drawn only when it needs to be drawn. I believe you will have to carry another sword aside from that one too. You can choose one as per your liking.
Her uncle, the former sword saint, gave her advice out of experience. Her uncle, who had previously wielded the dragon sword on his waist, understood how whimsical the sword was. In accordance with her uncle's advice, the longsword which provided the best swinging one, which was also liked by Carol, a fellow sword user, was the one Theresia chose. In her first battle, Theresia was accompanied by Carol, along with her brothers and her uncle. For Theresia, she would not say this batch of hers was set up for a clear-weathered stage.
Even so, she could not turn her eyes away for even an instant. This was also an opportunity to show the power of the legendary Astria sword to people of the kingdom.
Regardless of Theresia's thoughts and feelings, her surroundings progressed arbitrarily. Anyone and everyone burdened her with arbitrary expectations, like how there is no way the sword saint could lose.
The unrestrained, insensitive faith by those surrounding her intimidated Theresia.
As if it had become normal now, concealing it from everyone, hiding it in her heart, Theresia trembled only in front of the batch accompanying her to her first battle.
And, seeing her in such a shape,
"Are you scared, Theresia?" Yes, the one to raise his gentle voice for her was her one and only eldest brother. Theresia, while awaiting her first battle in a tent, was astonished to see her elder brother speak to her, that too, with such kindness.
Theresia had consciously been avoiding contact with her elder brother. No, her eldest brother was not the only one she avoided. Her elder brother, her younger brother, as well as her parents and her uncle, she had avoided coming into contact with all of them.
After 2 long years, this was the first time she had exchanged such words of kindness with her beloved brother.
Theresia could not help but continue looking downwards, at a loss for words.
However, her brother sat down next to Theresia, who had a dejected expression, and gently patted her head.
Theresia was caught off guard, seeing how the palm of her brother had still not changed at all.
"I know that you hold a feeling of indebtedness towards me or the rest of our brothers. It's not as if I didn't think anything by losing to you like that either."
But,
cutting his words midway, her brother showed her a slight smile. That was her brother's very smile, the one which Theresia had looked at again and again, repeatedly.
"You are my treasured younger sister. If you don't want to, if you are scared, I will have to protect you.
Because I am your elder brother."
Ni-san. Tears poured down her cheeks. She must not voice out her weakness.
Her above all, one and only, brother, whom she had defeated, must not hear it.
So she thought, but her brother repudiated her thoughts.
"After losing to you, it was painful. I thought that I should quit.
But, even still, I loved the sword.
I am grateful that I was born into this family. I had my younger brothers, and I had you as my younger sister.
I am grateful to the sword. That is why I am glad that I swung the sword."
Theresia realized her own idiocy, for deeming his thoughts as stupid. Even after seeing them get defeated, seeing her brothers aim for training with the sword, she thought that they had no other path but that. Ignorant regarding everything else, she thought they were swinging the sword because they had no choice, that they were merely clinging onto it. Being under this impression, she looked down upon them.
Thinking that they should just do whatever they wished to, Theresia arbitrarily put her brother on her own scale and deemed his value.
She mocked her brother by reducing his person to a mere swordsman, whom she should have had admired, whom she should have had respected.
Who was stupid here? She was stupid here. And, the sword god was utmost stupid here. Why did he not direct his love to the human who loved him so much? Why did he bless a human like herself, who always turned away from the sword?
Her brother, or other people like her brother, were the ones who deserved to be blessed, yet.
There is no need for you to fight.
After all, you are a kind girl, who wouldn't even dare kill an insect. Afraid of the power of the divine protection of Death God, she always made sure she never hurt anyone or anything. She had misjudged her brother, but her brother well understood his younger sister. This gave her such contentment, that in these 2 years, this had moved her heart the most. She ended up acting like a spoiled child, she ended up depending on him.
She clung onto him, cried into him, she left it all up to him.
In Theresia's first battle, her brother died protecting their troops' headquarters.
Not once did Theresia swing the sword. She could not.
And once again, Theresia refused to touch the sword for years to come. It had been 5 years since the demi-human war started, and Theresia had turned 19. The divine protection of the sword saint remained unchanged, continuing to silently breathe within her. However, Theresia, who was extremely crucial to the war worsening per passing day, detachedly and unconcerned, was spending her days leisurely.
Theresia's first battle, where she had been unable to battle.
The battle, where the sword saint was expected to unleash her fierce strength, broke down completely, and her eldest brother got killed amidst the warfare. Theresia's heart, taking fatal damage due to that reality, was then unable to accept touching the sword again. The truth that the current generation sword saint had such a dishonoring first battle was completely concealed from the public. The existence of the sword saint also held spiritual relevance to the kingdom.
They could not dare reveal that she had cried into her brother before the fight, and that she had enclosed herself away once her brother had died.
Henceforth, without letting the public be aware of it, Theresia's dishonor was erased from all records, and her elder brother and younger brother, who also participated in the battle in order to protect the name of the Astria family instead of the enclosed Theresia, who refused to fulfill her duty as sword saint, also died.
Her eldest brother, full of kindness, who would hear any of her wishes with true concern. Her elder brother, who was slightly mean, but was always the first one to apologize when they made up. Her cute younger brother, a scaredy cat and a crybaby, who would always walk behind her, following her path.
All of them lost their lives while fighting in Theresia's place, who refused to fight.
I forced you into all this, didn't I?
My bad, Theresia. Her uncle, the former sword saint, who was the source of motivation for their troops, also died fighting. Fighting ceaselessly, ignoring his injuries, and finally working for amendment of relations and a ceasefire, and ordering retreat of his troops, he died making outstanding accomplishments in the battle.
It is not as if she didn't hold anything against her uncle. If it weren't for her uncle's revelation, perhaps nobody could have had ever gotten to know about Theresia inheriting the divine protection of the sword saint. If that would have had never been found out, her brothers may not have had prepared for being martyred in this civil war, and may not have had died at all. If she thought about all that, then she surely did hold a grudge against him. She did, but she also felt like she didn't. Her uncle must have had himself known the weight of the title of sword saint better than anyone else. As the previous sword saint, he also, naturally, must have had gone through the same things as Theresia.
His actions must have had been the optimum for both the kingdom and Theresia alike.
Even if that doesn't work, his last words in his final moments.
After hearing those words, Theresia could no longer hold a grudge against him.
Then if she were to look for someone to hold a grudge against, the only option left for her was herself.
Herself, who was always weak and crying, despite inheriting the title of sword saint. Theresia Summer is someone who will surely stand up.
That time has simply not arrived yet.
Carol, her associate, never did once try abandoning Theresia, who had been devastated by the repeated deaths of her loved ones. Making her first battle a sight truly unpleasant, missing opportunities due to her own selfishness, and the now enclosed, alone Theresia, was someone Carol still wanted to have faith in. Even the recent orders from the royal castle have had her replaced from areas of utmost and direct exposure. However, even after Carol showed such strong hopefulness in her, Theresia was unable to respond to her feelings. Once away from Carol's monitoring, Theresia reflexively started walking around in the capital.
The whole place was covered by a somewhat unpleasant atmosphere, as the civil war, that had been fought for 5 years, had killed all of the city's vibrancy. With that vibrancy dead, all of the people's expressions had also died out. Away from all crowded places, away from all eyes, stood Theresia alone.
The place which recently had become the spot where Theresia frequented her trips to, was an area at the border of the capital.
It was an area whose development had been thrown aside due to the start of the Civil War.
Through the ruins and gaps in the pillars of the building, she aimed for the area behind. What slightly opened up past that was the place Theresia had taken liking to, an area which couldn't even be called a plaza.
It was not so special that it would make the heart skip a beat or anything.
That empty area which existed within the ruins, would just calm the heart by emptying it of all thoughts. In the somewhat ironically cool breeze of the morning, Theresia headed for the back of the area. Sitting on the detached fragments of stone, looking onto the other side, what she saw was a flower garden stretching across, with the petals of the yellow flowers dancing sweetly in the wind,
the sunlight shining in, and the soil unnecessarily adequate for the growth of the flowers.
In this clandestine setting, Theresia had sown the seeds of these flowers. Her flowers in the mansion, back then, she had been too inept to take proper care of them, and they had all eventually died out. However, she held similar feelings, seeing the results of the seeds she had sown whimsically.
I haven't even watered you. Yet you have grown this much. Flowers are strong.
Even while Theresia reflects on her own weaknesses, the flowers, looking only towards the sky, unfurl their petals, and bloom in utter magnificence.
She had earlier admired their splendor, but now she embraced her wish for their strength.
She experienced her feelings swell up, and she felt as if she were about to cry. She achingly tried to hold back her tears, and had her fingers touch the canthus of her eyes, which had an unexpected warmth.
That was the moment when a stinging presence got close to her. Ah, I'm sorry. It was that treacherous presence itself, who had barged into Theresia's morning sanctuary.
Just as when she was about to show her tears, Theresia, deliberately, said such words, in an attempt to show her strength.
And then, she glanced at the one who had appeared onto the square.
She saw, and she was completely awestruck. Trimmed brown hair, elegant yet fierce eyes, a flexible, slim and fit body, and his brimming clear skin dazzling so brightly, it was frightening. However, what had astonished Theresia at that moment was not something so shallow. To Theresia, the youth looked exactly like an unsheathed sword. She felt as if the hot, firm, sharp steel itself had his eyes upon her. In front of that mirage, Theresia's heartbeats tangled.
Putting her hand on her chest, Theresia contemplated what had happened to her.
However, the only thing that came to her mind was that the youth would not understand the tangling of her heartbeats. Henceforth, to hide that, Theresia said,
"So, there are people who would come here so early in morning. All the way here. Quite the greeting, that was."
Theresia spoke to him sociably, but the youth narrowed his eyes, and it felt as if the tip of a sword had been directly pointed towards her.
A sword so stable and intense, that it did not seem like a threat.
Perhaps he intended to reject Theresia's unsympathetic thoughts.
Suddenly, it got unentertaining.
If he was going to use that card, neither will Theresia hold anything back.
She will make him understand that he had misunderstood that sword of his. Did something happen? You're making such a scary face.
At Theresia's words, the youth made an expression as if he had tasted an under-shoulder swing down. He seemed to have had judged Theresia to be a laywoman at swordsmanship, and not just that, at fighting entirely. The truth is, he was not wrong. Theresia lacked any experience of actual fighting, nor did she have any records of her swinging the sword.
She was a laywoman who would be stronger than anyone else, if she were to actually fight. What's a woman doing here so early in the morning? The youth responded, with rough and harsh words. The voice of the youth, which she had heard for the first time, was sullen, but his voice was simple and easy to listen to. And once again, she felt the rhythm of her heartbeats go off note. Since that, Theresia and the youth starting seeing each other again and again frequently. Apparently, it seemed like the youth used to come to the square on fixed holidays. It did seem like he was bothered by Theresia's presence, but he never forced her to go someplace else. Perhaps he thought that the person he would have to approach was a nuisance. Foreseeing that yellow flower garden, Theresia used to walk up to the square.
There were times the youth was the first one to arrive, whereas, other times, Theresia was the first one to do so. While Theresia sat on the piece of concrete and admired the flower garden, while the youth devoted himself to training with the sword, swinging it with swiftness and excellent technique, and these activities became the promise of the two, who used to spend time in that place. Glancing secretively, she looked at the sword's dance of the youth.
Without thinking, she was about to voice out a sigh.
Looking at the swordsmanship of others, and feeling this way, was something extremely rare for Theresia. No, this may have had been the first time. First, she remembered the disgust she had felt by the form of the youth, clutching the sword.
The youth was not at fault here, this was because of Theresia's own beliefs.
After she ran away from her role as the sword saint, even in the place she ran to, she had come across someone holding a sword. She had also been chased away from the single restful place she had finally found. Such deplorable uneasiness of hers was wiped away the moment she saw the youth's swordsmanship.
The swinging of the sword by the youth, there was nothing particularly obsequious about it.
In the eyes of Theresia, who possessed the divine protection of the sword saint, there were imperfections easy to find as well. Seeing the faults in the sword handling of others and feeling revulsion by it, was a bad habit of Theresia's, but in the youth's case, his sheer passion was used to cover up for his flaws.
Theresia's brothers also must have had dedicated their everything to the sword as well.
Even for her brothers, elder or younger, who had such devotion for the sword, it was not as if Theresia had been unable to harbor any negative feelings.
But still, why did she not feel the same for this youth and his sword? The answer to that is surely surprisingly simple. How stupid! There were absolutely no impurities in the sword of the youth. He had offered up his everything to the sword, he had dedicated his everything to the sword.
It's easy to put it in simple words, and Theresia thought that her brothers had done the same till now. It was unthinkable. Truly, the youth here was full of passion, he, who only had the sword.
He had nothing but the sword. He loved nothing but the sword. He would love nothing but the sword, that was established like a swing of steel. How stupid!
Observing the youth's swordsmanship from the side, Theresia felt warmth enter her cheeks.
Theresia was the sword saint.
Blessed with the love of the sword god, an existence that stood above all swordsmen.
Her existence also stood in his path, for achieving his vexatious goal.
Although it was unquestionably her own delusion, she felt as if he was asking her.
The sword saint Theresia could understand everything about the sword by just looking at it. She could see its true nature, no matter what kind of a treasured sword, devilish sword, durable sword, or in the worst case, dragon sword it was. She was able to use it freely. There existed no steel which could hide its secrets in Theresia's hands. He was the only one. He was the only one who would not bend to Theresia's free will. He was a sword, yet his limits could not be determined by herself, who was the sword saint. Unmistakably, that is why, herself had grown to care so much about him. It's Wilhelm Triers.
3 months after meeting him for the first time, she had exchanged names with the youth Wilhelm. Even though they had come across each other several times, never did they once inquire about each other's names. The truth is, Theresia had been waiting for a chance to do so, but Wilhelm cluelessly ignored her wish. They had finally managed to exchange names, only because Theresia got impatient and initiated it. Wilhelm merely gave the appropriate response.
I had called you the flower woman in my mind till now. Just how impolite could he be, this man?
His words had not a fragment of sympathy, nor did she particularly mind, with her thoughts preoccupied by her own self, and she used to get satisfied by talking just a bit and return back. So now, Theresia's heart was fluttering. Do you like flowers? No, I hate them. This was his reply, even after seeing the magnificence of Theresia's flower garden so many times. Undoubtedly, he was unable to respond merely to play along with the other party or uplift their spirits. Even after having a feeling of angst because of that, she could not help but think, but this is precisely why he is such a sword-like person. For the sword who would not bend to her will, the sword saint was nothing too big, and Theresia, at that time, failed to realize how she had been saved by that.
Why, do you swing the sword?
Ever since they exchanged names, the words they exchanged started to vary as well. They used to talk about flowers and just some other miscellaneous topics, and then go back.
What had caused the change in that on that day, was perhaps because of the low spirits of that day.
The attempts to subdue the demi-human war had failed, and Theresia had heard about the struggles on the battlefield. Scattered across the kingdom, the demi-humans who were at the core behind all the destruction being caused were outstandingly strong, and among them was a witch commanding immense supernatural strength, whose existence had also been confirmed, is what she had heard.
She became uneasy, abruptly. She had heard from his own mouth that Wilhelm was not a soldier of the kingdom. Yet he was an extraordinary swordsman. On top of that, he had eyes which had seen an awful lot of blood.
In such troubled times for the kingdom, he was surely qualified to be a soldier rather than that. It was not he was undefeatable. Someday, even he may also no longer be able to come to this square on mornings. Due to the anxiety caused by that, Theresia had asked this question.
Putting a finish to his sword's dance, the sweaty Wilhelm looked straight into Theresia's eyes, with utter seriousness. Pausing for a moment, he thought of a response, shrugging his shoulders, gesturing that he seemingly found the question stupid.
Because this is all I have.
Yes, that was his steel-like response. And for Theresia, this was supposed to be precisely what she had hoped for.
Theresia was well aware of the feeling of uneasiness and isolation within her chest. Have you come to like flowers? No, I hate them.
Why do you swing the sword?
Because this is all I have.
Someday, it had become a promise between them, to reiterate just this exchange of words.
Theresia herself had no idea what she should expect as an answer to her restated questions. She did not know whether it was fine for his answers to remain unchanged, or whether she should expect some variation in his unchanging responses. Imprudently leaving things she did not know the way they were, was the very essence of Theresia. Like how she, despite having the title of Sword Saint, had sent her brothers to their deaths, and had forced Carol into a corner, who was now desperately fulfilling her own duties. That is why change always arrived and passed by, all whilst ostracizing Theresia from itself. The one to reach that area first, normally used to be Theresia. Wilhelm's visits, which had been irregular previously, were also consistent now, and the words they had to exchange with each other were also fully prepared. Theresia had lately also come to realize how immaturely she had treated the existence of the sword. By exchanging worlds with Wilhelm, by having her eyes upon he who had dedicated his everything to the sword, Theresia was briefly able to forget the weight on her shoulders as the Sword Saint. She had been enchanted by him because she was the Sword Saint. She had been saved by him. Calling being the Sword Saint was nonsense. Whether she wanted to the Sword Saint, or did not, both of them would be dishonesty on her part. As she continued to dive into the lukewarm water lacking an answer, soaking guilt embraced her. Despite both of her desires, she wanted to be able to forget his existence. Wilhelm. As usual, Theresia looked back, sensing the easy-to-sense presence. Standing on the entrance of the square, was the youth of the sword. Without thinking, her lips moved, and Theresia smiled at him. That was the moment when her emotions broke down. With his eyes turned away, as his lips shivered, Wilhelm put his trembling fingers on his face. Theresia herself was astonished to see his dramatic response, and tasted an impact. Theresia rushed over to him, who was covering his face, wondering what she should apologize for. However, she did not know what she should say. Till now, Theresia had refused to come in contact with people if it meant she would not hurt them. That is why, when she would hurt someone's heart, she did not know how to treat it either. She despaired. At her own self, who did not know how to, and neither ever tried to know how to. At her own self, who was unable to voice any words, in front of the hurt Wilhelm. Wilhelm. Without knowing what she should perhaps say, Theresia's fingers reached for Wilhelm. Just how long had it been since she had initiated physical contact with anyone? Afraid of wounding others,
she had refused to touch anyone. Even still, at this moment, she was much more afraid of not touching him. Theresia embraced Wilhelm's fingers, which were covering his face. While he trembled terribly helplessly, they tasted unbelievable heat, and she noticed.
Swords, steel, when exposed to such incredible heat, turn into further strengthened steel. Wilhelm was a sword that always struck first, but he was, in no way, one that was complete.
And now, Wilhelm was receiving this heat, and was changing like steel.
For that, it was now expected of Theresia to take the role of striking the steel. If she was dealing with a sword, then she, the sword saint, was supposed to know that.
In the case of this person, in the case of this sword, she must have had wanted to know that.
Have you come to like flowers?
Naturally, she voiced her usual question.
If there was someone else here aside from these two, they may have deemed her words as stupid, as they would have expected her to say something consoling. Amidst these two, however, this was for the better. I don't hate them. And a different response came for her unchanged question. That is what the Theresia of back then thought about this. Someday, when Wilhelm's response will change, won't the feeling that Theresia would be left to taste be that of despair, despondency, and dread?
That was not the case. She only loved his changed self. That is what the Theresia of back then thought about this. Why do you swing the sword? That is why, surely, the answer to this question would also be different.
And possibly, that answer could be the one that would save Theresia.
Because this is all I could think of for a way to protect. The sword was the only one, is what Wilhelm answered. Yes, for this person, the sword was the only one. It is all right, because he is that kind of a person. It is all right for this person. That's all it was. There lay no necessity for regular interaction between the two of them.
However, that did not mean that they had lost opportunities to exchange a word or two at the square. Rather, if we were to speak of exchanging words, instances of that happening had increased more than before. Wilhelm, who came to the square for practicing with the sword, came to prioritize speaking to Theresia above swinging his sword. Sitting on an upraised surface, her ears intently listened to the words of Wilhelm, who would always bring up meager topics. Hopelessly bad topics, which she couldn't even put an end to. However, she felt pleasant by simply hearing his voice.
There was talk of conferral, and I become a knight. With a look filled with heat, he mentioned the topic for the day.
Theresia had always kept a distance from people, so she wasn't the best at socializing, but she was not so stupid that she would not understand the meaning of the words of the youth, who had voiced them after mustering up such courage. A mere commoner, working hard and becoming a knight thanks to his efforts and going out to the battlefield, was unquestionably impressive. Just how many feats the sword demon, Wilhelm Triers, had accomplished, was something she was painfully well aware of, as the cowardly sword saint. She wondered what could the reason be, for him to gain the honor of a knight on top of even that.
Is that so? Congratulations. Then you've gotten one step closer to your dream. Knowing his real intentions for that, Theresia responded with a deliberately positive attitude. It was unavoidable for her to blush in that tone. Using all her strength in order to not let that happen, Theresia smiled at Wilhelm, who had a questioning expression. Dream? You wield the sword to protect, don't you? A knight is someone who protects others. At Theresia's words, Wilhelm nodded with an expression suggesting he understood what she had said. Though he's normally rebellious, sometimes he showed this childishly meek side of his. She simply wanted to be one of those existences, whom and which he wanted to protect. Though she was not so confident about it, she hated herself for assuring herself about it. Even though she well understood and realized her own feelings, she found herself, who was unable to act upon them, incredibly stupid, repulsive, irredeemable, and henceforth once again, Theresia made a mistake. At this point, when she thought about it, she would conclude that never had she once done anything correctly ever. Wilhelm stepped onto the battlefield, as his hometown burned to ash. When Carol, out of breath, reported the steadfast fight being put up by the sword demon,
Theresia began to lose her body heat, and almost collapsed to her knees at that very spot.
The pale-faced Theresia could sense Carol's fright.
She could sense it, but her body was unable to increase its energy.
She knew just that, and how hopeless this situation was.
Someone's out-of-place voice entered Theresia's ears, who had her eyes fixed onto the ground.
It wasn't Carol's. Neither was it of anyone in the house.
She was acquainted with the voice, as it was someone's who had always been close to Theresia. Henceforth, she noticed.
It was the sound of the sword god's laughter, ridiculing her for her dejected love. I have to go.
Listening to the sword god's laughter, Theresia slowly stood up. Even now, the sound of the ridicule continued to echo within Theresia's ears. However, she was unable to accept losing her everything while being laughed at by the sword god like this.
She left everything on her eldest brother, and let him die.
She enforced her own responsibility upon her second elder brother, younger brother, and her uncle, and let them die. But, only Wilhelm I shall not hand over. Because that sword, that steel, that person, belongs to me and only me. Carol, prepare.
Theresia Summer? However, the condition of your body is.
Prepare. Carol, who was worried about Theresia's body, straightened her back upon the second order. Moving quickly, she immediately made all preparations required for Theresia. The battle suit which had not been worn ever since her first battle, and the long sword unacquainted with blood.
This time, I won't make a mistake.
Clenching and swearing to the long sword, Theresia dashed with Carol and jumped onto the cart. The number of carts that had come for rescuing Wilhelm was much more than what Theresia had expected.
These were people who were in the same unit as him, or those who had been formerly saved by them.
Just the figure of that youth, firmly holding his sword, was nowhere to be seen.
By now, that youth had become a treasured sword, attracting many with his brilliance and sharpness. The front lines of Wilhelm's hometown had already crumbled down.
Screams of fury echo, as the battlefield was covered by the scent of blood and burn.
Theresia's chest nauseated, seeing the terrible scene.
She had imagined herself standing on the battlefield several times over, but the reality was much more miserable than anything she could ever expect.
In the battlefield, where wounds are inflicted, lives are taken, blood is shed, it was worthless to prepare beforehand. At any rate, search for Wilhelm.
The one who raised voice was the one leading the group of fighters, Bordeaux Zeljev. At his rage-filled instruction, his group, wearing rocky armors, moved ahead at once, in unity.
Theresia Summer. What should we?
Echoed the voice of Carol, asking for instructions, but Theresia was unable to hear it. Bordeaux's group clashed with the opposing soldiers, who had destroyed his hometown.
Within the intense exchanges of blows, she faintly sensed him. Theresia Summer? The moment she noticed, her legs moved.
Theresia dashed across, leaving no dust behind, in the battlefield, where the fighters were clashing.
Without even looking, she knew where to go.
She trod onto the soil, traversed through the heaps of corpses, and headed for the point where screams of rage and death wails overlapped. And reaching that dark spot, on the other side, Theresia saw. In front of the collapsed Wilhelm, stood a green demi-human, with a humongous sword upraised.
With a face dyed red with blood, Wilhelm looked up to the sword.
His lips moved.
With a frail, weak voice, he muttered.
I don't want to die.
It's all right. It's all right, I said.
She could not hear anything, not anymore.
Theresia only pondered upon what she had last heard, Wilhelm's whisper. She swung the longsword in her hands. It was light.
It made no sound, neither did it make any shock waves, and it easily sliced away the demi-human's neck.
She kicked away the huge body holding the sword, so that it didn't fall on Wilhelm.
At the same time, shots, filled with the lust for blood, energetically advanced towards the slender Theresia.
All of those trajectories, she could sense them. She could read them. On her skin, she could feel them.
Dodging them, Theresia followed a mysterious ray she could see with her sword. Suddenly appearing, mysterious white rays were floating in the sky.
What was even more mysterious was the fact that she knew that she should follow the rays with her sword.
Following, her sword glided on the white rays.
Her sword glissaded like wind, and subsequently slashed down the bodies of the demi-humans,
slicing off their limbs, crushing their throats, slashing away their abdomens, reaping their lives.
The divine protection of the Sword Saint, the divine protection of Death God, exploded at the finally arrived chance. If she were to cut open the wrist, that wound would not heal. If she were to slash open their intestines, the bleeding would not cease. Even the shallowest of wounds shall erode them away eventually.
From the corner of eyes, she saw Wilhelm being held. The ones standing by his side were Carol and a youth with a shield. They tried to leave this theater immediately after retrieving Wilhelm.
Yes, that is correct.
Hurry up, and take Wilhelm away from here.
Theresia Summer.
HK. Carol clenched the pendant that hung down her neck, seeing Theresia swinging the sword.
Her gesture of seemingly prayer, Theresia found it a bit funny. I guess so. It's just as Carol said, isn't it?
Indeed, I am stronger than anyone else, and better at killing than anyone else.
If only I had noticed this a bit sooner. The youths hurriedly grabbed Wilhelm, in an attempt to get out of here.
Wilhelm, who was pushing away the soil and resisting, used all his strength despite his deep wounds, to do the same.
His presence faded away. She was relieved to sense that.
While feeling relieved, she took away 1, 2, 3 lives.
Easily, lightly.
Slashing, gashing, she dove into the screams of rage and death wails.
She washed away the endlessly loud voice of the sword god.
Just let me hear his voice, he, who was desperately clinging onto life.
Kindly etch my reason for fighting like this. Please, let me believe that my sword can save Wilhelm. The confrontation had ended. Theresia's goal behind entering the battlefield had been achieved, Wilhelm had been retrieved.
However, Wilhelm's goal of fighting, saving his hometown, had not been successful. His hometown burnt to ash, he lost his place to live, and he was all alone now.
Wilhelm, who swung his sword with utter rage, had a kill count of over 300. For a single swordsman on a single battlefield, it was an unquestionably unimaginable and extraordinary number.
Henceforth, Theresia's swordsmanship, of having sliced more than 1,000 necks, was anomalous.
The existence of the Sword Saint here was.
With her disgraceful first battle being covered up, this case was recorded into history as Sword Saint Theresia's first battle. The battle itself may have had ended in unquestionable defeat, but she had managed to prove her overwhelming sword skill. The name of Theresia van Astria echoed across the kingdom, and boosted the morale of the fighting soldiers. Of course, it must have had also been heard by the ears of the sword demon.
It's humiliating. There was no promise between them to meet again. Yet, they felt if they were to go the square, they would meet each other.
It was true, it came true.
Wilhelm, who came to the square, locked his eyes with Theresia's and swung the sword. She put her hand in its path, and accepted it with her fingers.
Theresia knew everything, regarding the optimal angle of striking, and the optimal force of striking. With his sword swipe stopped, Wilhelm harshly distorted his lips, and said words painted with passion, unfitting of the reunion.
Is that so? Were you laughing at me? Answer me, Theresia. No, Sword Saint. She had no intention of doing so, neither did she have any reason behind that excuse. It is true that Theresia used to observe Wilhelm's swords dance. It is true that she did see his flaws, and did not inform those to him. And neither did it hold any meaning, for them to talk about such flaws. The perturbed Wilhelm stepped ahead, and got violent.
With an angered expression, he attacked her, but Theresia avoided his move, and counterattacked. Before long, the fight became one-sided, and the treasured sword, which Wilhelm wielded, went in Theresia's hands. Quite literally, she saw the blood flow into his arm and energetically slash, and dodging that attack, she followed the white ray and struck his abdomen. the sword's pommel stabbed his abdomen, and made Wilhelm fall and breathe hoarsely.
I won't be coming here anymore.
With hatred, with pity, and with earnestly negative thoughts, he could not bear to see what was in front of his eyes. Theresia turned away her neck, and chose the option she had chosen countless times till now, to escape.
With such a face. You shouldn't be holding a sword.
With his mouth filled with regret, and his face on the soil, Wilhelm frantically wrung out.
Having faith and belief in the beauty and sublimity of the sword, was he. Having the ability to kick and trample upon his everything, was her.
I am the sword saint. I never understood the reason for that, but I finally understand now. She possessed the recherche divine protection of Death God.
She had been bestowed with the divine protection of the sword saint, even though she had not even asked for it. It seemed that she would finally be able to compromise with what she had been blessed with. The reason? Swinging the sword to protect someone.
I think that isn't too bad either.
Swinging the sword to protect someone. She wished she could have had noticed something so simple earlier. Though even if she may have had realized it, she may not have had found someone to protect.
Now, she does protect Wilhelm. As long as she could protect with this power, this abominable power of slaughtering, she shall protect Wilhelm. Protect him, protect her family, protect Carol, protect much more, and ultimately protect something as humongous as the kingdom, and she shall become a fitting sword saint. Because I am the strongest.
Because the sword saint is the strongest.
I may trample upon his feelings, I may betray what he believed in, but I cannot abandon the fact that I am the sword saint. Just you wait, Theresia.
No longer existed words that had to be exchanged.
His voice reached Theresia, who had turned her back, thinking this would be the end.
She was about to stop her feet. She suppressed that emotion desperately.
Wilhelm's voice, regardless, reached Theresia, who was desperately suppressing her emotions.
I'll take away the sword from you.
I don't care about the divine protection and the duty bestowed upon you.
Swinging the sword.
Don't you dare look down upon the blade's beauty, sword saint.
She was told that it would be taken away from her. And once again, echoed the laughing voice of the sword god within her head.
As if to sneer at the youthfully innocent declaration. As if to sneer at the cradling of a spoilt child with the spirit of fleeting hope. It took 2 more years to bring an end to the civil war. Ever since her parting with Wilhelm, Theresia stepped onto every single battlefield. And determinedly working furiously hard over and over again, along with that, she contributed to weakening the demi-human alliance.
The alliance also lost its upper management, which was its framework, and its foundation loosened. Let's just say that they had no choice but to respond accordingly to the peace treaty offered by the kingdom.
Henceforth, the greatest civil war the kingdom ever faced, the demi-human war, deviated away from its gruesomeness midway through, and ended as quickly as how it had started.
It's
over?
She was fully prepared to go to the next battle, the following battle, to an endless number of battles.
That is why Theresia was caught completely off guard once she heard the sudden report.
Yes, it is over. The civil war has come to an end. It is Theresia Summer's achievement.
Hugging Theresia's soft body, said Carol innocently. In recent years, Carol had grown to show such soft emotions several times, and had supported the emotional Theresia and gently stroked her back several times.
Achievement, you say? She did not really agree with her statement. Theresia followed the traces of that thought.
She believed that, in the end, it came down to protecting someone.
She believed that, if she had been able to protect that youth, that one-man army, who was nowhere to be seen.
What Theresia failed to realize, it was exactly how Carol had said, that her actions were recognized as the greatest contribution to the kingdom. A ceremony was held for her, and wearing a formal dress and taking a sword of courtesy in her hands, never did Theresia once, from the beginning to the end, feel like she was in some dream.
No, if this was a dream, then Theresia had always been in a dream.
Ever since she had been acquainted with the existence of the sword god, ever since she had received the divine protection of the Sword Saint, she had been in a dream.
Which is why, this too, was a dream. A dream shown by the love of the sword god, where no sun ever shone.
That's why, if a time was to come when this dream was to end, then an uproar stemmed from the hot and energetic crowd.
Through all the shouts demanding his halt, the existence continued to enter the hall. In his hands was a rusty, old sword.
He wore a brown, soiled tunic, dyed with filthy stains. But before his repulsive appearance was something which everyone's instinct noticed.
The overwhelming dread being released from him. No, from this sword demon. Theresia greeted the silently approaching existence with the sword of courtesy in her hands.
The guards around the king and rest surround them and form a protective layer around them.
She was grateful for that. With this, no obstruction would come in the way. Nobody would now get in the way of her tryst with the sword demon here. No warning was given.
However, as if a matter of course, the blades of the two collided, and made a high-pitched clank. The dull blade clashed with the unmistakable holy sword, though its purpose was for courtesy only, from the front directly. Sparkles danced exuberantly, slashes swiped through the wind, and the two shadows intertwined and untwined on the stage, as if dancing. Whilst swinging the sword, Theresia was filled with admiration.
Her heartbeats accelerated, her heart was throbbing faster and faster.
In Theresia's eyes, as always, were the floating white rays of battle. If she were to merely follow the rays and trace them with her sword, she would unquestionably kill her opponent. That was the sword god's assistance in her eyes. And that guaranteed path to victory in the sword fight, built by the sword god, was being broken through by mere devotion and maddening passion of the sword demon. The floating white rays always seemed to get slashed away at their ends by the rusty sword. Intercepting every single one of the countless white rays, the sword demon roared, and stepped towards a victory which he should never have been able to achieve. Her heart was throbbing faster and faster.
Each and every time they came in contact.
Each and every time their swords collided, each and every time the white rays were cut off.
She was falling in love with the sword demon in front of her eyes.
Again, and again, and again, the sword saint fell in love with the sword demon.
She loved him. She loved him. She loved him so much that it was unbearable.
She was in love with this person to the point that it was unbearable. HK. The ceremony became a vortex of absurdities, and within the sight of so many people, when Theresia thought of what she was doing, she found it unbearably laughable.
Her cheeks were hot.
Her heart was throbbing fast.
Each passing moment, her love was intensifying.
The truth is, I want to throw away my sword right away, and tightly grip to my chest.
There is nothing to take away from me now.
A long time ago, when I first met you, ever since your figure was first etched into my memory, I have.
The option for her to escape away, for her to refuse facing him, had been completely thwarted.
Not by the reprimanding voice of the sword god, but the glint in the demon's eyes, who was in front of her, repudiated it with all of its spirit. You don't have to be indebted to anyone else's hands or even your own hands. I, with my own hands, will take away the sword from your hands, with my own strength. With my own strength, with my own perseverance, with everything I devoted to the sword, I will take this woman away from the sword god.
Just how much, for how long?
Just how many times, hundreds of times, tens of thousands of times, hundreds of millions of times, must have he thought of this to himself?
The sword slashes came in contact, they pressed against each other, their tips shimmered, and embraced each other again, and again.
And the sword god's wrathful voice accompanied the complete slash. The rusted blade fractured, and its tip was separated into the air, and it landed on the platform. The one to put it through such an ordeal was the undoubting and passionate attack by the sword saint. Above all, rather than anything else, it was an attack of the strength devoted into it by the sword saint.
However, my win. The treasured sword was taken away from her hands.
Her palm went numb due to the shock of the attack, and the treasured sword went flying, and fell behind them, ringing a sound. And the rusted sword, fractured to its half, with its tip broken, was positioned right next to Theiresia's white and slender neck. The beautifully bedecked sword saint, lost, to the coarsely trained sword demon. That was the moment when the rusty, old sword won against the treasured sword, and the phantasmagoria known as the sword saint had been defeated.
"You're weaker than me, so you no longer have any reason to wield the sword," a voice echoed.
Now that I think of it, it's been quite a while since I've heard his rough voice.
And to think his first words would be this: "If I don't wield the sword, who will? I'll take up your reason for swinging the sword. You just become my reason for swinging the sword." His reason for swinging the sword was to protect something.
You become that reason. Saying that, he took his dress hood off. Seeing herself get glared at by the sullied and sour look, Theresia shook her head. Though he had said some pretty cool things like taking it away from her, or protecting her, he still could never understand a woman's heart. He is a sword, so it could not be helped, though.
"You're so rude. To render all of someone's decisions and perseverance useless like this. I'll take up all that too."
You just forget that you ever held the sword and…
That's right, you just live in peace behind my back, and raise flowers or something. Ah, that's…
While I am being protected by your sword?
That's right.
Will you protect me?
That's right. If she were to count herself in the things which he wanted to protect, and he were to answer her love. Theresia smiled at the words of the sword demon, of Wilhelm.
After that, touching the sword at her neck, she took a single step forward. By touching his sword, she could feel Wilhelm's 2 years. And thinking that possibly, if in that time, he had been thinking about her, she felt her chest get warmer. With the rise of emotions she could not bear, Theiresia's eyes filled with tears. Eventually, they flow over and drop down the smiling Theiresia's cheeks. "Do you like flowers?"
"I don't hate them now." "Why do you swing the sword?" "To protect you." This was the limit of her patience. Ever since she lost the sword from her hands, she could no longer hear the sword god's voice. She saw nothing but Wilhelm. She felt nothing but Wilhelm. She had nothing but Wilhelm. Softly putting her hands on his chest, she turned her head slightly upwards. Theiresia's lips, who had her eyes closed, imbricated with the lips of Wilhelm.
She felt his love, soft and warm, and Theiresia's world revolutionized.
With her cheeks dyed, she looked at her beloved, in front of her. Wilhelm said nothing, silently waiting for her words. That attitude was strange. She was the one waiting.
As he seemed to not understand that, so once again, like several times before, she initiated.
"Are you in love with me? You already know that." Giving a brusque reply, he turned his face away.
As soon as he turned away his eyes after responding to her question, sounds entered the world of the two.
The spectators resumed their agitation, and the guards headed for them.
And there was visible the figure of Wilhelm aware of their charge, and the guards coming towards him.
Oh well. Looking at Wilhelm's relaxed expression, the people puffed up their cheeks. Even though she was right in front of him, why was he looking at someplace else? He hasn't even said the words she wanted to hear yet. "There is something I want you to say, you know." "Ah." Wilhelm turned away his head, scratching his cheek, as if trying to deceive her.
However, before long, he looked at Theiresia's face, and subsequently turned his face downwards and sighed, embracing her slender waist. And gently positioning his face next to the surprised Theiresia's ear.
"Someday, when I feel like it." It felt as if it would take a long time to reach that day.
She felt frustrated at that, but at the same time, she looked forward to that day. With her weakness for being charmed by him, Theresia forgave the words of the one she loved. After that, looking back at it now, a lot of things happened. Welcoming her husband, Wilhelm, who had cut into the ceremony with unprecedented violence, was one. Wilhelm becoming a Knight of the Royal Guard instead of Theresia, who had quit being the Sword Saint, at the suggestion of Bordeaux and the others, was one. Ascertaining her lifetime service to Theresia, Carol fell in love with one of Wilhelm's colleagues, but not marrying was one. Having several feats of his ability in battle, Bordeaux was given a seat in the parliamentary committee, with the task of handling important affairs of the kingdom was one. With so much, really, so much happening, they were really fun days. I'm in love with you, Wilhelm.
What about you? In the end, he never said the words that are supposed to follow.
He did act instead of words, though. The one who could be deceived by that was either a kind woman, or a woman who was head over heels in love with the man in question. Since Theresia was both, she kept on getting deceived. The time they spent as a couple was calm and peaceful, such that it felt too peaceful.
Wilhelm had promised to Theresia, and ever since that, never did once she wield the sword. Neither did Theresia have any clinging attachment for the sword. The sword god's voice too, had long been muted ever since. Even still, occasionally, she continued to come across her divine protection of the sword saint.
For example, at the time of cooking, whenever she grasped any kitchen knives, she simultaneously got aware of things like the optimal angle for striking. Even when she somehow managed that, when she got to learn other procedures that followed, she realized that being a housewife was much tougher than being a swordsman. That, and there was the time when she learned how to control her divine protection of death god. She accidentally cut her finger by the shell of an ingredient while cooking. Voluntary wounds were to be subjected to the divine protection no matter what.
When the wound she had inflicted herself grew pallid, and when she hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding, the bleeding ceased immediately.
Was it really so easy? Was, in fact, her first reaction.
She accepted the existence of the divine protections, and controlled their power.
The little girl who had been given the great title of Sword Saint on her shoulders, but who, in reality, did not even have understanding of the things she possessed. If only this happened earlier. Thoughts like those filled her heart up with the images of her brothers.
Theresia. At that moment, she saw the figure of Wilhelm come back home. And he handed over his withered clothes to Theresia, who hid her thoughts within her heart. And in that position, she would be saved. Are you in love with me? Just that question, however, she stubbornly refused to answer. After that, again, a lot happened. Truly, a lot happened. The couple's son was born, Heinkel. Heinkel then met the woman who later became his bride, and Theresia's grandson, Reinhard, was born. Nobody at all was at any fault. Heinkel, earnest and diligent, working hard with the sword with utmost sincerity.
The bride, who was affected with the illness known as Sleeping Beauty, robbed away Heinkel's opportunity for vindication, and left the young Reinhard all alone. Reinhard, who was blessed with talents which could be sensed at a single glance, and was crammed up with fate unnecessary for his young age.
No one was at fault. That's why, as always, the one at fault was herself. Heinkel distorted, the bride was caged in dreams, and Reinhard worked hard, trying to be loved by such parents. She found herself, who was the first one to notice this, the utmost foolish, and good for nothing. There's a battle known as the Great Subjugation. The conquest to bring down the White Whale. Over there, a knight of the Royal Guard just in its name, and a weighty mission just in its name. As the voice of her son trembled while presenting his proposition, Theresia quietly, at once, cemented a decision. Ever since she had last used her longsword, it had been taken care of by Carol, who had preserved its condition to this very day. I am against it. What are you thinking? Theresia still had her doubts regarding her decision, but Wilhelm was absolutely against it. She felt a strong glare upon herself. He had some white hair, and his voice had lost its former youthfulness, but still, Wilhelm's foundation had remained unchanged. His dignity, his zeal, his clumsiness, everything continued to be the way as when Theresia had loved them, and she still did. That damn idiot. He is such an embarrassment. HK. Neither you, nor I have the right to say that. Wilhelm, too, had lament for their son. With his face somehow suppressing his furious expression, Wilhelm bit his lips.
Though his zeal remained unchanged, he had matured regarding heating and cooling down. I too will take charge.
You have your own duties to fulfill. You must be aware of it, Wilhelm.
It cannot be that you have forgotten, Ford Summers weeping. The younger brother of the king, Ford, his daughter had been kidnapped by someone who intruded into the castle. As the commander of the royal guard, Wilhelm had the duty of recovering her position immediately.
It was impossible for the sword demon to be brought to the great subjugation.
Instead, Theresia, who was the inheritor of the divine protection of the sword saint, was requested to step into the battlefield.
She could not refuse. Her days of peace by abandoning the sword had been built upon her own selfishness. She could not let that continue anymore. Theresia, something like this is. Wilhelm.
With a persuasive voice, Theresia called him.
In front of his exhaling face, she smiled. And asked a question after a long time. Are you in love with me? Wah.
HK.
Unrest the same emotion as before.
While smiling, Theresia had her sword glide over Wilhelm's shoulder.
It slashed through the wind, and gashed through his skin.
Standing unprotected in front of his wife, Wilhelm failed to defend in his lack of consciousness, and the newly inflicted wound on his shoulder started to bleed.
Theresia. What are you doing? The wound on his shoulder was subjected to the power of the divine protection of Death God. It wasn't deep, but the bleeding continued. This would stay the same way, as long as Theresia, the one responsible, remained close to him.
Theresia?
She gently came close to his chest.
While feeling the rigidity of the shoulders she had grasped, Theresia put her lips on the wound on Wilhelm's shoulder.
Blood dyed her lips, as she got to taste her husband's blood for the first time. With this, you can no longer come after me. As if you're close to me, that wound will not close. Doing something so stupid for something like that. Let me make it clear, even if the bleeding does not stop, I will still. Giving a slight smile, Theresia released his body,
and, while pointing towards Wilhelm's wound on his shoulder,
I shall leave that wound the way it is. So that you do not follow me. I will close it once both of our jobs are done.
It's all right. Besides, who do you even think I am?
I am the strongest swordsman in this world, after you.
But comparing your level now, in mid-40s, to that in your young days.
Don't say something so redundant.
Harshly, she made him shut his mouth so that he doesn't continue his rude words. Geez, even after 20 years of staying together, all this still continued.
The steel still remained unchanged. However,
I love you, Wilhelm.
Yes, that's correct. Answer that later.
Later? Facing Wilhelm, who furrowed his eyebrows, Theresia nodded. And, while swearing on her husband's wound to meet again.
When I return, that day, please let me hear the words I could not hear.
Her memories were disappearing. Visibility was disturbed within the sandstorm, and the scattered sounds and voices were becoming increasingly difficult to hear.
Exclamation mark.
Someone's wrathful roars, shrieks, screams, could be heard.
Towards one plane of her vision, all what was visible was green. No, this was the ground. It had the color of a grassland.
When she glanced around at her surroundings, the dense fog doubtfully around 10 meters ahead her, completely locked the rest of the world. The punitive force had been decimated to its half, and the forces were in a catastrophic state.
There was a desperate stampede, and they could not determine which direction they should take for escaping within the thick fog.
However, they just vaguely felt a titanic sense of oppression from the other side of the fog.
Henceforth, it could be understood that the echoing voices were fleeing in the opposite direction from that. Suddenly, she was unable to remember what had happened.
Within the violent and fiercely hard-fought battle, where they had worked hard to achieve dominance in the battle, she felt that it would be much more helpful if she utilized her power for retreating from the front lines, and just when she started to feel that way.
Thinking that far, she noticed a faint sense of discomfort. She glanced down at her palm. Something uncomforting. There was no problem in her limbs, in her eyes, or in her feet.
But she felt something like, as if, she had lost her wings.
The divine protection. She noticed it.
She could no longer sense the feeling of possessing the divine protection of the Sword Saint. The same went for the Sword God, who was always by her side no matter how far she went with the sword.
Even his ridicule was nowhere now.
Reinhardt. At the same time, Theresia felt she knew who now possessed what her body had lost. Was this the same feeling her uncle got when he sensed Theresia being the inheritor of the divine protection? Otherwise, it may just be that Theresia was simply aware of Reinhardt's limitless natural talent. Whichever it may be, Theresia did not hold any doubts that the next generation Sword Saint would be Reinhardt. That feeling was perhaps traitorous to her actual son, Heinkel, but neither did exist anyone to put the blame on for that, nor did she have the time to find someone to blame for that. Oh, for a lone lady to be present in such a place, quite gallant indeed. The graceful voice of a young girl, unfitting for the time and place, resonated.
Turning back, Theresia saw a small shadow within the dense fog. White clothes, platinum hair.
Intimate and affectionate, an amiable gaze filled with sympathy, boundlessly extolling togetherness, misdirected love, to the point that it was unsettling.
It seems I have not quite been taken a liking to.
Gripping the longsword, Theresia stepped ahead. If the girl were in a normal situation, she might have had worried for her. However, this was the world of death ruled by the dense fog of the white whale. The young girl, making her appearance here, was unquestionably beyond mysterious.
Even if she had lost the divine protection of the Sword Saint, Theresia's body still possessed the swordsmanship of a former Sword Saint.
Fully demonstrating her ability, her swordsmanship, which was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she slashed right through the petite body of the young girl.
I want to understand you.
The young girl's voice tickled her eardrums, and her consciousness interspersed.
Her voice had something special.
Within the darkness, her consciousness fell. With her hands and legs tied, Theresia's body submerged in the bottomless lukewarm water.
The future of her grandson, the heart of her son, the bride who tied the two, such worries ran through her mind.
And, in the end,
Wilhelm. She called the name of her beloved, and her consciousness fragmented completely.
And
Theresia, such a pathetic face.
Slowly opening her eyelids, she could see a messed up face. His head was completely white, and his face had been etched with the fine lines of aging, but she could not help but think that this was cool in its own way.
There is no way she could have had mistaken. It was the face of her husband. It seems quite some time had passed ever since that parting. She inhaled deeply.
Close by, Heinkel and Reinhardt were also there.
She could feel their presence.
All three men of the Astria family had assembled here, possibly just to see her off. Because everyone is so kind. Wilhelm, Theresia, I am. With his wrinkled face, Wilhelm was breathless. She couldn't say that she disapproved of it in front of her son and grandson. Where did he leave his majesty and dignity? Actually, looking back at it now, such weaknesses of his always stood out, surprisingly.
Theresia, hey, Wilhelm.
Her voice was husky, yet unusually youthful. As if it wasn't hers. No, it definitely was hers, but she was supposed to be a grandmother.
It seemed like her voice when she had first fallen in love. How embarrassing. When she had first fallen in love, feeling like that, she felt more and more awkward. There wasn't much time left, but they still wasted quite a lot of it by choosing to simply look at each other. But, even still, it's all right. The words Theresia should have had said, she had conveyed them a sufficient number of times.
Wilhelm, too, should know that. That is why, the one needing the time, the chance, and the words was him.
Theresia should simply, quietly wait for those words. Though she will have to wait, her expectations will surely be fulfilled. That's just how the man Wilhelm Triers was. That's just how the man Wilhelm van Astria was. Wilhelm, there is something I must tell you.
Wilhelm, I am a poor speaker.
So I can't convey my thoughts well, I'm having a hard time even with you.
That's why even in these 20 years, never even once did I. Wilhelm, these 20 years, may have made me uneasy.
But, I am. Theresia, a stupid person.
Seeing him struggle so much at speaking, and presenting himself so stupidly, she could not bear to hold it in.
She ended up saying it.
Truly, what was this man saying? Theresia, did you really, never notice? She heartbreakingly reached out to the face which was in tears.
Her body was terribly heavy.
There wasn't really any strength left in her, but she put all her remaining strength in her fingers, and wiped away the tears dropping down his face.
Theresia, you had always been saying it. Did he intend to hide it? Did he believe that he would be able to hide it if he never said it? Theresia, your voice, your eyes, your attitude, your actions, had always. Everything which Wilhelm had directed towards Theresia.
This person had always, above all, been clearly conveying his heart. Wilhelm, I am with you.
Theresia, you are with me. That is why it was sufficient. In love.
From the beginning to the end, my life was surely one full of blessings. I had my brothers whom I had a good relationship with, I had a female friend who was always warm towards me and took tender care of me, I was helped by many people, I met Wilhelm. I'm sure, lots of problems must still be there.
But I have faith that you all will be all right.
But, the truth is, just one thing.
There was just one last thing left in my heart which I wanted to ask.
How surprised would you be if you got to know that it was actually love at first sight?
This was the last time they exchanged words of love with each other.
The figure of Theresia van Astria, who was smiling with satisfaction, with her cheeks dyed with the tint of love, and eyes glistened with tears, lost its shape and crumbled in the blink of an eye. In the arms of Wilhelm, who had knelt down, no longer visible was the form of a bleeding, suffering woman, but what was left was only a lump of ashes, and that alone was the proof of her former presence.
Having her life burn out and turning into a mere lump of ash, was Theresia.
Wilhelm widened his eyes, and simply, quietly, kept staring at Theresia's remains. Are you satisfied now? And, instead of the silent and stationary Wilhelm, a man raised his voice. The red-haired middle-aged man Heinkel raised his voice at Reinhardt, who was standing next to him, with a look filled with hatred. Reinhardt slowly met that look with his own eyes, and exhaled. Reinhardt, what do you mean, satisfied?
Heinkel, don't play dumb, it's just as how you saw it.
Are you satisfied?
You must be satisfied now.
Both in name and in reality, the position of Sword Saint is all yours now, congratulations.
The rumors of you robbing it away by killing the previous generation would be unquestionably true now too.
Huh, are you satisfied? Hey.
Reinhardt, I do not understand what you are trying to say.
Heinkel, don't make a face as if you're putting on airs.
You shitty brat.
Exhaling a hoarse breath, Heinkel tried to grab Reinhardt. However, Reinhardt avoided his fingers, and controlled his father's body, stepping onto his palms like a footbellow. The current Sword Saint had not even the slightest of affect on himself for slashing the previous Sword Saint to her death. The truth is, his opponent didn't either. As if trying to shove that truth onto him, Heinkel's throat faintly shuddered. Heinkel, don't make a scene out of this, Reinhardt. HK. Becoming further desperate, trying to deceive away the wavering of his own heart, Heinkel pointed his finger at Reinhardt, and spat out.
Heinkel, no matter how nice and fine you may try to make things, what I saw won't change. It's a fact that you killed Mother Theresia van Astria. I'll proclaim it.
I'll spread this rumor everywhere, so that nobody recognizes you as the Sword Saint anymore.
Heinkel, no matter how calm of a face you may make, there's no way you'll let go of your prestige as Sword Saint. You may have had continued having it till now, but not anymore.
The one slashing his own blood relatives to their deaths is the Sword Saint? The Sword of the Kingdom?
Ha, Don't make me laugh. You murderer. Reinhardt, Deputy Commander, no matter how many times you say it, I do not understand what you intend to mean. It is Deputy Commander's misunderstanding that I slashed the previous generation to death. Heinkel, who H? Reinhardt quietly gave his answer to Heinkel, whose face was reddening. Heinkel rounded his eyes at his response, but Reinhardt did not seem to have any intention of tricking him or beating around the bush. Reinhardt was not giving his opinion, but as if merely stating facts.
Reinhardt, the enemy just now was merely a corpse being made to move through the use of some secret arts.
It could not have had been the previous generation sword saint. Grandmother. Is there still perhaps some misunderstanding? Heinkel made a stupefied expression at Reinhardt's words. After that, he put his hands in his red hair, and rubbed them violently. With faint laughter, Heinkel, and an abnormal smile.
Heinkel, then, what was that in the end? When she was talking to father?
When she was glaring so hatefully at you and me. What was it, if it wasn't mother?
Wilhelm, enough, now stop, Heinkel.
Gnashing his own teeth, with burning hot hatred was Heinkel. The one to extinguish Heinkel's heat was Wilhelm Kommer, who had been silent till now. The aged swordsman, while maintaining his crouched posture, tore apart the sleeve of his jacket, and treated the wound on his right shoulder which had been inflicted by a certain longsword.
The ability of the divine protection of Death God, due to which the wound was not supposed to close, lost its effect the moment Theresia ceased to exist.
No, before even that, ever since Theresia had returned to sanity in the end, it had been lost.
Instead of that, what remained was the pain on his left shoulder due to the wound carved onto it at the time of their final farewell. The sane Theresia lasted on his left shoulder, and the demised Theresia on his right leg.
The wounds carved with the ability of the divine protection of Death God had been nullified with the loss of both.
Heinkel, stop, you say.
Father. Are you really fine with this? He is.
Wilhelm, stop, Heinkel. Stop.
Wilhelm objected Heinkel, and stopped him from saying anything further.
He took off his sleeveless jacket and used the cloth for wrapping and containing Theresia's ashes.
Leaving her in the cold wind like this, would leave her far too lonely.
He believed that he must bury her ashes in the appropriate grave, at the very least.
Heinkel, H.K. Seeing the state of his father, Heinkel gnashed his teeth, and swallowed his words.
And, retrieving the ashes, Wilhelm shakily stood up.
Even if his bleeding had ceased, his body had lost quite a lot of blood.
The wound on his right foot was deep, so walking without any support stemmed into uneasiness. Retroactively, Reinhardt tried to support his trembling shoulders.
However, Wilhelm, stay away. His fingers, which were reaching for him, were subjected to Wilhelm's rage.
Reinhardt halted his raised arm, and no longer tried to support his shoulders and face him. But, the sword demon, without facing him, quietly inhaled, Wilhelm, Reinhardt. Reinhardt, yes. Unlike Wilhelm's quivering voice, Reinhardt's voice was stable and dignified. Hearing his voice, their eyes met, and Wilhelm said the words in his mouth.
It was a question. Wilhelm, do you regret that you slashed your grandmother, Theresia, to her death?
A slight gap occurred between the question and its response.
Or perhaps, he may have dismissed the question as meaningless, similar to Heinkel's earlier questions. However, before long, Reinhardt responded.
Reinhardt, no.
I did the correct thing.
I hold no regrets. Wilhelm, is that so?
That's right. Wilhelm, you are right. I am mistaken.
That is why, there is nothing left to talk to you about anymore. Pronouncing with a quiet voice, Wilhelm turned his back towards Reinhardt. The grandfather and grandson put a full stop to the decisive question-answer, without even facing each other, and Wilhelm raised his finger and pointed towards the center of the city.
Wilhelm, I am worried about the city hall, to which Garfield Donno is headed. If it would be possible, then I would request you to head there for providing support.
Sword Saint Reinhardt Donno. Terribly formal and unduly distant, receiving those polite words, Reinhardt looked in the direction towards which the finger pointed.
He nodded, and then finally glanced at Heinkel. Heinkel, who was still directing his resentment for the airs being put up, widened his blue eyes with a rough inhale, but Reinhardt ignored his upcoming spiteful words.
Reinhardt, outdoor is dangerous.
If it would be possible, Deputy Commander, head to a shelter.
Along with Wilhelm Donno.
Heinkel, why you just shut the hell up? Hurry up and disappear. Being hit with the words of the spirit of a loser, Reinhardt turned his face away.
At the same pace, he dashed towards the waterway, as if to kick its surface. He jumped above the building, and disappeared in the direction of the center of the city.
Seeing his outlandish movements, Heinkel spat.
He then rushed to Wilhelm, who was walking slowly due to his injured right foot.
However, Heinkel, Father Donno, going alone is. Wilhelm, leave me alone for now.
Right now, I don't want anyone to see my face.
Heinkel, Father.
Wilhelm, there is no need for you to worry about me.
You should just worry about yourself. Hide in a suitable building, or a shelter. You'll be fine by just that.
Giving his thoughts, Wilhelm then left Heinkel, who was now alone.
With his wife's ashes in the coat he held, he straightened his back, and dragged his feet.
He was left behind, alone, unable to stop him, or be by his side.
With Wilhelm eventually disappearing from visibility, Heinkel, who was left alone. Heinkel, what is your problem? 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 Damn it, what the hell is your problem?
Left all alone in the plaza, standing on the cobblestone, glaring on the flat pavement, Heinkel cursed out his fury.
Violently scratching his head, roaring his rage which could not be conveyed in words, he then threw the sword attached to his waist to the ground.
The beautiful night sword rang a high-pitched echo, as it rolled down the ground.
Heinkel, shit, god damn everyone.
Everyone just go die. Just go die HK. Heinkel's bloody and hateful shriek resonated in the deserted plaza in solitude. The scream, a mixture of boundless, endless resentment and grief, echoed far and wide. The battlefield of the grandfather, father, and grandchild, with this, came to an end.
A lady, a grandmother, a mother, a wife.
The end of Theoresia van Astria engraved wounds upon the hearts of the three. With this, all of the battlefields in the fight for the Watergate city of Pristella had been settled.
Arc 5, Chapter 74, Fruits of the Battle for Pristella 1.